Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Choosing to remain silent, I focused on the gathering storm above, the clouds swirling with increasing ferocity as lightning crackled ominously, as if ready to devour anyone in its path. Though I was only beginning to harness the power of the lightning logia, I felt an uncanny sense of harmony with the fruit, as if it willingly submitted to my will. While mastering its full potential would undoubtedly require years of practice, I encountered no resistance from the fruit itself. Sensing the impending danger, Isho reached for his sword instinctively, his senses on high alert. "Roscoe, what are you doing?" His voice betrayed a mixture of concern and apprehension, realizing that whatever I had planned was not to be taken lightly. He feared that his own actions might have inadvertently contributed to the birth of an unprecedented threat. "Isho-san, I ask that you do not interfere," I implored, my tone grave and resolute. "I have inherited my family's will. Like you said, I need to follow what my heart truly desires, and though I am unbound by any shackles, I must fulfill the first wish that we brothers swore on this very island, that still remains unfulfilled. We once vowed to exact vengeance upon those who tormented us in our darkest hour, and I intend to honor that vow. Please step aside." My words hung heavy in the air, laden with the weight of solemn purpose. This was to be the ultimate tribute to my family members who fell, a final farewell gift in the form of retribution. These people were the same ones who relished in tormenting us when we were down. If not for Daffy back then, my journey would have ended as I came into this world. This blood would mark the beginning of our family's new journey, a cathartic closure to the pain and suffering we endured. Yet, even as I prepared to enact my vengeance, Isho, bound by his own principles, could not stand idly by and watch indiscriminate violence unfold. With resolve in his heart, he unsheathed his sword, ready to intervene if necessary. "Roscoe, listen to me. They are innocent people." However, before Isho could continue, my laughter cut through the air like a sharp blade, with lightning surging around me. Unlike Enel from Canon, my lightning was completely pitch black, imbued with something more than mere electricity. "Innocent? Isho-san, I respect you, and I owe you my life for saving me back then. So, even though I don't have to justify myself, let me tell you what these people, whom you call innocents, did to me and my family. Although I had absolute confidence in killing all these people, even if Isho intervened, I didn't want things to sour between us because of a misunderstanding. However, if Isho chooses not to follow me and my family, then so be it. I could endure having a kind man by our side, but I would never tolerate a hypocrite in my family. This was a cruel world, and those who were naive to its true workings had no place beside me or my family." So, with a few brief statements, I explained exactly what had transpired during my childhood and why Doflamingo had vowed to kill them all. Even Isho's resolve faltered a bit as he understood that I wasn't lying. He felt conflicted, but he still stood opposite me, clinging to his principles and wanting me to forgive them for his sake. "The concept of innocence holds no significance in this cruel world, Isho-san," I asserted, my voice tinged with resolve. "Whether young or old, man or woman, out in the open seas, it all boils down to strength and weakness. And for the weak, they don't even have the luxury of expressing their emotions. This is a debt I owe to my brother." With determination coursing through my veins, I drew Sandai Kitetsu, channeling both lightning and haki through the blade. However, despite being a black blade currently, Kitetsu originally was a low-grade weapon when compared to true Apex weapons, so it groaned under the sheer strength and pressure. I instinctively knew that my strength had surpassed what the third-generation Kitetsu could bear. I might soon need a new blade. I doubted that even the famed 21 great-grade blades might suffice me when I reached the apex. I should find myself a supreme grade blade. However, for now, Kitetsu should suffice. Isho knew that, With us both standing on opposite sides, conflict was inevitable, so he wanted to gamble. Although he doubted whether he could truly stop me, he wanted to try. Isho was someone who trusted in fate, so he wanted to gamble everything for this one chance. Roscoe, for my sake, how about we make a bet? Let's fight each other with all our might. If I win, I want you to give up on killing the people on this island. If you win, you can go ahead and do as you will. Isho remarked, his blade firmly gripped in his hand. Isho-san, you jest. Even if we were to gamble, the stakes should be equal. If you win, you save the lives of all these people. If I win, I simply don't get anything. I have already resolved to kill these people, and it's not like I need your permission. I countered. This was a God-given chance to have Isho join me, and the man himself was proposing the bet. I knew for a fact that Isho was a man of his word and wouldn't back out later. So, what do you propose, Roscoe? Except for my life, I don't think that I have anything worthy of me. So, if it is my life that you want as the victor, you can have it. Isho was already resolved to fight to the end. Although he wasn't there when things truly happened back then, he was sure that there must be innocents on this island who had no connection to the torment that Ross and his family went through. So, he had to fight for their sake. Isho-san, do you think that I am so ungrateful as to ask for your life, even after all you? No, I want something much more precious. Your loyalty, Isho-san. If I win, I want you to join my family and truly follow me with all your heart. I commented. This was my one true shot at gaining Isho's true allegiance. I was not exactly sure what kind of decisions I might make in the future, but I was sure that there were going to be a few littered with countless bodies. At that time, I did not want Isho to have a change of heart. After contemplating the bet I proposed, Isho finally gave a nod. Very well then, Roscoe. So be it. You have my word. However, let's take this fight to a nearby island. With that, he jumped onto a small boulder nearby, which he manipulated with his gravity to move towards the uninhabited island. My new lightning powers gave me the ability to traverse through the air unimpeded, but I chose to move like a flicker of lightning grazing the sea surface. After making sure that Lucci and Gladius were safe, I knew no other devil fruit user would truly attempt something like this. For me, the sea was not a barrier that could stop me. For a man like me who relished the thrill of battle, the last 3 months were torture. Back during Marineford, Admiral Aganya was too much for me to handle, but the current me was different. I instinctively felt that I had already breached the level of admirals. A 15-year-old with admiral-level power. Now, this might be a first in this world. But if I truly wanted to achieve my dreams, this was not enough. I needed more. I needed to be strong enough to even beat Emu, who had ruled this world for over 8 centuries. Isho and I stood facing each other. The deserted island was quite large, but due to its rocky terrain, it was not feasible for human habitation. Isho did not stand on ceremony and directly launched an attack, signaling the start of the battle. Gravity Blade. Isho started sending out a high-gravity stream, try to pin me down. However, with my future sight enhanced to unprecedented levels, it all seemed too slow. Although I could easily dodge the attack with my current speed, I chose to take the attack head-on. Isho's gravity fruit might be a great way to train my family in the future. Even I could use his gravity powers to push myself beyond the limit. As I was making plans for the future using the gravity fruit's power, Isho's words resonated. Roscoe, I hope you don't underestimate me. Although I may not look like it, I am strong enough to hold my own against you, he said, increasing the pressure of gravity with his previous attack. It's you who's underestimating me, Isho-san. Maybe if I were the same me as 3 months ago, you could have been my match. But now, with a smirk, I unleashed Kitetsu, clad with both lightning and armament hockey. Lightning Tiger, with an upward slash, despite the heavy gravity, a flying slash manifested itself, taking the form of a massive dark tiger made of lightning, charging towards Isho, who was trying to keep me pinned down. Detecting the incoming threat, Isho quickly swung his blade horizontally while clad in armament hockey. He even used his gravity powers to try to pin the incoming lightning tiger, but the lightning beast charged ahead unimpeded. Isho had to defensively hold his blade in front of him as the flying slash pushed him back, despite his efforts to hold himself steady. The lightning beast completely engulfed Isho, electrocuting him. If he hadn't been clad in hockey, he would have been burned to a crisp. Isho quickly understood that the fruit Ross had consumed must be the feared devil fruit lost in legends. Earlier, when Ross emerged from the sea, Isho believed he might have consumed some kind of mythical Zoan devil fruit that could alter the weather. But now he understood the kid hadn't consumed a Zoan fruit, but the rumored strongest Logia. After being pushed back for a dozen meters, Isho steadied himself. His yukata was already damaged from the simple attack by Ross. He knew half measures were not going to help, so he ripped out the purple cloak and threw it aside. The air was heavy with anticipation as Isho and I stood facing each other, the battle shifting gears as we prepared for the clash that would determine the fate of all the lives on the island. 3 months of anticipation and battle deprivation had led to this moment, and I could feel the weight of expectation bearing down on me. This was my chance to unleash myself completely and show the world the true extent of my power. With a swift movement, Isho launched himself forward, his blade flashing in the sunlight as he closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I met his charge head-on, my own sword singing as it sliced through the air with deadly precision. Our blades met with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying in all directions as the force of our clash reverberated through the surrounding landscape. But Isho was not content to simply exchange blows. With a roar of determination, he unleashed his signature technique, Raging Tiger. The attack generated an immense level of gravitational force around Isho, pushing out horizontally and knocking away anything in its path. Rocks, boulders, trees. Nothing could withstand the sheer power of his assault as the landscape around us was reduced to rubble. Undeterred by the destruction unfolding around us, I pushed forward, my own lightning-infused attacks crackling with energy as they clashed against Isho's gravity-enhanced strikes. With each strike, I poured more of my strength and willpower into my attacks, refusing to be intimidated by the overwhelming power of my opponent. Dark Thunder Descent. I roared, unleashing a torrent of lightning-infused slashes that cut through Isho's gravity shockwaves and other flying slashes with ease. The sheer force of my attack overwhelmed Isho's defenses, leaving him momentarily staggered as he struggled to regain his footing. But Isho was not one to back down without a fight. With a surge of determination, he countered with his own formidable techniques, channeling his gravity powers to create miniature gravity pools that threatened to swallow me whole. Yet I refused to be intimidated, meeting his attacks head-on with a surge of armament hockey that bolstered my defenses and allowed me to push forward with renewed vigor. As the battle raged on, the surroundings bore witness to the intensity of our conflict. Trees were uprooted from the ground, their branches splintering like matchsticks under the force of our blows. Rocks shattered into rubble, and the very air crackled with electricity as our swords clashed with the fury of a raging storm. But amidst the chaos, there was a kind of beauty to our battle, a primal elegance that transcended the violence. Each movement was a dance, a symphony of motion and power that captivated all who beheld it. The clash of our blades was like music to my ears, a melody of steel and lightning that echoed across the island. As the battle raged on, I knew that I needed to up my level of attack. With a surge of energy, I unleashed another lightning technique, Lightning Dragon. With a roar that shook the heavens, I channeled all of my power into Sandai Kitetsu, unleashing a massive bolt of dark lightning energy that took the form of a ferocious black dragon descending from the heavens. The lightning dragon charged forward with unstoppable force, its claws crackling with electricity as it bore down on Isho with terrifying speed. But he was not one to go down without a fight. With a surge of willpower, he raised his blade in a desperate bid to defend himself, channeling his gravity powers to create a barrier of intense gravitational force. Ascending heavens, Isho bellowed, summoning a massive pillar of earth from the ground under his gravitational control and morphing it into the form of an earthen dragon. The two dragons roared in defiance, black lightning clashing against ascending earth as the battlefield erupted in chaos. As the clash between the lightning dragon and Isho's earthen creation reached its peak, the island seemed to tremble beneath the weight of our power. Cracks formed in the ground, fissures splitting open like gaping wounds as the very earth rebelled against the force of our battle. The air crackled with energy, charged with the raw power of our conflicting abilities. But it was not enough. With a primal roar, I poured my strength and determination into the lightning dragon, infusing it with my armament hockey and more black lightning. The beast crashed into Isho's earthen dragon and barrier with the force of a tidal wave, shattering them both like glass and engulfing him in a maelstrom of crackling energy. The impact was like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the island as the lightning dragon collided with Isho's defenses. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as the two colossal forces clashed, and the air filled with the sound of crackling energy and the smell of ozone. And then, with a deafening roar, the lightning dragon broke through, shattering Isho's final defenses like glass and engulfing him in a maelstrom of crackling energy. In the midst of the chaos, I could feel my strength growing at an unprecedented rate. The strain of maintaining such a powerful technique was taking its toll on my body, reforging my physique with lightning energy with each passing moment. But I refused to give in with just a small improvement. With a surge of determination, I pushed forward, pouring more of my strength into the lightning dragon, willing it to overcome Isho's last defenses and emerge victorious. For his part, Isho fought with a ferocity that was unmatched. Despite the overwhelming odds against him, he refused to back down, channeling his gravity powers to their absolute limit in a desperate bid to turn the tide of battle. But even as he fought, I could see the strain etched into his features and the weariness in his eyes, betraying the toll that our clash was taking on him. As our battle raged on, just a dozen miles away from the island, the unprecedented damage we caused sent shockwaves through the surrounding seas. This level of conflict was more akin to the New World, where battles of such magnitude were not uncommon. On a Marine scout ship, the crew watched in awe as the sky darkened with thunderclouds and the sea churned with turmoil. "Captain, what exactly is happening over there?" A Marine soldier couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with concern as he watched the chaos unfolding in the distance. The captain, his brow furrowed with worry, knew that they needed to report to headquarters immediately. "We need to report this to HQ at once," he exclaimed, his voice urgent as he wiped sweat from his brow. "Quickly, give me a line to headquarters." The captain, a seasoned veteran who had graduated from the elite Marine Academy, understood the gravity of the situation. Even from their current distance, it was clear that the battle raging on the island was of immense scale and power. He dared not move the ship any closer, fearing for the safety of his crew. "Why is that monster Shiki here in the North Blue? Is this where he is hiding after his loss with Roger?" The captain muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the distant skyline, where large land masses floated in the air, surrounded by flashes of lightning. It was a sight that filled him with dread, knowing that someone of Shiki's caliber was wreaking havoc so close to home. The entire sky was littered with lightning, which tore through these massive land masses, blasting them to smithereens. "Captain, HQ is on the line," a Marine soldier announced, handing the captain a transponder snail. Another soldier was already using another snail to capture images of the ongoing events on the island, their faces tense with apprehension. "Sir, it's Golden Lion Shiki," the captain reported, his voice tense with urgency. "He's here in the North Blue, engaged in battle with an unknown opponent who seems to match his strength." The news sent shockwaves through headquarters, where officials scrambled to assess the situation. The mere mention of Shiki's name struck fear into the hearts of those who understood the threat he posed. "How certain are you that it's Shiki?" a rear admiral from HQ questioned, his voice strained with concern. "Have you visually confirmed his identity?" "No, sir," the captain admitted, frustration evident in his tone. The battle on the island is too chaotic. We're a dozen miles away. There's no way to visually confirm Shiki's presence. But with the entire island floating in the sky, who else could it be? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain quickly transmitted the images they had captured to headquarters, hoping to provide irrefutable proof of Shiki's presence in the North Blue. As the images flickered across the screen, the reality of the situation began to sink in. Shiki was here, and he was unleashing chaos unlike anything the Marines had ever seen before. Back on the island, Isho struggled to maintain his stance as exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The battle had raged on for nearly an hour now, and every moment seemed to drain him of more strength. Leaning heavily on his blade's sheath for support, Isho fought to catch his breath, his chest heaving with exertion. Ross was proving to be a formidable opponent, his mastery of the Black Lightning technique overwhelming even Isho's most skilled defenses. Despite his best efforts, Isho found himself unable to keep up with the relentless assault, his haki slowly being devoured by the insidious lightning power of the opponent coursing through his veins. In the heat of battle, Isho couldn't help but reflect on his own limitations. He had always believed himself to be strong and a master of his craft. But facing Ross had shown him just how much he lacked. If Ross had truly wanted to kill him, Isho knew he would have been struck down without hesitation. Yet still, he couldn't bring himself to surrender. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to give up, to admit defeat, and to spare himself further torment. But to do so would mean abandoning all those lives to Ross's mercy, and Isho could not allow that to happen. Despite the charred flesh of his left hand, the result of countless lightning strikes, Isho remained resolute, his determination unwavering as he prepared to face whatever came next. Isho-san, you should give up. I don't want to end up accidentally killing you. Even I don't have a proper estimate of exactly how strong I have grown, I said solemnly, my voice tinged with concern. Yes, I wanted to defeat Isho, but I didn't want the man dead. He was already on his last leg, and my restraint with my lightning power was the only reason Isho was still standing. If it were before the past 3 months, Isho might have triumphed over me. Even now, if he pushed himself, Isho could burst with the strength of an admiral for a few moments, but that was not enough to challenge the current me. Ha ha ha, Roscoe, as a man, how can I go back on my word and give up? I have vowed to defend the innocents on that island, and if I have to die for that cause, then so be it, Isho remarked, his voice resolute as he steadied himself once more. He had already attempted to subdue me with his overwhelming gravity, but nothing worked. He clearly understood that I still had more cards up my sleeve. Hell's journey! The blind man roared, pulling out his blade and resheathing it despite the pain coursing through his body due to the residual lightning. A massive gravity field descended on me as he sheathed his sword, sending me down into a massive crater. However, Isho knew this was not enough to hold me down, so he immediately launched the next attack, mustering every last ounce of energy he could muster. Final Sonata, Isho screamed, extending his observation haki to the extreme. Blood seeped out of his mouth, ears, nose, and even through his blind eyes. I stood in awe at the true extent of a human's willpower. My observation haki had already picked up on what Isho was planning to achieve, and within moments, a massive meteorite, whose radius spanned for miles, appeared in the sky. The meteor was so large that it could easily engulf the massive island that we were fighting on. Isho's plan was clear. He wanted to bury us both alive beneath the massive meteor. However, the true scale and terror of the descending meteor were being experienced by the Marines on the scout ship. The captain was already screaming at his team to quickly leave the area, as a meteor of this size was sure to create a massive tsunami that could affect hundreds of miles. Panic ensued as the crew scrambled to retreat to safety, their eyes wide with fear at the impending disaster. As I gazed upon the descending, burning meteor, determination burned within me like the flames of a raging inferno. I gripped Kitetsu tightly within its sheath, infusing it with armament haki and the crackling energy of black lightning. For the first time since the start of the battle, my conqueror's haki surged forth like an unstoppable storm, radiating outward with irresistible force. My entire being transformed into a manifestation of black and golden lightning as I prepared to face the oncoming threat. With a primal roar, I crouched low, my form poised like a beast ready to pounce. As my momentum reached its apex, I shot towards the descending meteor with unparalleled speed and power. From the perspective of the Marines on the scout ship, a massive pillar of golden and black lightning ascended from the entire island towards the incoming meteor, a sight that struck fear into their hearts. Just as I neared the descending meteor, I unsheathed my blade with a swift motion, assuming a sword draw stance. "Lightning Nova!" I thundered, my voice echoing through the heavens as my blade cleaved through the massive meteor. Black lightning engulfed the entire sky, shrouding it in darkness despite the noonday sun. The meteor crumbled beneath the onslaught of lightning, shattered into a million pieces that scattered across the sky like stars. Isho, who stood in awe at the sheer display of power, could no longer hold himself conscious and blacked out. The last attack was meant as a suicidal maneuver to take down both himself and me, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He realized in that moment that he had truly lost, defeated by the overwhelming might of my lightning powers. As the Marine Scout ship finally caught a glimpse of me high in the air, I appeared as the embodiment of lightning itself. That's the lightning Logia," the captain roared in disbelief, realizing the true extent of the revelation. Their transponder snails had already been knocked out by my power, leaving them helpless to communicate with headquarters. Just as the captain understood the gravity of the situation, a massive pillar of lightning descended upon the Marine Scout ship, obliterating it from existence. Any vessel that dared to pry into the events unfolding on the island met a similar fate as I unleashed my monstrous range of destruction upon them. As the dust settled and the echoes of our battle faded into the distance, I stood victorious amidst the wreckage of our clash. The once mighty island lay in ruins, its landscape devastated by the ferocity of our battle. With a heavy heart, I approached Isho's unconscious form, feeling a sense of respect for his bravery and determination. And with that, I turned towards the island, where the fate of its inhabitants awaited my judgment. What followed was carnage as I ensured that Dafi's promise made on this island was kept, the dancing dark clouds in the sky bearing witness to the chaos that ensued. I had finally come to truly embody my true character. As I set foot upon the island's soil, a palpable sense of dread permeated the atmosphere, mingling with the ominous shadows cast by the dancing, dark lightning clouds overhead. With every step, the ground trembled beneath my feet, a harbinger of the carnage that was about to unfold. With a single swing of Sandai Kitetsu, arcs of lightning danced along its blade, illuminating the darkness with an eerie glow. The first strike was like a bolt from the heavens, cleaving through flesh and bone with merciless precision. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs as screams echoed through the night, the air thick with the sickening scent of iron. I moved with relentless efficiency, my movements a blur of death as I cut down anyone who dared to stand in my path. With each strike, I could feel the raw power coursing through me, fueling my rampage with an insatiable hunger for destruction. The streets ran red with blood as I carved a path of devastation through the heart of the island, leaving nothing but death and despair in my wake. The cries of the innocent mingled with the crackle of thunder, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the island. But even amidst the slaughter, a part of me recoiled at the horror of what I had become. The screams of the dying haunted my every step, a grim reminder of the price of vengeance. Yet, I pushed onward, driven by a singular purpose, to fulfill the promise I made to my brother, no matter the cost. As dawn broke upon the ravaged landscape, I stood amidst the ruins of the island, a lone figure bathed in the pale light of the rising sun. The once vibrant streets lay silent and desolate, a testament to the devastation wrought by my hand. It had been 2 days since my clash with Isho, and he had yet to awaken. The man must have truly pushed himself beyond his limits. Despite my recent surge in strength, which had brought me to the brink of admiral-level power, it had proven too much for Isho to handle in his current state. Our little caravel now carried 5 people, including myself and what remained of the Don Quixote family. Giala had already regained consciousness, but she was in no condition to move about. Therefore, it fell to Lucci and Gladius to care for the 2 wounded on board. However, my main concern now lay in discovering what had happened to Daffy and his whereabouts. I couldn't afford to waste even a second. For all I knew, Daffy might have been suffering for these past 3 months. Only after speaking to Treble did I confirm that Doflamingo was last seen surrounded by beast pirates and world government agents. It wasn't as though I hadn't attempted to gather information through other avenues. Most of what I had found were mere rumors, and even some of the Cypherpole agents I had captured could offer nothing more than hearsay about an event that occurred in Mary Geos around the time I was ambushed by Aganya. With all the rumors pointing to Mary Geos, and with time running out, I decided to take the gamble. The world still believed me to be dead, and I intended to use this to my advantage. With that in mind, I steered the caravel in the direction of North Blue Redport. While I wasn't an expert in navigation, I had a decent knowledge of navigation from my time as a Marine to navigate the seas of North Blue. Meanwhile, news of the massacre on the North Blue Island had spread far and wide. However, all the blame fell on the head of Golden Lion Shiki. I paid little heed to the accusations, as my actions were solely aimed at fulfilling Doflamingo's promise. Soon enough, I would hunt down every single person involved in bringing down the Don Quixote family. Just as I pondered how effectively to infiltrate Mary Geos, Lucci came running. I had already begun training both him and Gladius, and I had to admit that Doflamingo had done an excellent job of laying a strong foundation for them, particularly Lucci, whose talent was apparent. "Ross, the blind man is awake. He wants to talk to you," Lucci said, his cheerful demeanor evident. It seemed his time with the Don Quixote family had treated him well. I ensured the weather was steady before making my way to the small cabin where Isho and Giala lay. Gladius was already seated by Giala's side, diligently tending to her. "How long have I been out? And you spared my life even after I tried to bury us both in the sea," Isho said, lowering his head in guilt as he detected me entering the cabin. "It's all right, Isho-san. You were only following your beliefs. I won't hold it against you. And now that you've lost, I hope you remember our wager," I replied with a soft smile. I knew I had found a valuable addition to the Don Quixote family in Isho. While his loyalty was guaranteed, I also resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. I couldn't afford to let him be swayed by his morals in the future. "I do, Roscoe. I'm a man of my word. I will follow you. But I would like to know something. Did you kill everyone on the island?" Isho tightened his fist, now considering their deaths his fault, as he was not strong enough to defend the innocents. Despite his current condition, Isho was still thinking about the people on the island. I chose to remain silent, because anything I said at this point would only make things harder for Isho to be part of our family. My silence was all the answer Isho needed regarding the fate of the people on the island. "Roscoe, aren't you afraid that I will betray you in the future? Our ideals completely clash. Are you still confident that I will be loyal until the end?" Isho's conflicted feelings were evident. On one side was his promise to follow me, and on the other side were his morals that he stuck to. "That is why I'm asking you this one last time, Isho-san. If you feel you're not meant to be a part of my family, you can leave, and I will consider our debts to each other repaid in full. But if you choose to join my family, then you know what it entails. Make no mistake, our future will be written with the blood of thousands, and I am sure many things we might do might not be in line with your ideals." My words hung heavy in the air. I couldn't leave a powerful man like Isho in my family if his allegiance was not guaranteed. In such a case, it would be better to part ways now. I couldn't afford for a Marcus situation to occur again. Someday, when I laid my hands on that bastard, I would make him suffer. "Don't worry, Isho-san. I am not that ungrateful to force you against your wishes. Go ahead and take your time to think about it, and let me know about your decision when we reach our destination. Whatever you decide to do, I'll respect your decision. But I hope you're not naive enough to believe that just because they call themselves civilians in this world, they're innocent. Human cruelty knows no bounds. The devil lurks deep inside every soul. I remarked, checking Isho's injuries to ensure he did not sustain any lasting harm. Only his left arm seemed heavily damaged, but I was sure he would soon recover. I left the cabin, leaving the man with his decision. In the center of the holy land of Mary Geos, on the central square, stood a grim testament to suffering and defiance. For the past 3 months, a large crucifix has been erected, its imposing presence visible from nearly every corner of the Holy Land. Upon it hung the shriveled and broken form of Don Quixote da Flamingo, his once proud and formidable figure reduced to a pitiful state. Da Flamingo's condition was beyond pathetic. His once vibrant and charismatic demeanor had been replaced by a gaunt and emaciated shell of a man. His clothing, once regal and imposing, now hung in tatters around his frail frame. Deep bruises and lacerations covered his body, evidence of the relentless torment he had endured. His once fiery gaze was now hollow and vacant, a mere shadow of its former intensity. For 3 long months, Da Flamingo had been subjected to unimaginable suffering. Originally slated for permanent incarceration by the elders, because Da Flamingo was the current user of the flame Logia, and they didn't want the fruit recirculating back into the world after he was killed, his fate took a twisted turn when Daffy's threat of his brother's vengeance. Daffy's defiance amused the elders, which prolonged Da Flamingo's agony. And with requests for vengeance from the Don Quixote family and Mary Geos, instead of a swift death or eternal suffering and impelled down, he was made to endure each agonizing day as the entire Holy Land watched. Despite the repeated attempts to break his spirit by informing him of his brother's supposed demise and presenting him with a gruesome reminder, a chunk of what was claimed to be his brother's heart, Da Flamingo refused to yield. He clung to life with a tenacity that defied all reason, driven by the belief that his brother would come for him. Starved and tormented daily, Da Flamingo's resilience was nothing short of miraculous. While any normal person would have succumbed to despair within the first week, Da Flamingo remained steadfast. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, yet the flicker of life in his eyes never wavered, a testament to his unyielding willpower. As the days dragged on and Da Flamingo's suffering continued unabated, whispers of his resilience and defiance spread throughout the holy land of Mary Geos. Despite his broken state, there was a strange aura of strength that seemed to emanate from him, a silent defiance that captured the attention of all who passed by. Those who witnessed his ordeal couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and horror at his unwavering determination. Some whispered that he was possessed by a devil spirit, while others believed he was simply mad. Yet, regardless of the speculation, none could deny the sheer willpower that kept him clinging to life. Meanwhile, within the confines of his own mind, Da Flamingo fought a battle of his own. Memories of his past, both triumphant and tragic, flooded his thoughts, providing him with moments of solace amidst the torment. He recalled his rise to power, the glory of his reign as a budding rookie in the New World, and the fierce loyalty of his subordinates. But alongside these memories lurked darker shadows, the betrayal of his family, the loss of his freedom, and the relentless pursuit of vengeance. With each passing moment, Daffy's conqueror hockey was being tempered without his own knowledge, and even his flames were undergoing a transformation. Yet, amidst the chaos of his mind, one thought burned brighter than all the rest, the promise he had made to his younger brother, Ross. Da Flamingo's unwavering belief that Ross would come for him was the only thing that kept him going, a beacon of hope in the darkness of his despair. And so, day after day, Da Flamingo endured. His body weakened, his spirit battered, but his resolve never faltered. He knew it in his gut that as long as he held on, there was still a chance for redemption, for himself, for his brother, and for the legacy of the Don Quixote family. And so, With each passing moment, he clung to life with all the strength he could muster, determined to survive against all odds. Just as Daffy was still holding on, he could faintly hear footsteps approaching him. Due to his weakened state, even his senses were failing him, but he was sure that it was one of those bastards who came to torment him every single day. Doflamingo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of defiance, despite his weakened state. Ha! If it isn't the brat who tried to defy and tarnish the name of the Don Quixote family, you sure are pathetic. Look at you now. At least if you had become a slave, you might not have suffered so, sneered an elderly man from the Don Quixote family. He was the same man who had tried to auction Daffy and Ross, and he had always held a grudge against the two kids escaping his grasp back then. Internally, he felt a sense of bliss looking at the tattered form of Daffy, an almost withered mess of a heart that lay beneath the crucifix, which had already turned to dust. As the elderly man's cruel words echoed through the square, a sense of vindictive satisfaction washed over him. For years, he had harbored resentment towards Doflamingo and his younger brother, Ross, for tarnishing his name due to the failed auction and escaping his grasp. Now, seeing Doflamingo reduced to such a pitiful state, he relished the opportunity to revel in his torment. "You thought you were above us all, didn't you?" The man taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. "You thought you could defy us forever with that stupid stunt you pulled last time, but look at you now, broken, defeated, and utterly worthless." The last time, the two kids were let go for some odd reason, and it was an order from the elders, so no one could defy it back then. Daffy remained calm despite his weakened state and the monk's repeated mockery. "You may gloat now, but my time will come," he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "My brother will come for me, and when he does, you will all pay for your insolence." The elderly man laughed, a cruel sound that echoed through the square. "Your brother? Huh, he's probably dead by now, just like you soon will be. No one is coming to save you, brat. You are alone, and you will die alone." But even as the man spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He had heard confirmation of Ross's supposed demise, but something about the conviction in Doflamingo's voice gave him pause. Could it be possible that the other kid was still alive and that he would indeed come to rescue his brother? Shaking off the thought, the man turned away from Doflamingo's broken form, his heart hardened with resentment and bitterness. He had waited too long for this moment of triumph to let doubts cloud his mind now. Meanwhile, Doflamingo clung to the faint hope that Ross would come for him, his spirit unbroken despite the cruelty of his captors. For as long as he drew breath, he would hold on to the belief that his brother would save him from this living nightmare, no matter the odds stacked against them. The old man gestured for his guard to pass the spear, and the soldier quickly obliged. This had become routine after the second month, as the regular tormentors lost interest. However, other celestial dragons, who had taken this as a sport, would come to torment Doflamingo regularly. Now, there was even an ongoing bet amongst the celestial dragons about how long Doflamingo would last. The old man's sinister grin widened as he drove the spear deep into Doflamingo's shoulder, relishing the sight of his victim's stoic endurance. But Doflamingo refused to give him the satisfaction of a reaction, gritting his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body. With a cruel chuckle, the old man withdrew the spear and held it aloft, the moonlight glinting off its polished surface. "You're nothing but a pathetic worm, little brat," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "A mere shadow of a true descendant of gods. Do you honestly believe anyone would shed a tear for you if I ended your miserable existence right here and now?" Doflamingo's eyes narrowed with defiant resolve, his gaze unwavering despite the agony radiating from his wounded shoulder. The old man's laughter echoed through the square, a hollow sound filled with malice and derision. "Your delusions of grandeur will be your downfall, Doflamingo," he spat, his grip tightening on the spear as he aimed for Doflamingo's heart. "But fear not. I will put an end to your suffering once and for all." With a savage thrust, the old man lunged forward, the spear aimed directly at Doflamingo's chest. But even as the metal tip closed in on its target, Doflamingo's eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, his spirit unbroken despite the grim Reaper's calling. Just as the spear was about to pierce Doflamingo's heart, a flash of black lightning flickered, leaving everyone bewildered. Even the soldiers and government agents surrounding the old man from the Don Quixote family had no idea what had just occurred. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground drew everyone's attention. However, Doflamingo, who was about to face death, held a wide smirk on his face. Suddenly, the sea stone shackles that bound Daffy hit the ground, all within a split second, leaving the soldiers with no time to react. "You made me wait, little brother." Despite his pathetic condition, Doflamingo's majestic aura soared into the sky. Within the next few moments, I moved with unparalleled speed, cutting down all the soldiers surrounding the scene, leaving only the celestial dragon alive. My eyes filled with rage as I understood my brother's condition. He was a mere husk, his life clinging to him only through sheer will. With a single glance, I saw more than 100 wounds on his body, each more severe than the last. He was firmly locked onto the crucifix with sea stone shackles and chains to ensure he couldn't use his Logia powers. Anger clouded my mind entirely, and I wanted nothing more than to burn down the entire Holy Land and kill them all. With a quick slash, clad with armament hockey, I severed the remaining chains that bound Doflamingo and caught his frail body before it hit the ground. The old-world noble was already planted on his arse, frozen by sheer terror. One moment, he was about to claim his prize, but the next instant, he was at the mercy of the two youths he had wanted to kill. Now, Daffy's earlier words resonated in his ears again. "Help me up, little brother," Daffy commanded, and I assisted him, knowing his frail body wouldn't support him. However, he pushed my hand aside after I helped him up, and took a shaky step towards the now-down celestial dragon, who was shivering in sheer terror. "I told you earlier, didn't I, that you would pay for your insolence?" Even I didn't think that retribution would be so swift. Daffy chuckled as he extended his arms towards the celestial dragon. You little bastard. What are you trying to do? Get away from me, you dog. I will have you butchered," the old man shouted. Meanwhile, I was already cutting down the soldiers who were in the square, rushing in to save the Tenryubito. "Revenge tastes so sweet," Daffy laughed maniacally. Despite the struggle of the old man, Daffy caught him by the neck. With the sea stone shackles no longer restricting him, Daffy unleashed his flame powers, starting to burn the old man alive. He took it slow, cherishing every second of the blood-curdling screams from the celestial dragon as he was being roasted alive. Just a minute in, all that was left was a burned husk completely charred. Daffy was completely exhausted, and he staggered and fell to the ground, not being able to hold himself upright. As I cut down the last soldier in the square, I realized that the commotion hadn't gone unnoticed. My observation hockey detected multiple presences from various parts of Mary Geo's stirring, especially at the core of the Pangea castle. My hockey picked up some monstrous presences that I had no chance of fighting with my current strength. The sheer number of admiral-level strengths and above within the Holy Land made me realize how naive I had been before. Just as I was contemplating whether I should clash with them, my mind was clouded with anger. But then Doflamingo's hoarse voice cut through like a voice of reason as he tried to gesture me from the ground with his now bony, feeble hands. Instinctively, I flickered next to my brother and helped him up. "Not yet, little brother, not yet. The gap between us is too large. We stand no chance, even with your current strength. Let's fall back for now. I'm sure the head of this single dog would suffice for now," Doflamingo said, bending down with my support to rip out the charred head of the old man from the Don Quixote family. Although I was raging on the inside, I knew that my first priority was my brother, and I couldn't risk doing anything foolish with so many powerhouses around. I had absolute superiority when it came to speed, so I decided to retreat first alongside Daffy. Crimson Serpent. Just as I was ready to retreat with my brother, I detected a blood serpent flying towards me, and I knew exactly who it was. I pulled out Kitetsu with one smooth motion and sent out a flying slash of my own. Thunder Serpent. Aganya, who was rushing forward with ferocity, completely paused as a massive black lightning serpent, comparable to her own attack, manifested. Two serpents, one crimson and the other black, clashed midair, each trying to gain dominance over the other. I knew I had yet to reach Aganya's standard, but I was not completely helpless like last time. However, I did not want to be entangled in a fight with the peak admiral-level powerhouse right in the midst of the Holy Land. Even as we clashed, I detected more and more strong presences approaching the central square. With one last defiant look in Aganya's direction, I flickered away from the Holy Land while carrying Daffy in my arms, who had already fainted. As I retreated away from the Holy Land, the entire place stirred as they realized a celestial dragon had just been killed. They mobilized in force, trying to capture me, but I had left a large gift for them. Just as they were about to depart, a massive thundercloud that had been floating in the night sky, which I had charged to the extreme, rained down on the red port. Massive lightning pillars descended like ferocious dragons, tearing through the side of the red line. I was sure that if I had directed such a massive attack towards the Holy Land itself, it would have been completely stopped. My lightning attack rampaged through the entirety of Redport, devastating it almost completely. The one advantage I had was my speed. Even if there were devil fruits that granted flying abilities, they were really rare, and the movement of lightning was not something most users could catch up to. Maybe only Borsellino and a few users who could directly increase their speed with their fruit powers could possibly outmatch me when it came to speed. Aganya, who stood at the top of the red line, watched the havoc the black pillars of lightning were causing on the red port below. My lightning tore through the lifts and ships that lay anchored. Even the ships patrolling nearby were not spared. She immediately formed wings made out of blood and flew into the air to clash with the thunderstorm head-on. Crimson World! Aganya's voice bellowed through the skies as massive pillars of blood rose, clashing with the lightning that descended. But by the time she reacted, I was already far on the horizon, moving toward a small island a few hundred miles away, where the caravel was anchored. The entire Mary Geos descended into chaos as news of a celestial dragon being killed right in the heart of their power spread like wildfire. Aganya was immediately summoned back by the elders before she could pursue the one responsible for the chaos. The damage to Redport was inconsequential, but killing a celestial dragon at the heart of the Holy Land was a direct challenge to their authority. Aganya, are you absolutely sure it's the Lightning Logia and that the kid from the Don Quixote family was the user? Elder Ethan Barron questioned her, with a slight worry etched on his face. Currently, Aganya stood in front of the elders with her head held low. She gave a sharp nod to confirm the elders' words. Originally, she was the one who had confirmed that Don Quixote Rosinante had perished and had submitted half a heart to them in this same office. But now she stood before them, stating that the kid was very much alive and had managed to rescue his elder brother. To add insult to injury, Aganya had just confirmed that the kid had become the user of the legendary Lightning Logia, a fruit that they had been seeking for centuries. There were a few fruits that the world government did not want to fall into the hands of others, and the Lightning Logia was among the top, on par with the Goma Goma no Mi and the Op Op no Mi. Aganya, how dare you lie to us? Elder Warcury roared as he bashed his fist down on the table. Although Aganya was a prospective god's knight, her status was still lower than that of the elders. You confirmed that the kid was killed back in Marineford, and now you say he came back, and on top of that, he is the Lightning Logia user. How much more useless can you become? Elder Jew Peter added sarcastically. The news of Rosinante being the Lightning Logia user gave them a big headache. The elder brother was a Flame Logia user, and the younger one was a Lightning Logia, and he was personally trained by Garp. Now that they were out in the world, they did not know what kind of drastic action those kids would take. If the kids chose to spread the secrets of the world nobles, then the entire world would descend into chaos. There is no use crying over spilled milk. We need to think about countermeasures. Now that we are in open hostilities, I don't think they would look for a compromise. We will have to silence them somehow, Elder Nustro commented. But he did not hold any hope regarding the matter. If those kids chose to run, especially the younger one, What could they possibly do? They never expected such a twist. Maybe they should have tried nurturing the younger kid like they originally intended. Even the elders were currently in a dilemma. However, the main blame was now all shouldered by Aganya herself. Let me pursue them, Aganya started, wanting to take on the responsibility of capturing the Don Quixote brothers herself. However, she was quickly interjected by the elder. Enough! Aganya, you have already done enough damage. You should just get back to Marineford and reflect on your mistakes. If we knew you would mess up, we would have just sent someone from the Aegis, Elder Mars remarked. Although he knew it was entirely her fault for not confirming the kill, and talking about it wasn't going to change anything, he couldn't help but berate her harshly, although she might become one of the future powerhouse of the world nobles. That did not mean that even in the future her status would equal to theirs. She will just remain a part of the inner circle beneath them. Anyone in Mary Geos who was privileged to know about Imu-sama formed the true circle of elites. Well, we must be more worried about how Imu-sama is going to react about this. We lost a member from the Don Quixote family right in the heart of the Holy Land. Imu-sama must already know about the event because of all that commotion that kid caused down at Redport. Elder J. Garcia, who had remained quite quiet all this while, commented, "We should have just killed off that Don Quixote kid instead of stringing him up for all these months." Aganya sighed in frustration, but then she realized she had blurted it out foolishly, as all the elders were staring at her, as if she were a fool. "When was it your turn to speak, Aganya? Are you questioning our decision to let that brat suffer?" "No, it was your incompetence that led to this folly, and we need to sort this mess you created ourselves," Elder Nustro commented while squarely placing all the blame on Aganya's shoulders. He knew moping about the things that happened was not going to help, and now they needed to do damage control. According to the elders, if Aganya had killed Rosinante back in Marineford, then all this would not have happened. So all things happened because Aganya was incompetent, as she couldn't even handle killing a mere brat. Aganya felt bitter at the way how these old relics were treating her. She was destined for greatness, but these elders were now pinning all the blame on her. She clenched her fist in frustration. But she knew that with her status in the Holy Land, she couldn't do much about it. "Is there any way we can have a compromise with those brats?" Elder Mars questioned, wanting to find a quick fix to the situation. Elder J. Garcia, who was holding a teacup in his hand and had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, extended his arm outward and dropped the porcelain cup, which shattered upon impact with the floor, attracting the attention of everyone in the room toward him. "There is your compromise," he said, gesturing toward the broken teacup. "We saw to that when we decided to deal with those kids and almost succeeded in killing them both." Elder J. Garcia tapped his staff hard on the floor and spoke solemnly. "We will have an easier time drinking from that cup than trying to find a compromise with those kids. And the worst part is we don't even know where they are or what they are planning to do next. Let's mobilize the Cipher Pole Aegis to find those brats rather than handing the matter over to incompetent fools. Maybe we will be lucky, and the kids might decide to hide forever from us," Elder Jew Peter commented, to which Aganya scoffed, and the elder eyed her with a glare. "No, I don't think those brats will forget it. They even challenged us when they were merely kids, but now they have been baptized by death. They will become dangerous. They will retaliate when they think they are strong enough. Mobilize the Marines as well," Elder J. Garcia commented, and looked to Aganya, wanting her to take care of things on the Marines' end, to which she nodded. "Let's release a wanted bounty order. Maybe a high enough bounty might encourage other parties, especially pirates, to take out those brats. After all, they have killed a world noble. We cannot let this matter slip," Elder Ethabaron commented, adding his idea. The discussion among the elders carried on into the night as they started making various plans for the potential backlash that they expected to come. Their biggest disadvantage was that the kids seemed to know most of the secrets the world government was hiding, so they needed to handle this matter delicately. Even when they were mere kids, it had taken years of planning to finally corner those brats completely, but fate seemed to play in their favor. So for now, they had to tread carefully. 2 days passed quickly, and the world government had launched all countermeasures. It had mobilized the Cipher Pole government agents, the Marines, and even the underworld, which was looking for the Don Quixote brothers. It was as if the entire world was searching for these two, and the main reason for such a rush was the new bounty posters that were released. Don Quixote da Flamingo, dead or alive, 542,900,000 belly. Don Quixote Rosinante, dead or alive, 500,100,000 belly. The elders had completely suppressed the news of the world noble's death because only recently did a world noble die in Sabaody Archipelago, and now a world noble was killed in the heart of Mary Geos. This was simply a slap on the face. However, if they had known that Ross was involved in the first kill as well, then his bounty would have shot up even further. This was the first time such unprecedented bounties were released. Doflamingo's bounty saw an abrupt increase of close to 300 million belly, and Ross's first bounty directly started at 500 million belly. Both the brothers being feared Logia-type users accounted for their notoriety, but the true reason was because they were involved in the death of a celestial dragon. Even the Marines were shaken by such high bounties that was directly released by the world government. But despite the shocking bounties, no one knew exactly what prompted the world government to release such bounties for the two youths whose family had been completely destroyed just a few months ago. Somewhere out in the new world, Garp was now laughing heartily as he held a bounty poster in his hand. This was the latest bounty poster urgently released under pressure from the world government. It was the bounty poster of his protege, whom he believed had been dead for almost 3 months now. Although he had held on a hope every passing day, it had faded. Now he couldn't contain his joy at seeing Ross's bounty poster. Even the pirates who were shackled on Garp's ship did not utter a word, so as not to disturb the marine hero from his moment of joy. On another island in the New World, a young swordsman stood like a lone dragon amongst the bodies of hundreds of marines littered around him. The young man had a sharp gaze that could send shivers down his enemy's spines. But now, the same man had a blossoming smile on his face as he held a bloodied bounty poster in his hand. So I was right. The one I chose as my blood brother would not succumb to fate so easily. I hope we will get to meet each other soon enough, Ross, my hawk remarked. He then suddenly sent out a flying slash by swinging his sword gracefully, which completely severed the massive marine ship that lay anchored on the shore into 2 halves. Recently, marine pursuits had been increasing, but he reveled in killing these marines. He never once doubted Ross's ability to survive. Someone who could defeat him would not die so easily. Originally, he still had a small conflicting emotion that Ross was a marine, but now he held a bounty poster, which meant that his blood brother was similar to him, a man hunted by the world. Within Marineford, inside Zephyr's house, Virgo was holding 2 new bounty posters that portrayed the new bounties of his young masters. He couldn't help but shed a silent tear. Just then, a small kid tackled Virgo from behind. "Brother Virgo, come, let's have lunch." "Mother has made steak for lunch," the kid chimed. It was none other than Zephyr's son. Although sometimes Virgo felt annoyed because of the child's overenthusiasm, today he could cut him some slack. Today it was a joyous occasion. How about we go get some ice cream after lunch?" Virgo added. He had been holding on to too much sadness these 3 months. Maybe relaxing for today might be a good thing, he thought to himself, and he picked up the kid, moving towards the dining room. Almost a month later, somewhere in the calm belt between North Blue and the New World, there lay a primal island filled with prehistoric life forms. Lush greenery covered the landscape, towering trees with thick foliage, vibrant flowers, and winding rivers. Strange and exotic creatures roamed freely, from towering dinosaurs to colorful birds and elusive beasts lurking in the shadows. Within a hidden cove, a small caravel lay anchored, nestled among the rocky cliffs and dense vegetation. The island exuded an air of mystery, untouched by modern civilization and shrouded in the secrets of its ancient past. A young teen who had captured the world's attention was now on this island, dragging a massive sea king towards the interior of the island, where the current Don Quixote family resided. After moving in for another 10 minutes, I approached a clearing where a cooking fire was prepared, upon which lay a massive sea king, almost completely devoured by the occupants surrounding the fire. It had been almost a month since I had rescued Daffy from the clutches of those bastards in Marigios. He stayed unconscious for the first week, but then his drive and will to survive brought him back. Since then, he has been trying to regain his strength. Isho's presence had been a miracle because, despite being blind, the man had decent knowledge of medicine. I had originally feared that I might have to resort to some dangerous tactics to get proper medical attention for Daffy, but Isho seemed to work his charm and was able to revive my brother. Even Giala had recovered enough to move around on her own, but she had taken quite the beating while trying to save the kids, so she had to take it slow for now as her physique was not as robust as Daffy's, so she will be mostly resting for a month or two. Daffy currently sported hundreds of gruesome scars on his body, a testament to the torture he had withstood during his capture. "Quick, little brother, set up the Sea King's carcass over the flames. Let me grill it," Daffy said, already having gained some weight, but still needing to completely recover. He had begun to understand Sai Kickin, life return, from the information I had shared, and with much intervention, Daffy was on his way to mastering the technique completely. With the massive amounts of Sea King meat that I continuously brought in, none of us would have to worry about food nor their recovery. Our family had completely isolated itself from the world. I did not want to take any chances. Although I could run away carrying Daffy, I couldn't leave behind the rest of the family. So, isolation for the time being was the best choice until we could grow a bit stronger and the seas became more chaotic. For my estimate, there was still a year's time until Roger surrendered to the Marines, and I needed to help my family grow strong within this year, especially Daffy and Isho. Even I had to hone my skills so that I could comfortably challenge Admiral-level powerhouses. My current power level had just breached the initial stages of Admiral level. Daffy's biggest drawback all these years was a lack of a proper instructor. While I studied under Garp, my brother had to rely on the snippets of information that I'd sent him over the years. According to Daffy's explanation, he had just about mid-level proficiency when it came to armament hockey, and his observation hockey was about the same. The only praiseworthy thing was Daffy's uncanny harmony with his devil fruit powers. Despite only having the flame fruit for a few years, his mastery over the flame powers seemed pretty good. As I set up the new Sea King while discarding the old bones, Daffy manipulated his flames to grill the food. The tantalizing aroma of the food attracted quite a few wildlife, but the true powerhouses of this island remained in the core. I was currently using these small animals, which towered over 10 meters, to train and temper Lucci and Gladius. As Isho kept a watchful eye on Lucci and Gladius during their training against the island's monsters, it was just Daffy and me by the fire. Despite Daffy's attempts to conceal it, I could sense that my brother was struggling internally, his emotions in disarray. He had yet to open up about what had transpired in the new world before his capture. Unexpectedly, Daffy broke the silence with a question that caught me off guard. "Why did you choose to follow me, little brother?" His gaze was fixed on the dancing flames, and his thoughts were clouded with doubt and remorse. After the loss of our mother, Daffy had only come to accept Treble and the others as family, and their fate must have weighed heavily on him. "I know how the world sees me now, especially after the last 3 months," Daffy continued, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "I used to believe I still held the privilege of a dragon, but I've come to realize how naive I've been. You could have left me for dead and started a new life of your own. Why did you come for me, brother? Do I need a reason, Daffy? You're my brother, and that's all that matters," I replied, feeling a surge of emotion. "Tell me, would you have come for me if you knew I was the one captured?" Without hesitation, Daffy nodded, acknowledging that he would have done everything in his power to save me if our roles were reversed. As the crackling flames cast flickering shadows across Daffy's face, I could see the turmoil raging within him. His eyes, usually gleaming with confidence and defiance, now held a hint of vulnerability, a rawness that cut through the facade he so often wore. It was as if the firelight had illuminated the truth he had long tried to bury beneath layers of bravado. "Daffy," I began softly, reaching out to him, "the world's perception of us doesn't define who we are. Yes, the last 3 months have been brutal, revealing the harsh reality of how we're viewed by those who hold power. But you're more than just a pawn in their game, more than the sum of their judgments. So what if they laugh at us now? We will ultimately have the last laugh. Remember, brother, maybe you might think that it is our own choice if we want to give up, but that is no longer an option for the both of us. It's not just about us anymore. It's the dream of everyone who sacrificed their lives to bring us here. We need to at least achieve our goals for their sake, and if that means burning the world in its wake, then so be it. So what if people call us evil or villains? Who isn't a villain, brother? Everyone is a villain in someone's story, I remarked while tearing a chunk of meat from the grilled sea king. For a moment, there was silence between us, broken only by the sound of the flames devouring the wood. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, Daffy turned to meet my gaze. In his eyes, I saw a glimmer of hope, a spark of determination that had been overshadowed by doubt. With my voice, I could feel that the conqueror's hockey of my brother, which seemed to crack under doubt, blazed again. It roared like the all-consuming flame. "Thank you, little brother," Daffy whispered, his voice thick with emotion, "for reminding me of who I am and of who we are." Then he started laughing while looking at the sky like a maniac, as if the final shackle that held him back was finally released, his conqueror's hockey sword. And even I felt a bit of a pressure from my brother's haushiku, but I composed myself. Meanwhile, Isho, who was helping the kids train, also felt the pressure soaring through the island. "There's another little monster. Sigh, what have I got myself into?" he chuckled. He had already made peace with how he ended up with a family that stood exact opposite to his morals, but then he realized that fate must have some grand plan to make him follow this family. And as he had already made his decision despite Ross giving him a way out, and as a man who believed in fate, he would remain loyal to the end. The next morning, we were already immersed in our new training session. Isho-san is going to play a very important part in our upcoming training, I explained. "Ross-kun, are you sure? Don't you think this is going a bit overboard?" Isho couldn't help but ask. Standing before him was Daffy, wrapped in sea stone chains that I'd taken away while I had rescued Daffy. Sea stone was a rare resource, so even back then I chose to take it back with me, so that it could help us develop resistance. And this was the chain used to restrain Daffy in Mary Geos, so the purity of the sea stone was pretty high. Daffy was completely pale now, influenced by the sea stone. He had an ugly expression when I told him that he looked like a sick flamingo. Barely able to keep himself up because of the sea stone, Daffy nodded as Isho used his gravity powers on him. As Isho exerted his gravity powers, Daffy's already weakened state became even more pronounced. His knees buckled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled against the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Despite his efforts, Daffy couldn't maintain his composure, his breathing becoming labored as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Gladius and Lucci stood by the side, observing the intense training with a mixture of awe and apprehension. When I invited them to join, Gladius quickly shook his head, preferring to remain on the sidelines. However, Lucci's determination shone through as he stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. As Lucci approached, Isho moved to decided to reduce the gravity pressure, but I intervened, allowing the full force of the pressure to bear down on the young boy as well. With a determined expression, Lucci pressed his hands against the ground, his body straining against the oppressive force. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Lucci refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he pushed against the ground with all his strength, each tiny movement a testament to his unwavering determination. His muscles trembled with exertion, but he remained steadfast in his resolve to overcome the challenge before him. Watching Lucci's perseverance, I couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Despite the immense difficulty of the task, he refused to back down, demonstrating a resilience far beyond his years. With each struggle, he grew stronger, his spirit unyielding. "Determination like that is rare, Lucci," I remarked, offering him words of encouragement. "Keep pushing, and you'll achieve greatness." Turning to my brother, who was already groaning under the influence of the sea stone and gravity, I said, "Daffy, even little Lucci is standing strong. Don't tell me you're going to admit defeat in front of a kid." Invoke your flame powers. Let me see how far you've come in all these years. My tone carried a mocking edge, knowing well that Daffy disliked comparisons and had pride. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright once more. You moron, can't you see I'm wrapped in sea stone? Do you think everyone is an idiot like you? How am I supposed to use my flame powers while being influenced by the sea stone? Daffy managed to yell despite the discomfort. And who told you that one cannot use their fruit powers under the influence of sea stone? It just means no one dared to explore such a possibility. It just means no one has found a way. But we wouldn't know until we tried. So stop complaining and invoke your flame powers, Daffy, I retorted. I already knew what I was asking of Daffy might not even be possible. Even with my twisted soul, I was influenced by the sea stone to a certain extent, but I was pushing Daffy to achieve something unprecedented. I had two vague possible theories that might help someone achieve this feat of developing resistance to the sea stone to an unprecedented level. But in this mysterious world, where ones could achieve anything, even my theory might be a possibility. The first theory that I had in mind was absolute mastery of hockey, which seemed simple yet mysterious. If it can manifest itself into tangible forces, then there should be a way to hone hockey to a level where it can help a devil fruit user ignore the weakness. However, this was too monumental a task, as never before such a feat was recorded in the long history. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard in his prime was not completely immune to the sea. Despite being called the strongest man in the world, he was a landlubber, and his hockey must have been top-notch. So the hockey mastery required to achieve immunity must be way beyond the level that was achieved by these monsters. The second theory was even more exaggerated, and it involved gaining absolute control of the devil fruit itself. I believe there was a stage beyond awakening, and when a devil fruit user reaches such mastery, it might help mitigate the weakness inherent to the devil fruits. No one exactly knows where exactly these devil fruits come from, and this was a mystery yet to be answered. My enhanced resistance towards sea stone was an anomaly, and by my estimate, it could be explained because of me having two souls. So according to my second theory, this meant that there hasn't been anyone in this world since the advent of the devil fruits who has truly mastered their devil fruits beyond the stage of awakening. Maybe those who ruled the world might have reached that stage with them being immortal and all. Now I realized why mythical Zoans were so favored, even above Logia. Consuming the mythical Zoan alters one's physique to an inhuman level. Maybe it might even give them a certain degree of leeway under the influence of the sea, even without mastery. With that in mind, I turned back to teasing my brother, attempting to channel his anger to invoke his devil fruit powers. Dear readers and fans, I want to extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support on this exhilarating journey of storytelling. Your enthusiasm fuels my passion for crafting immersive worlds and unforgettable characters. For those eager to dive into the next chapters of our One Piece saga before anyone else, I invite you to join me on Patreon. By becoming a patron, you'll not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters, but also play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our narratives and much more. Thank you for understanding and for being a part of this fanfiction adventure. Join me on Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/silent_steely. In the cozy home nestled on the outskirts of Batarilla Island in South Blue, Roger, the legendary pirate king, lived a life of domestic bliss with his beloved wife, Portgas Rouge. To the outside world, they were just an ordinary couple, their true identities hidden beneath the facade of a simple, happy life. On this particular morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the quaint kitchen where Roger was attempting to prepare breakfast. With a comically oversized apron tied around his waist and a determined expression on his face, he set about his task with gusto. "Roger, I told you not to play with the knives like that," Rouge scolded gently, entering the kitchen with a smile as she observed her husband's antics. Roger sheepishly put down the knife he had been wielding like a pirate's sword and grinned sheepishly at his wife. "Sorry, Rouge. I'm just trying to add a bit of excitement to our morning routine. Rouge rolled her eyes affectionately, shaking her head at her husband's antics. You never cease to amaze me, Roger. As Roger continued his culinary escapades, he couldn't resist the urge to add his own flair to the proceedings. With a flourish, he attempted to flip a pancake in the air, only to send it soaring across the kitchen, much to Rouge's amusement. Roger, honestly, sometimes I wonder how you manage to survive this long. Rouge chuckled, stepping in to rescue the runaway pancake before it hit the floor. Undeterred by his culinary mishaps, Roger flashed a grin at his wife. It's all part of my charm, ha. Even though Roger was playful, his love for Rouge was clear in everything he did. Whether he was chopping vegetables awkwardly or trying to play a tune on a frying pan, his affection for her was obvious. As they sat down to enjoy their breakfast together, Roger couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over him. In Rouge's presence, he found solace, companionship, and a love that transcended the trials and tribulations of the past. Outside their humble abode, the townsfolk of Batarilla went about their daily lives, unaware of the true identities of the couple within. To them, Roger and Rouge were simply another pair of neighbors, living out their days in peaceful anonymity. But for Roger and Rouge, their home was a sanctuary, a place where they could be themselves without the weight of the Pirate King's legendary reputation bearing down upon them. In each other's company, they found laughter, joy, and a love that knew no bounds. Just then, a shady figure who had been watching Roger's house hurriedly moved away, sweat beading on his forehead at the startling discovery. Hidden within this peaceful town was the legendary Pirate King, who lived a humble life after causing chaos across the world. As a cipher pole agent, he had initially come to this island following a minor character, but what he found here shook him to the core. He needed to inform his superiors immediately. Capturing Roger would be a monumental achievement, especially now that his crew wasn't around him. Finding a secluded spot, he took out a transponder snail to contact his superiors. But before he could initiate the conversation, a hand emerged from the darkness, gripping his face and pinning him to the wall. The transponder snail fell to the ground, crushed underfoot by his assailant. Why do you have to disturb my peaceful life? I've already quit my pirate ways. Let me spend my final days in peace. Roger spoke softly, yet his voice carried absolute authority. The CP agent whimpered and struggled, but Roger's grip was unyielding, leaving him no room for escape. Before the agent could plead for mercy, Roger clenched his palm, crushing the agent's skull like a melon. In a secluded clearing on a certain island within the Calm Belt, two brothers engaged in an intense training session. Though it was meant to be a mere spar, I refused to hold back. Flame Emperor, Daffy conjured a dazzling array of flames, attempting to engulf the entire training area with me in it. Isho and the others watched from a safe distance, with Giala observing the spectacle. Using Shave, I flickered behind Daffy. With my observation hockey, his movements seemed sluggish, and I refrained from relying on my future sight to make it fair. Thunder Blitz. My arm transformed into a thick lightning pillar and crashed into Daffy's back. He reacted just in the nick of time, entering his elemental state. However, I had used Hockey's armament emission in tandem with my lightning-clad punch. Daffy dematerialized and reappeared a dozen meters away, spitting out blood as my attack connected. His armament Hockey hadn't yet reached my standards, so he took the brunt of the damage despite his reaction in time. Tui, you surely aren't holding back, little brother. Are you planning to kill me, or something? Daffy chuckled, wiping blood stains from his mouth. He had been recovering splendidly over the past week due to the continuous intake of Sea King meat and Isho's intense gravity training. Isho was truly a blessing for our family. His fruit power became the perfect tool for our training. Don't whine, Daffy. I'm not even using the full extent of my powers. As you are now, you might not even survive a couple of hits from an Admiral-level powerhouse. We only have a year to train in peace. Then we'll have to assert our dominance in the new world as the whole world descends into chaos. I admonished my brother, who laughed despite getting beaten up. He had become much more unpredictable after his recent transformation. Little brother, you're too impatient. If what you say is true, once the world boils over, those old guys up in the Holy Land won't have time to take care of us. We can grow peacefully, and I won't repeat the same mistakes. Daffy countered, lunging forward with majestic flame destroyer, trying to catch me off guard. But with a snap of my fingers, I whispered, "Lightning dragon." A large black dragon, made of lightning, descended from the midday sky, targeting Daffy as he rushed toward me. His observation haki picked up on the threat, and he redirected his attack toward the sky to intercept the lightning dragon. Under Daffy's manipulation, the torrent of flames shifted and roared, taking the form of a massive phoenix, surging forth to clash with the descending lightning. Despite his efforts, the lightning tore through the phoenix, although the lightnings might have diminished significantly, making it easy for Daffy to dodge. Daffy propelled himself through the dangerous lightning field created by the dragon, rushing toward me. Overheat, he fired a long, flaming whip, easily severing through the surrounding trees in its path. However, I was too fast for Daffy to catch. I simply entered my elemental state, letting the flame whip pass harmlessly through me. Annoyance flashed across Daffy's face, and he chose to release his Haoshiku to confront me. Red lightning danced through the area. With a smirk, I taunted my brother. "Daffy, are you sure about using Haoshiku? Don't come crying to me later." I released my own Conqueror's haki to clash with Daffy's. Mine was clearly superior, as black and gold lightning danced around me, honed in environments akin to those where Roger and Garp had unleashed all their might. In comparison, Daffy's current Haoshiku was, let's say, childish. Seeing my playful smirk, Daffy grew more incensed and prepared to counter. But I quickly clad my arm with armament haki and caught the flame whip, pulling Daffy toward me. Meanwhile, I coated my other arm with lightning. Daffy was completely caught off guard as I lifted him off the ground. With a resounding boom, my punch connected with Daffy's gut. The shockwave generated course through the battlefield, and Daffy, taking the brunt of the hit, flew through the air like a broken kite, crashing into the forest behind him. Multiple trees snapped like twigs in his path, and Daffy's gut area was now charred black from the lightning, his flesh seared due to the high temperature. Cough! Cough! Daffy lay sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in pain as he greedily gulped down air, his chest heaving up and down. He groggily sat up amidst the debris, letting out another anguished cry as his fingers traced over the charred area of his stomach. "It's official, little brother. I freaking hate you." Daffy's comment was part mockery, part rage, his teeth gritted in agony from the inflicted damage. I transformed myself into lightning and materialized next to him, offering my arm for support, which he took with another muffled scream as he struggled to his feet. "Tell me true, Ross. What kind of maniacal training did you go through during your time in the Marines?" Despite being proud of his brother's strength, Daffy couldn't shake the guilt that his little sibling had endured so much to achieve their goals. He glanced at the scars on my throat and chest, bitterness welling within him. Unlike me, Daffy's body was littered with scars, but he paid them no mind. "We gotta do something, little brother. Although we don't have the strength to face them directly, I want to hit those bastards where it hurts, or at least cause them quite the headache," Daffy commented, his rage still burning bright, even after emerging from the shadows of the Holy Land event. I pondered for a moment and realized that my brother was right. Our actions hadn't inconvenienced the world government in the slightest. As I dug through my memory, a plan began to form. "Tell me, Daffy, what do you know of the Poneglyphs?" I smirked, knowing this might be our key to power in the future. I explained the significance of the Poneglyphs to Daffy, his laughter growing more sinister as the plan unfolded. "That's a good one, brother. So when do we leave?" Daffy was eager to depart immediately to carry out the plan, but caution urged restraint. If my estimate was correct, the whole world would be hunting for us. To execute our plans successfully, we needed to tread carefully. Our first destination was Fishman Island, but timing was crucial. I had no idea when the road poneglyph on Fishman Island was moved or by whom. According to canon, when Roger was on the hunt for the road poneglyph, it was still there. Based on estimates, It was only taken away after the start of the Great Pirate Age. That gave us approximately a year to lay our hands on one of the 4 road poneglyphs. Every decision we made from here on out would shape our destiny and the fate of the world. Where are we leaving? Gladius, walking alongside us with Lucci supporting Giala, asked curiously. They had been away from civilization for over a month, so the prospect of leaving the island intrigued little Gladius. Daffy-kun, I don't think it's advisable for us to leave in such a condition. Isho chimed in, sharing his input. You have yet to recover completely, and if I'm not wrong, after what Roscoe did at Mary Geos, the entire world will be hunting for the 2 of you. If it's something I can accomplish, I can do it. No one even knows that I am part of the family. If the 2 of you were to venture out currently, I'm sure, no matter how careful you are, it will attract attention. Daffy considered Isho's words. Originally, he didn't like the idea of someone like Isho with a righteous character joining their family, especially at its core. But considering Ross was the one to bring him in, he decided to cut his brother some slack this time around. What Isho says has some merit to it. I will need some more time to recover completely, and, as we are now, throwing ourselves as bait doesn't sound like a sound plan. What do you think, little brother? Daffy turned to question me. I was already contemplating the feasibility of the plan. For me, we just had to whisk away the road poneglyph without catching anyone's attention. With the recent tide of pirates, Fishman Island should be chaotic. If Isho could employ a few fishmen from the lawless area to help move the poneglyph, then he might be able to achieve it without causing much commotion. So I quickly started explaining the plan to the rest, and only Daffy and Isho understood what exactly we were going after. It sounds like a good idea, little brother, Daffy remarked, finding the plan feasible. However, my concern was the man who was going to execute the plan. I turned to the blind man. But Isho-san, I'll need your word that you will dispatch of all the fishmen that help with moving the poneglyph. I advise you to employ the fishmen from the lawless area. You can find some unsavory characters among them. You should have no problem dispatching them, right? I wanted to ensure Isho didn't mess up. Soon enough, once Roger openly declared about the One Piece, the entire world would go crazy in search of knowledge about these poneglyphs. Even the world government would start taking drastic action to erase all knowledge about poneglyphs. The main reason I felt that Isho was best suited to venture on this task was mainly because of his gravity fruit powers. These poneglyphs are indestructible and must be close to impossible to move. If not, with the world government's power, they must have at least secured these poneglyphs instead of letting them lie around the world. In my opinion, only people with specialized devil fruit powers like Shiki's float fruit, Isho's gravity fruit, and a few other devil fruits could achieve this feat, and if these poneglyphs were immune to devil fruit powers, Isho could simply manipulate the seabed on which the road poneglyph rested to whisk it away. Isho contemplated my words. Now that he was part of the Don Quixote family, he would have to do such things in the future. After a few minutes of contemplation, he nodded. Fine, in that case, I will carry out the task. But the question is, where will I move the so-called poneglyph? We will need a secure place to hide it. Daffy, who was contemplating our upcoming plan, finally revealed a smirk as he realized that there was a perfect place to hide the stolen poneglyph. Then we quickly started ironing out the details. Isho would venture alone into Fishman Island, hide the poneglyph in the designated place, and return. It would take him anywhere close to 2 months at the minimum to finish this mission, while myself, Daffy, and the rest would stay on the island and start training in earnest to prepare for the upcoming Great Pirate Age. O'Hara, West Blue. Little Robin was flipping through an ancient-looking book with relish while Lily, by her side, worked on some old, tattered parchment. Since Lily had introduced Robin to the world of books, the young girl had forgotten about her past perils. Nowadays, most of her life is spent in the library, and as for her family, they do not care for the little girl's fate. Ever since Lily had saved Robin from hunger and peril that fateful night, they had grown as close as siblings. Apart from being the librarian, Lily was also the youngest scholar in O'Hara at the age of 15. Little Robin, are you done with the book? You already skipped breakfast. I am not letting you skip lunch, and that goes for you too, Lily, A voice echoed through the entrance as an old man walked in with some scrolls in hand. This old man was none other than Professor Clover, the director of O'Hara Library. Since Robin was brought in by Lily, she has become the sweetheart of all the people in O'Hara Library. The little girl was an absolute genius, and many believed that soon she would break Lily's record of becoming the youngest scholar. Robin, immersed in the book, was distracted by the old voice and looked up. She suddenly realized she had skipped breakfast because she was too engrossed in the book. Meanwhile, Lily quickly arranged the tattered parchment, sealing it inside a glass case. Even though she was an adult compared to Robin, Lily had also forgotten about food, and she flushed in embarrassment. "Sigh, both of you girls. I have no idea how to straighten you both up. Keep this up, and surely someday I'm going to ban both of you from the library for skipping meals." The old man chuckled, while Robin had already moved next to him and started hugging his leg. "Grandpa Clover, you promised me you would take me to see the secret project that all the scholars are working on. It has been a month. I want to see it now." Little Robin, mustering all her innocence, hung onto the old man, leaving him helpless. Professor Clover, now with a headache because of Robin's request, turned to Lily, who was giving him a sheepish smile. Originally, the project of the poneglyphs was supposed to be top secret, and they were risking their lives while working on it. However, Lily had let slip a few details about the poneglyphs, and, as smart as the little girl was, she quickly discerned the nature of the project and started pestering the old man to take her to see the poneglyphs that recorded the true history of the world. He suddenly even thought about Olivia, who also held the same drive as his daughter. The main reason he permitted Robin to stay in the library was that he came to know that Robin was Nico, Olivia's daughter. "Little Robin, you shouldn't twist my words. I remember promising to take you to see the project once you become a scholar, but you have yet to become one. The project is only for scholars." Professor Clover tried to wiggle out, not knowing how else to console the little one. He had set Robin a target of becoming a scholar as a criteria. "But Grandpa Clover, aren't you the director? I am sure you can make an exception. I just want to take a peek. I will not disturb anyone, I swear." Robin used her puppy dog eyes to try and coax the old man into bending to her will. Clover didn't know what to do, but then he finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure from the little one. Fine. I will take you to see the poneglyph, but first, let's go fill our bellies with food." The old man gestured for the two girls to follow him. Robin happily took the old man's arm as she was going to see the poneglyph for the first time in her life. See calendar year, 1500. Time flew by like the tide. Nearly 4 months passed since the Don Quixote brothers and their entire family vanished from the world's sight. Despite the world government's exhaustive efforts to locate them, no trace or news of their whereabouts emerged. Isho had successfully retrieved the road poneglyph and had just returned to the island after safely hiding away the road poneglyph in the designated place picked by Daffy. However, he had returned with additional baggage, a little mermaid. I was completely caught off guard when Isho brought Shirley back with him. From Isho's explanation, it seemed the little mermaid had clung to the blind swordsman after divining the changes in this world and its future, since she was waiting near the area where the road poneglyph was. According to her divination, following Isho wherever he went became her road to salvation. Despite her young age and the risks involved, she decided to take a leap of faith and follow Isho. Isho, being the kind man he was, couldn't abandon an innocent child who stuck to him like a leech. Originally, he had wished to leave the little girl behind after securing the poneglyph, according to the plan. However, as Shirley kept following him and eventually fell into the hands of slavers, Isho finally chose to intervene and save the little girl. It seemed like she was fated to join the family. Currently in the center of the island, teeming with perilous life forms, a central clearing served as the arena for 2 poised fighters. One, a blind man adorned in a faded purple yukata, faced off against a teen enveloped in dancing blue flames. They were none other than Isho and Daffy. During these 4 months, Daffy had dedicated himself wholly to training, pushing himself to inhuman levels under my guidance. With diligence, he honed both his hockey prowess and devil fruit powers. But currently, He has challenged Isho to a fight to decide the fate of the little mermaid who had clung to Isho all the way from Fishman Island to this secluded island on the calm belt. This was more like Daffy finding an excuse to let loose and see how much he had grown, as he had no issues with letting the mermaid join the family, especially after knowing her special powers of divination, as she would be a valuable asset to the family. Originally unaware of the true potential of his flame fruit, Daffy's flames had evolved significantly from my knowledge of past lives. From a standard orange hue, his flames now gleamed a vibrant blue, their temperature exceeding 4,000 degrees. The most intriguing aspect was their potential for further enhancement. At his peak exertion, Daffy's flames displayed a faint purple tinge, suggesting even greater heat levels. Presently, his flames could effortlessly melt through steel. In terms of hockey, Daffy had already grasped the basics of a mission and was progressing toward mastery. His observation hockey had also seen significant improvement. Likewise, Isho had made remarkable strides in swordsmanship and observation hockey, nearing the threshold of admiral level. All he required were battles to push him beyond his limits. Gladius and Lucci, too, showed promising development. While Gladius's talent was decent but unremarkable, Lucci displayed exceptional potential. Hailed as the greatest genius in 8 centuries, Lucci possessed an innate aptitude for greatness, proving himself to be a formidable force in the making. Roaring Tiger. Isho unleashed a massive surge of gravity with a horizontal slash, but Daffy was prepared, surrounding himself with swirling blue flames. Hellblaze, he countered, releasing a torrent of blue flames. The two forces clashed, gravity-infused sword slashes against hockey-infused blue flames, vying for dominance. Shockwaves rippled through the clearing, tearing at the trees that surrounded us. I sat atop a boulder a few hundred meters away, watching the battle unfold with attention. Beside me were Lucci, Gladius, little Shirley, and Giala, all observing the clash with keen interest. As Isho and Daffy clashed, the air crackled with tension, each of their moves calculated and precise. Isho, the blind swordsman, wielded his sword with mastery honed through years of practice and battle. With each swing, he infused his blade with the invisible force of armament hockey, enhancing its cutting power and precision. Daffy, on the other hand, danced amidst swirling blue flames, his mastery over his devil fruit powers evident in every movement. With each step, he manipulated the flames around him, weaving them into intricate patterns of destruction. His hockey-enhanced punches and kicks added another layer of ferocity to his attacks. Hunting Tiger. Isho lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with a swift and deadly arc. Daffy countered with a wall of blazing flames. Flame Emperor. The heat and intensity of his attack forced Isho to backpedal. But Isho was relentless, his gravity powers amplifying the force of his strikes as he pressed the offensive. Daffy's eyes narrowed as he focused his armament hockey, his flames intensifying in response. Blue Heaven. With a roar, he surged forward, meeting Isho's blade with his own hockey-infused fists. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. As the battle raged on, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits, their determination unwavering. Each blow exchanged was met with equal force and skill, the clash of their powers creating a spectacle that captivated all who witnessed it. As the battle raged on for more than an hour, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits, their determination unwavering. Each blow exchanged was met with equal force and skill, the clash of their powers creating a spectacle that captivated all who witnessed it. In the end, it was impossible to determine a clear victor. The fight ended in a stalemate, with Isho standing poised, still brimming with energy, while opposite him, Daffy stood battered and bruised but unbowed. However, with my trained eyes, I could clearly see that Isho held a clear advantage over my brother for now, as he was holding back. I attributed it to the age difference between the two fighters, as Isho had a decade of extra time to hone his skills, and his talent was also top-notch. Just then, I flickered and appeared in between the two, who were preparing to go at each other once again. That's enough for today. I don't think anyone has any issues with little Shirley joining us. The world will soon plunge into chaos, and we will ride the chaotic tide to carve out our own place in the new world. I remarked, knowing from my estimate that Roger would soon surrender and the great pirate age would begin. So it's time we get back to the world soon. Is it, little brother? Daffy questioned. He had already been vexed by staying on this island for months now. Although he didn't complain about the training, I could feel his frustration with hiding away from the world. But he knew that he was truly weak as of now. Coming face to face with the true powers of Mary Geos had made him realize how wide the chasm was. In order to achieve our goal, he needed more than just the strength he had now. He needed power, authority, and wealth. We needed all of those and more if we truly wanted to challenge the true rulers of this world. Say, Daffy, what are our upcoming plans? Are we going back to North Blue? I couldn't help but ask. There were quite a few things they needed to do once they returned to the world. Re-establish the Don Quixote family, and, most importantly, find out what happened to Senor and the rest, whose fates were still not confirmed. No, little brother, we will not start with the North Blue anymore. We will directly establish our power base in the new world. Our first goal is to establish ourselves as the overlords of the new world in the coming years, Daffy remarked. With his ambitious words, I could guess how things were going to progress. Soon enough, the new world seas would come under the influence of the emperors of the sea, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and in the future, Shanks. But now, with me and my family in the mix, the sea was going to become even more chaotic. Ross, remember what I have told you before. Kaido is mine to kill. Once I'm strong enough, I will personally tear him up. So don't you dare touch him before then, Daffy commented, his voice dangerous. He still vividly remembered the day the whole family fell because of Kaido's betrayal. So Daffy personally marked Kaido as his target to kill. Maybe it will take years or decades for him to reach Kaido's level. But I could see the resolve in Daffy's eyes that he was dead set on fulfilling his words. He wanted to serve vengeance with his own two hands. I acknowledged my brother's words and turned to the rest of the family, beginning to explain our upcoming plans. There were too many things that we needed to do before the seas descended into chaos. Soon enough, the months flew by as the Don Quixote family vanished from the eyes of the world completely once again, delving themselves into hellish-level training. Finally, as the time flew by, the month of September approached, and the world had somewhat returned to a momentary lull as the world government had dropped the manhunt for the Don Quixote brothers. Even the disappearance of the road poneglyph from Fishman Island seemed not to catch the attention of anyone, and even the current condition of Fishman Island was too chaotic for anyone to care. As promised, Isho had disposed of anyone who knew about the matter with the exception of Shirley, and currently the kid was part of the family, but it was all going to change today. In the heart of a remote South Blue Island, nestled amidst the tranquil beauty of the surroundings, stood a Marine base. Within its walls, a couple of Marines sat leisurely at the front desk, engaged in casual chatter about the weather. Their voices mingled with the gentle breeze that wafted through the open windows, creating an atmosphere of relaxed camaraderie. As they conversed, a man strolled into the base, his steps unhurried and his demeanor calm. The Marines paid him little attention. Their focus on their conversation was uninterrupted. Oblivious to the man's presence, they continued their banter, their laughter echoing softly in the room. Clearing his throat, the man attempted to catch the Marine's attention, but his efforts were met with dismissive gestures. "Wait your turn," one of the Marines muttered, waving him off without a second glance. Ignored and unnoticed, the man stood silently, his patience seemingly endless. Finally, unable to bear the disregard any longer, the man spoke up. "I wish to surrender myself to the Marines," he announced, his voice calm, yet resolute. His words hung in the air, momentarily ignored by the Marines, who erupted into laughter at the audacity of his request. "What crime have you committed to merit imprisonment?" One of the Marines jeered, his tone mocking. "Do you have a bounty on your head?" grandiose enough to warrant our attention? Another chimed in, his laughter echoing throughout the room. Unperturbed by their mockery, the man reached into his cloak and withdrew a crumpled bounty poster. With a swift motion, he slammed it onto the desk before them, the sound reverberating through the room like a thunderclap. The Marines' laughter faltered, replaced by a stunned silence as they stared at the poster in disbelief. The Marine at the reception desk hesitantly reached for the bounty poster, his hands trembling slightly as he unfolded it. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the face staring back at him from the worn parchment. It was the bounty poster of none other than the Pirate King himself, Joe L.D. Roger. A chill swept through the room, freezing the air and sending shivers down the spines of all present. The Marines stood rooted to the spot, their faces drained of color as they gazed upon the wanted criminal standing before them. Roger's gaze met theirs, unwavering and filled with a quiet intensity. In that moment, the Marine base was gripped by a profound sense of fear, as the realization dawned upon them that they were face to face with the most infamous pirate in history. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as the bounty poster fluttered in the breeze. And in that moment, the balance of power shifted as the Marines found themselves at the mercy of the man they had once dismissed with laughter. "So, should I wait for my turn?" Roger remarked with a wide smile. As the gravity of the situation sank in, a Marine soldier burst into the base, his footsteps echoing loudly in the otherwise silent room. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear, as he sprinted towards the office of the captain, his heart pounding in his chest as if death itself were chasing him. The other Marines watched in stunned silence as their comrade rushed past them, his panicked movements a stark contrast to the casual atmosphere that had prevailed just moments before. Sensing the urgency in the soldier's actions, a sense of unease began to settle over the base, spreading like wildfire among the ranks. "Captain! Captain! Urgent news!" In the captain's office, the soldier's arrival was met with a flurry of activity. "Soldier, what's the urgency? Speak quickly." The captain questioned the Marine, who took a few moments to catch his breath and yelled, "Sir, it's the Pirate King. He surrendered himself to us." The captain, a seasoned veteran with years of experience under his belt, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. "Roger? Surrendered? Get the word out immediately. I want all units on high alert. Secure the perimeter and fortify our defenses. We cannot afford to be caught off guard." With a steely resolve, he sprang into action, issuing orders to his subordinates with precision and authority. The soldier nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly relayed the captain's orders to the rest of the base. Panic rippled through the ranks as Marines scrambled to carry out their duties with newfound urgency. Within moments, the entire Marine base was thrown into chaos as word spread like wildfire that the Pirate King himself had surrendered to the Marines. Panic swept through the ranks as soldiers scrambled to secure the perimeter and fortify their defenses, their training kicking in as they prepared for the inevitable onslaught. "Marine 1, did you hear? The Pirate King surrendered himself." "Marine 2, no way. This can't be happening." "Marine 3, we need to stay calm and follow orders. This is not a drill." Meanwhile, back at Marine headquarters, the news of Roger's surrender sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of command. Admirals and high-ranking officials convened in emergency meetings, devising strategies to deal with the unprecedented situation. The realization that the most notorious pirate in history was now in their custody sent a ripple of fear and excitement through the ranks of the Marines. For some, it was an opportunity to make a name for themselves by capturing the most wanted man in the world. For others, it was a daunting prospect, knowing that they now held the fate of the entire world in their hands. But amidst the chaos and uncertainty, one thing was clear. The era of Roger, the Pirate King, had come to an end. And with his surrender, a new chapter in history was about to unfold, one that would test the mettle of the Marines and shake the foundations of the world to its core. Impel Down, the infamous underwater prison nestled within the unforgiving depths of the Calm Belt. Also known as the Underwater Prison and the Great Prison, this formidable stronghold served as the pinnacle of the world government's justice system, housing the most dangerous criminals and pirates known to man. As one approached Impel Down, they'll be greeted by a towering, submerged structure rising ominously from the seabed. Surrounded by the tranquil waters of the Calm Belt, the prison's imposing silhouette is juxtaposed against the serene backdrop, a stark reminder of the darkness lurking within. But one mustn't let its serene surroundings fool them. Beneath the surface lies a labyrinthine network of cells and torture chambers, each meticulously designed to contain and punish the most hardened criminals. Constructed entirely from sea stone, the cells serve as impenetrable fortresses, rendering even the most powerful devil fruit users powerless against their confines. Within these grim confines, the air is heavy with the stench of despair and suffering. The sound of echoing screams and the crack of whips reverberate through the corridors, a constant reminder of the brutality that awaits those who dare to defy the law. Torture chambers, equipped with instruments of unimaginable cruelty, stand as a testament to the prison's unwavering commitment to justice. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Impel Down is its guardianship by the monstrous Sea Kings, whose colossal forms loom beneath the surface, serving as both protectors and deterrents to would-be escapees. Alongside these behemoths, the prison is fortified by a fleet of marine battleships, ready to intercept anyone who dares to approach. In the heart of Impel Down lies its core, a central hub of activity where guards patrol tirelessly, ever vigilant against the threat of rebellion. Here, prisoners are subjected to the harshest of punishments, their screams echoing through the darkness as they endure unimaginable torment. However, even within the formidable walls of Impel Down, a deadly silence reigns supreme. The Pirate King himself, Roger, sat nestled within the confines of one of the prison cells on level 6. Surprisingly, even the notoriously unruly inmates of eternal hell seem to have fallen into an ominous silence. Whether out of fear, admiration, or respect, no one dared to disrupt the deadly serenity that had enveloped the once chaotic prison. Roger, however, seemed unperturbed by the hushed atmosphere surrounding him. Despite being shackled, he exuded an aura of majesty that commanded attention. The shackles restraining him were little more than a formality. He could easily break free from them, if he so desired. With a smirk playing on his lips, Roger awaited the arrival of his visitor, the sound of light footsteps echoing through the corridor as they drew nearer. "Roger, you bastard, what game are you playing at?" Garp's booming voice echoed through the corridor as he stood opposite his longtime rival, Roger, who wore a goofy smile inside the cell. Garp had rushed back to Impel Down upon receiving news of Roger's surrender in the New World. His frustration was palpable as he confronted the Pirate King. "You vanished for more than a year, then popped out of nowhere and suddenly turned yourself in. I was supposed to capture you, you bastard." Garp's anger simmered beneath his gruff exterior, his fists clenched in frustration. Roger's laughter filled the air, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he faced his old friend and rival. "Ha ha, it just means I win, Garp. You'll never be able to capture me," Roger remarked mockingly, relishing the opportunity to tease Garp once more. Despite his jovial demeanor, Roger could sense the sadness that Garp was trying to conceal. He knew that his surrender had come as a disappointment to his rival, a stark reminder of the end of an era that they had both helped to shape. As Garp's frustration lingered in the air, Roger's carefree demeanor contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. Despite being confined within the cell, Roger exuded an aura of confidence and authority, his smirk unwavering even in the face of Garp's fury. "Playing games until the very end? Roger?" Garp's voice rumbled with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the man who had been his rival for so many years. Roger chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "What can I say, Garp? Life's too short not to have a little fun. even in prison. Garp shook his head, his expression a mixture of disbelief and begrudging admiration. You always did have a knack for finding trouble, Roger. But surrendering yourself like this, it's not like you at all. Roger's smile softened, a hint of solemnity creeping into his gaze. Times change, my friend. The world is shifting, and perhaps it's time for me to step aside and let the new generation take the reins. Garp's features softened at Roger's words, a sense of melancholy settling over him. Despite their rivalry, there was a deep bond between them forged through years of shared experiences and battles. As Roger's unexpected revelation hung in the air, Garp's expression shifted from gloom to shock, his mind racing with a mixture of emotions. Here he was, face to face with his longtime rival, discussing matters of life and death in the confines of Impel Down. By the way, where is that protege of yours? Roger's inquiry hung in the air, a genuine curiosity evident in his tone. I thought he would come to meet me now that my time is coming to an end. It would be nice to have a chat with that brat who might be at the center of the future era. However, Roger's anticipation was met with a somber response from Garp. His face darkened, revealing the weight of unspoken troubles. Roger, perceptive as ever, noticed the shift in mood and understood that he had touched upon a sensitive topic. Something must have transpired during his absence that he wasn't privy to, having been disconnected from the outside world since the disbandment of his crew. Sensing Garp's gloomy disposition, Roger decided to address the matter he had in mind. Drawing closer to the cell door, Roger met Garp's gaze with a smile. "Garp, I am going to be a father," he announced, his voice carrying a mix of surprise and amusement. Garp, caught off guard by the unexpected revelation, felt a surge of emotions wash over him. The news was a curveball he hadn't anticipated, especially considering the precarious circumstances surrounding Roger's imprisonment. Despite the gravity of the situation, Garp chose not to disclose the extent of the world government's relentless pursuit of anyone associated with Roger. Revealing such information in Roger's presence could potentially provoke a dangerous reaction, one that Impel Down would struggle to contain. With a chuckle, Roger continued, his tone tinged with resignation. "But I will be dead by the time the child is born." Garp's headache intensified as he processed the weight of Roger's words, realizing the implications they carried. Unable to contain his concern, he questioned Roger's motives. "Why are you telling me this, Roger? Have you forgotten that I am with the Navy? We are tasked with hunting down anyone who is ever associated with you." Roger's smile widened as he observed Garp's reaction, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. "That's exactly why I am telling you this, Garp," he explained, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. "The world government will retrace my steps for the past year." Roger's pause spoke volumes, and Garp filled in the gaps, understanding the perilous situation they faced. If the government uncovered any trace of Roger's bloodline, it would spell certain doom for his family, a fate Garp was unwilling to accept. "They will find her and kill her, but our unborn child is innocent, Garp." Roger's anger simmered beneath the surface as he spoke of Rouge's fate, his voice laced with bitterness. Even Garp, hardened by years of service to the Navy, couldn't deny the truth in Roger's words. The world government would stop at nothing to eradicate any remnants of Roger's legacy, sparing no one in their ruthless pursuit. Meeting Garp's gaze, Roger sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. "We have been fighting each other for years. I trust you as much as any of my shipmates. They might not currently be in a position to save my child." Garp grasped the weight of Roger's unspoken request, his protestations falling on deaf ears. "Don't you dare, Roger," he began, but Roger cut him off with a bright smile, his resolve unshakable. "Save my child, my friend." Roger's words rang out with conviction, his trust in Garp unwavering despite their tumultuous history. "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard." Garp's frustration boiled over, but Roger remained steadfast in his plea. "I know you'll do it. Take care of my child." Roger's confidence in Garp was unwavering as he uttered his final request, leaving Garp to grapple with the weight of his decision. Fortunately, There were no other Marines nearby to eavesdrop on their conversation, granting them a moment of privacy amidst the chaos of Impel Down. Amidst the hallowed halls of the world government's headquarters, the elders convened in their grand chamber, a somber atmosphere hanging heavy in the air. The 5 elders, the venerable figures of authority, gathered around a polished mahogany table, their expressions grave as they contemplated the seismic events unfolding in the world. "Have you heard the new rumors going around?" Elder Warcury's voice broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. "The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, has surrendered himself to the Marines." His tone became gloomy. Surrendered, not captured. The others exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. For decades, Roger had been a symbol of defiance, a legendary figure whose very name struck fear into the hearts of men. His sudden surrender sent shockwaves rippling through the highest echelons of power. "Forget about the rumor. I am more concerned about what could possibly compel him to surrender now." Elder Nustero pondered aloud, his brow furrowed in thought. "It seems too convenient, too orchestrated." Elder Ethan Barron nodded in agreement, his sharp gaze piercing through the haze of uncertainty. "There may be more to this than meets the eye. We cannot afford to underestimate Roger's cunning." Elder J. Garcia, the eldest among them, remained silent, his weathered features betraying no emotion. His mind churned with possibilities, each more ominous than the last. The world stood on the precipice of change, and Roger's surrender was but the first domino to fall. As the elders deliberated, a consensus began to form, a decision that would reverberate across the seas and shape the course of history. It was decided that Roger's capture would not be merely a display of Marine strength. It would be a declaration of world government dominance. "We must send a clear message to all who dare defy us," Elder Jew Peter intoned, his voice resonating with authority. "Roger will be executed, and it shall be done at his birthplace, Logtown." The room fell silent, the weight of their decision hanging heavy in the air. The elders understood the magnitude of their choice and the implications it would have for the world at large. Roger's execution would mark the end of an era, a final reckoning for the age of piracy. But even as they prepared to execute their plan, doubts lingered in the recesses of their minds. What secrets had Roger concealed during his year of disappearance? What machinations had he set in motion, hidden from prying eyes? "We must uncover every detail of Roger's life during his absence," Elder Warcury declared, his voice resolute. "We cannot afford to leave any stone unturned." The elders nodded in solemn agreement, their resolve unshakable. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and they would stop at nothing to ensure its stability. As the meeting adjourned and they parted ways, each elder carried with them the weight of their decision, knowing that the days ahead would test their mettle like never before. For the elders of the world government, the capture of Gold, Roger was merely another victory. It was just the beginning of a new chapter in history, or so they thought. However, what they didn't know was that this event would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, and it would mark the beginning of their great empire's downfall. In the heart of the New World, aboard his mighty ship, the Moby Dick, the legendary pirate Edward Newgate, known far and wide as Whitebeard, sat upon his throne-like captain's chair, his weathered face etched with lines of wisdom and experience. His crewmates, a motley assortment of fearsome pirates, stood at attention around him, their eyes fixed on their revered captain, awaiting his word. Word of Roger's capture had reached Whitebeard's ears, carried by the currents of the sea and the whispers of the wind. The news struck a chord deep within him, stirring memories of battles won and lost, of comrades fallen, and of dreams shattered. Roger was more than just a fellow pirate. He was a rival, a friend, and a symbol of freedom in a world bound by chains. As the weight of the news settled upon his shoulders, Whitebeard remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, lost in thought. He knew that Roger's capture would send shockwaves through the pirate world, igniting flames of rebellion and sparking conflicts that would engulf the seas in chaos. Amidst the rugged landscape of a remote island in the New World, the stronghold of the Golden Lion fleet stood tall and imposing, a testament to the power and influence of its notorious leader, the legendary pirate Shiki. Within the confines of this stronghold, two of Shiki's trusted cadres lounged lazily, their laughter echoing through the air as they indulged in rum and tobacco. "Did you hear about Roger? The pirate king got himself captured by the Marines," one of the cadres exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips as he took a long drag from a cigar. "What a pathetic excuse for a pirate." His companion chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, it looks like old Roger finally met his match. Who would have thought he'd end up in Impel Down, of all places?" The cadres continued to jest and taunt, their words dripping with contempt for their fallen rival. They mocked Roger for his supposed weakness, jeering at his misfortune and reveling in his demise. "He's nothing but a coward," one of them declared with a derisive laugh, too scared to face the consequences of his actions. But their mirth was short-lived as a sudden gunshot rang out, shattering the jovial atmosphere and piercing through the silence like a thunderbolt. One of the cadres cried out in agony as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his wounded leg and writhing in pain. Before they could comprehend what had happened, the imposing figure of Shiki emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared down at his fallen comrade. "How dare you mock my rival?" Shiki's voice thundered, resonating with a fierce intensity that silenced the cadre's laughter. "Do you think the Marines have the guts to capture Roger? He is my equal, my worthy adversary." The cadres trembled in fear as Shiki's words reverberated through the stronghold, their earlier bravado replaced by a palpable sense of unease. They had never seen their leader so enraged, his loyalty to Roger burning brighter than ever before. With a steely gaze, Shiki turned away from the trembling cadres, his jaw clenched in determination. "If Roger is to meet his end, it will be in my hands," he declared, his voice low and menacing. "I will prove it to the world." And with that solemn vow, Shiki unleashed the power of his float fruit, soaring into the sky with a speed and ferocity that left the cadres in awe. As he disappeared into the horizon, a sense of awe and reverence filled the air, for in that moment, Shiki had shown his unwavering loyalty and respect for his rival, the pirate King Roger. The next morning, in the bustling streets of Lowtown, the news of Roger's capture spread like wildfire, igniting a flurry of whispers and murmurs among the common folk. As word of the pirate king's impending execution reached the ears of the townspeople, palpable tension hung in the air, casting a shadow over the once vibrant streets. For the residents of Lowtown, Roger's capture struck a chord of disbelief and apprehension. Many had grown up hearing tales of the infamous Pirate King, his legendary exploits weaving a tapestry of adventure and intrigue that had captured the imaginations of all who heard them. To learn that such a formidable figure had been brought to heel by the Marines sent shockwaves through the community, leaving many grappling with the reality of his downfall. As rumors swirled and speculation ran rampant, the common people found themselves torn between conflicting emotions. Some viewed Roger's capture as a victory for justice, a sign that no pirate, no matter how powerful, was above the law. They saw his impending execution as a symbol of the world government's authority, a demonstration of their unwavering resolve to maintain order and uphold the rule of law. Others, however, saw Roger's downfall as a harbinger of darker times to come. They feared that his capture would only serve to embolden the Marines and bolster their grip on the seas, ushering in an era of oppression and tyranny. They mourned the loss of freedom and autonomy that Roger's demise represented, lamenting the inevitable shift in power dynamics that would follow in its wake. Amidst the turmoil and uncertainty, one thing was certain. Roger's capture had sent shockwaves through the entire world, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of all who bore witness to it. As the people of Lowtown grappled with the implications of his impending execution, they couldn't help but wonder what the future held in store for them and for the world at large. And as they gathered in hushed clusters, exchanging anxious glances and whispering prayers, They knew that the days ahead would be fraught with peril and uncertainty. As the execution date for Roger approached, the entire world waited with bated breath. The Marines had already begun securing Logue Town completely, but the sheer number of people flooding into the town made it difficult for them to maintain control. Unsavory figures with bounties in the millions also sneaked into the East Blue Sea to witness the final moments of the Pirate King. "Are you absolutely sure that Shiki will attack Marine Ford, little brother?" Daffy, concealed beneath a dark cloak, questioned me as we savored a barbecue dish from a nearby stall. "Trust me, Daffy. I wouldn't have told you the news if I wasn't sure," I confirmed. Despite my actions potentially altering this world from the original canon, certain events seemed inevitable, as if fate itself were guiding them. So one of the overlords of the New World will fall to the Marines right before the Pirate King's execution. "It seems like the Marines won't be in as much of a pinch as you told me, Ross. Their prestige will skyrocket, suppressing the sea soon enough with two New World behemoths out of the picture," Daffy remarked casually as he tore through the meat. Although I had informed my brother about the impending chaos, I kept certain details secret to preserve the legendary moment of the One Piece reveal by Roger. Soon enough, Daffy would understand why the Marines, despite taking down Roger and Shiki, would rapidly lose control of the seas after the advent of the Great Pirate Age. "By the way, is your friend coming to meet you?" Daffy asked, narrowing his eyes as a Marine Vice Admiral and his squad passed through the streets to maintain order. Security was tight, indicating the seriousness of Roger's execution and the world government's determination to assert dominance. "You mean Mihawk?" "Yeah, I'm sure he'll make it. He's not the type to miss such a grand event," I chuckled, thinking of my friend with whom I had formed a blood bond. Currently, only Daffy and I are in Logue Town. Knowing that chaos would erupt once Roger announced the One Piece, Isho had traveled ahead to a secure island in the Grand Line, and we planned to catch up later. Lucci also desired to witness the event, but he wasn't yet strong enough. The upcoming brawl in Logue Town might be too much for him to handle. "The Marine Killer, right? Your friend sure has quite the moniker. I'm eager to meet him," Daffy remarked as he casually tossed the bone into his mouth and started chewing. The current Daffy was much steadier than his canon counterpart after experiencing a near-death experience. His view of the world had completely altered. Although his basic character still remained the same, he had become much more shrewd and cunning. The year he had dedicated to training made me realize that my brother was steadier than before, shedding most of his weaknesses in the past year of training. If he were the old Daffy, he might have wanted to brazenly roam around Logue Town, exposing his identity. But now, he knew when to lurk in the shadows and when to strike. Death sure has a weird way of changing people. "Daffy, if you're done eating, let's go and check out that weapons store. I need to see if I can find another blade," I said while lovingly caressing Kitetsu. In the past year, as I grew stronger, honing my haki and lightning powers, it became more evident that Sandai Kitetsu, even though a black blade, was no longer able to handle the pressure. Back in Marine Ford, the spirits of all the Marines were at an all-time high. With only a week until the execution of the Great Pirate King, this day was destined to be etched into Marine history. Many Marine powerhouses were personally going to witness Roger's execution. Poof! A Marine smoked out as he sat on the watchtower, gazing at the calm sea as the sun settled. His shift was about to change. Soft footsteps approached. "Damn, bro, couldn't you wait until you were done with your shift?" the new Marine soldier questioned, laughing. Smoking while on duty was prohibited for low-level soldiers like themselves. Most of our superiors smoke. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a single cigarette. And even if they do find out, what's the worst they're going to do? "Smite me," the man remarked to his friend, who had come to relieve him. But then the other Marine walked to the edge of the tower, observing something. "What the hell are you looking at that you aren't even speaking?" the first Marine asked. "There's something up in the sky," he replied, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. As they watched, the dot in the sky, with the moon as its backdrop, gradually drew closer and larger. "What the hell is that?" Now even the other Marine walked to the edge, curious to examine what his friend had discovered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, A large flying slash descended from the sky. To their dismay, the two Marines realized it too late as the flying slash tore through the tower, severing even the Marines within it. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the entire town of Marineford was made aware of the attack. "You damn Marine bastards, hand over Roger to me." Golden Lion Shiki's voice reverberated throughout the Marine HQ. "That's Shiki, Golden Lion Shiki. What is he doing here in Marineford?" One of the rear admirals out on patrol remarked in shock and fear as the figure of the Golden Lion floated right above the headquarters. Within moments, the entire HQ was on high alert as warning bells sounded, as if they were warning of the impending storm. As the Marines began to mobilize, guns rang and cannons boomed as the entire perimeter defense of the Marine stronghold came to life. However, for Shiki, these were mere distractions, as he immediately spread out his devil fruit power and lifted a large battleship that lay anchored in the bay. With a resounding crash, he tossed it toward the cannons that kept firing ferociously, causing the entire section of cannons to crumble. Shiki instantly descended into Marineford, wielding his two named blades, and started a rampage. He began cutting down on everyone he came across, guns and cannons seemingly ineffective against him due to his awakened float fruit powers. "Ha ha! Is this all you've got? And you Marines still have the audacity to tell the world that you captured Roger? Let me see today if the Marines are truly worthy of this achievement." Shiki bellowed like a madman as he sent another hockey-clad flying slash, which cut down more than a dozen Marine troops who were trying to suppress him. "Bastards, all you know is to boast. If you guys don't hand Roger over today, then I will raze Marineford to the ground." Shiki bellowed as he beheaded yet another Marine soldier. As Shiki's rampage continued through Marineford, the scene descended into chaos and carnage. Bodies piled up as Shiki's relentless attacks left a trail of destruction in his wake. Even high-ranking fighters, including a few rear admirals, fell prey to Shiki's onslaught, their once powerful defenses proving futile against the sheer force of his blades and devil fruit powers. Amidst the chaos, screams and shouts echoed through the air as Marines desperately tried to fend off the Golden Lion's ferocious assault. "Stand your ground. Don't let him through," shouted a Marine captain, his voice drowned out by the deafening sounds of battle. But Shiki seemed unstoppable, his laughter mingling with the clash of swords and the roar of cannons. "You call yourselves Marines? Pathetic," he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt as he effortlessly cut down anyone who dared to oppose him. As Shiki carved a path of destruction, panic spread like wildfire among the Marines. "We can't hold him back. He's too powerful," cried out a young Marine recruit, his face pale with fear as he watched his comrades fall around him. In the midst of the chaos, a veteran vice admiral, known for his formidable strength, stepped forward to confront Shiki. "You've crossed the line, Shiki. Do you think you are still in the New World, surrounded by your golden fleet of flying pirates?" he declared, his voice thundering with authority as he faced off against the Golden Lion. But Shiki only laughed in response, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You old fool. Do you think you can stop me? I'll crush anyone who stands in my way." With a swift movement, he launched himself at the vice admiral, his blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. Busashoku Koka, the vice admiral, immediately coated himself with a powerful layer of armament haki. At the same time, he also drew his sword, infusing it with his haki. With a loud clash, their swords met in a fierce battle. The two clashed in a whirlwind of steel and power, each blow shaking the ground beneath them. "You'll pay for your crimes, Shiki," roared the vice admiral, his sword raining down on the Golden Lion with unstoppable force. But Shiki was undeterred, his laughter ringing out as he fought with unmatched ferocity. "I fear no one, not even you Marine fools," he spat, his eyes burning with defiance as he pushed back with a relentless barrage of attacks. As the vice admiral led the charge, the other Marines rallied behind him, their weapons drawn as they attempted to encircle Shiki. However, the Golden Lion's relentless assault proved too much for them to handle. With a swift and ferocious swing of his blade, Shiki cut through the air with deadly precision, severing the sword arm of the Vice Admiral in a single fluid motion. The sound of metal meeting flesh echoed through the chaos as the Vice Admiral staggered back, clutching his wounded arm in agony. With a sinister laughter echoing through the chaos, Shiki dashed forward with lethal intent, his blade slashing in a downward arc. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of weaklings. If this is all you Marines have to offer, then it's better you guys be buried beneath the seas. The Vice Admiral, caught off guard by the overwhelming assault, raised his sword, coating himself in haki in a desperate attempt to defend against Shiki's onslaught. Despite his efforts, Shiki's blade cleaved through the Vice Admiral's defenses, leaving a trail of blood in its wake as it split the Vice Admiral in two. Lion's descent. But Shiki's assault didn't stop there. With a menacing grin, he summoned his devil fruit powers, causing a massive island to free fall towards Marine headquarters. The entire Marine force stood frozen in shock as the impending disaster loomed closer. Amidst the chaos, two figures shot out of the Marine HQ like lightning bolts. Sengoku, the current admiral, rushed straight towards Shiki, his determination evident in every stride. Meanwhile, Garp, the legendary Marine hero, propelled himself upwards using Jeppo, intercepting the incoming island with unparalleled speed and strength. Shiki, his observation haki detecting the new arrivals, couldn't help but smile like a madman. At last, someone worthy of my time, he remarked, his gaze fixated on Garp, who braced himself for the impending clash. As Shiki prepared to unleash his fury upon Garp, his muscles tensed, and his conqueror's haki surged out, knocking aside many Marines who had surrounded him. Infusing his swords with armament haki, Shiki unleashed a devastating attack. Lion's Majesty. But before Shiki's attack could reach its target, it was met with an equally powerful force. Sengoku, now in his Zoan mode, unleashed a mighty blast known as Sonic Fist, countering Shiki's assault with overwhelming strength and precision. The clash of two forces shook the very foundations of Marineford, signaling the beginning of an epic battle. As Admiral Sengoku confronted Shiki on the ground, Admiral Garp soared high into the sky, his imposing figure shrouded in a veil of armament haki. With a primal roar, Garp unleashed the full force of his legendary strength, channeling his indomitable will into a devastating punch that defied the laws of physics. Despite the overwhelming size of the descending island, Garp's fist moved with unparalleled speed, creating a shockwave that rippled through the fabric of reality itself. Meteor Fist. As Garp's fist collided with the island, a deafening roar reverberated across Marineford. Time seemed to stand still as fissures erupted across the surface of the massive landmass, a testament to the sheer power behind Garp's strike. With a force beyond comprehension, the island shattered into countless fragments, each piece reduced to rubble under the unstoppable force of Garp's fist. Garp, you coward! Return Roger to me now. If he wants to die, then he should do so at my hands. Only I am worthy of taking his head. Shiki's thunderous voice reverberated across Marineford, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who heard him. With a primal roar, Garp descended from the skies like a free-falling meteor, his fists clenched with righteous fury. Shiki, you bastard, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the chaos of battle. As he landed, his fists squarely collided with Shiki's crossed swords, the clash of their conquerors' haki sending shockwaves of formless energy rippling throughout Marineford. The sheer force of their collision shook the very foundations of the stronghold, with the ground trembling beneath their feet. Despite Shiki's formidable defense, Garp's relentless assault pressed forward, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. As their clash continued, the air crackled with the intensity of their battle, each blow reverberating with the weight of their resolve. Hello, dear readers. Thank you for following my journey through the world of One Piece with my fanfic. Your support and enthusiasm mean the world to me, and it keeps me motivated to bring more epic adventures to life. If you've enjoyed what you've read so far and would like to access advanced chapters, consider supporting my work on Patreon. Your contributions will not only help me continue creating these stories, but also allow me to dedicate more time and resources to improving the quality and frequency of updates. By becoming a patron, you'll get early access to new chapters, exclusive content, and behind-the-scenes insights into the writing process. Your support will be immensely appreciated and will inspire me to keep pushing the boundaries of my storytelling. With the falling island neutralized by Garp's meteoric punch, Shiki, fueled by his devil fruit powers, turned his attention to the anchored ships in the bay while he kept countering Garp's devastating punches with his swords. With a sinister grin, he began to lift them effortlessly into the air, wielding them like deadly projectiles aimed at his adversaries. Let me see if you bastards are still able to save Marineford while you fight against me. Shiki laughed, continuing to channel his Haushikahaki to clash with Garp's own Haushikahaki. Sengoku, ever vigilant, anticipated Shiki's next move. As the first ship hurtled towards them with terrifying speed, Sengoku transformed into his Zoan form, a massive Buddha, ready to meet the oncoming assault head-on. Garp, his muscles bulging with raw power, unleashed a barrage of overwhelming punches, pushing Shiki back with every blow, his eyes fixed on their relentless foe, who had become a madman and was exchanging blow for blow without caring about his own injuries. Thaju in hand, Buddha! The ship crashed against Sengoku's towering form with a deafening roar, splinters flying in all directions as the impact shook the very ground beneath them. With incredible strength, Sengoku pushed back against the force of the collision, his massive arms absorbing the brunt of the attack as he held the ship at bay. But Shiki was relentless. Before Sengoku could fully recover, another ship came hurtling towards them, propelled by Shiki's immense telekinetic force. Garp, knowing that his friend was unprepared for the second assault, punched Shiki away, sending him crashing into the Marineford walls, leaped into action, his body a blur as he intercepted the ship mid-air, redirecting its trajectory away from his comrade. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ship shattered against the ground, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through Marineford. But even as debris rained down around them, Garp and Sengoku remained undeterred, their focus unwavering as they prepared for the next onslaught. Shiki, who had crashed into the walls, roared ferociously as he stood up, pushing away the debris using his devil fruit powers. Not bad. Not bad at all. You guys still have some balls. At least I won't be bored until I get my hands on Roger. Shiki cackled like a madman, while the broken chunks of debris around him floated under the influence of his devil fruit powers. Meanwhile, Garp closed the distance with incredible speed, his fists a blur as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at their adversary. With each strike, he sought to break through Shiki's defenses, his determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Shiki, give up. You're alone and surrounded. There is no way out. Sengoku roared as he prepared himself for his next attack, while Garp continued raining down punches on Shiki. Garp didn't even care how much damage his attacks were doing to the surroundings, because holding back against someone like Golden Lion Shiki was not an option. You bastards think that you can hold me, the great Golden Lion Shiki, back? Shiki roared, mocking the two marine powerhouses who were throwing their all to keep him in check. Blue hole! Garp's fist lit up as he flickered right above Shiki, who was about to ascend to the sky. Shiki's observation, Haki picked up on the incoming threat, and he immediately launched his signature attack. Lion's Majesty! Both attacks clashed, sending shockwaves rippling throughout Marineford. But as the two clashed, Sengoku appeared behind Shiki, who was locked in combat. 10,000 hands! Sengoku used the opening created by Garp and rained down thousands of devastating punches on Shiki's exposed flank, sending Shiki crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. As dawn broke over Marineford, the aftermath of the battle scene unfolded in a scene of devastation. More than half of Marineford lay in ruins, with over 24 battleships splintered and broken. Golden Lion Shiki, the overlord of the New World, lay battered and broken, his unconscious form nestled in the center of a massive crater. Surrounding him were two figures, both sporting massive injuries of their own. Admiral Sengoku limped, his leg injured, and a gaping slash ran across his right arm. Garp, too, was covered in hundreds of slash wounds, both their marine uniforms tattered and shredded from the fierce battle. Despite their injuries, both stood majestically in front of the fallen form of Shiki, their presence a testament to their strength and determination. As the cheers of victory erupted throughout Marineford, Garp couldn't help but comment on Shiki's resilience. "He is one tough bastard," he remarked, exhaustion evident in his voice. Shiki had proven to be a formidable opponent, pushing Garp beyond his limits. "We were lucky that he attacked us alone in Marineford. I'm not sure if we could have handled it if the entirety of the Golden Armada had descended upon us," Sengoku added, his voice strained from pain. Despite his injuries, he maintained his composure, knowing the gravity of the situation. "I fear I might not be able to make it to Roger's execution in such a condition." Garp expressed concern about his ability to attend Roger's execution in his current condition. Though he masked it as a logistical issue, Sengoku understood the true reason behind Garp's reluctance. Garp's relationship with Roger went beyond mere rivalry. They were friends. Garp couldn't bear to witness his friend's execution. Sengoku chose not to expose Garp's true feelings, respecting his friend's decision. With the world government overseeing Roger's execution, there was no need to worry about any disturbances. As they stood amidst the rubble of Marineford, they knew that the battle against Shiki was just one chapter in the ongoing saga of the world's tumultuous seas. The next morning, the world was rocked by shocking news. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the overlords of the New World, had launched an audacious attack on Marineford. However, thanks to the heroic efforts of marine legends Garp and Admiral Sengoku, the mighty pirate was subdued. The newspapers were abuzz with tales of Shiki's atrocities, painting him as the epitome of evil, while the Marines were hailed as champions of justice. Daffy, disdain evident on his face, skimmed through the newspaper, scoffing at the portrayal of the world government and Marines as paragons of virtue. Such hypocrites, these bastards. Embodiment of justice? What a grand joke, he muttered, unimpressed by the propaganda being peddled. "Say, Daffy, are you sure about Dressrosa? We may be strong enough to subdue the Kaingom, but we do not have enough personnel to manage it, and we must also think about how the world government will react once they get to know that we have resurfaced." As my brother flipped through the pages, searching for any other news of interest, I couldn't help but voice my concerns about our plans for Dressrosa while I eyed the bounty posters of myself and Daffy. While we possessed the strength to subdue the kingdom, managing it would require the manpower we currently lacked. Plus, there was the looming threat of the world government's reaction once they discovered our return. Daffy, who had now become more shrewd due to his life experiences, reassured me with a cunning plan. "Oh, we're not going to conquer it outright, little brother," he countered, his mind already spinning with possibilities. He intended to leverage the impending upheaval I had foreseen to our advantage, using the chaos and desperation to secure Dressrosa without resorting to brute force. His words intrigued me, sparking a sense of excitement for the plans ahead. With Daffy's strategic brilliance and my visions guiding us, Dressrosa would be the first step towards establishing our own territory in the New World. Despite the odds stacked against us, I couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence in our ability to succeed. As we were ironing out the details for the Dressrosa takeover, my observation hockey picked up an intriguing conversation. With the lightning Logia enhancing my already formidable observation hockey, I could cover the entire island with my senses. With a smirk, I excused myself from our planning session and swiftly made my way towards the source of the conversation. In Logtown's port, a small dinghy approached the pier at the edge, carrying two somber teens, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. Their expressions betrayed the weight of the moment. They had come to witness their captain's final moments. It was none other than Shanks and Buggy. As the dinghy reached land, the two teens quickly pulled it to shore. "Quick, Shanks, we must find a way to release the captain." Buggy's voice was filled with determination. I'm sure the rest of the crew are already on the island, ready to launch an attack to free the captain once the Marines bring him in. Buggy had been almost broken down when he received news of Roger's capture. Then he forced Shanks to embark on a trip to East Blue on a suicidal quest to rescue Roger. Shanks nodded solemnly, his usually carefree demeanor replaced by a steely resolve, but he was growing impatient with his friend's insistence on their purpose. Buggy, we're here to bid our final farewells to the captain. It was his choice, he asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering as he stared towards the Marine stronghold in the distance. Do you truly believe the Marines have the courage to capture our captain, hailed as the Pirate King? His tone was laced with disbelief and a hint of frustration. We'll honor our captain's wishes, but causing a scene and stirring trouble won't serve any purpose. But even Shanks, in the corner of his heart, hoped that their crew would swoop in the final moment to rescue their captain. Shanks, with a clear understanding of Roger's strength and character, knew that their captain had made a deliberate decision to face his fate. He was determined to respect Roger's choice. However, Buggy remained adamant about attempting to rescue Roger, despite acknowledging his own limitations. He pinned his hopes on their fellow crew members, who might have assembled to aid in Roger's rescue. Contrary to Buggy's expectations, the rest of Roger's crew had chosen to honor their captain's final wishes. Even their most formidable ally, Rayleigh, was absent, unaware of Roger's imminent fate. Rayleigh was on a desperate quest through the uncharted islands of the New World, searching for a cure that might save Roger's life. Swimming through treacherous waters and braving the dangers of the sea, Rayleigh's sole focus was finding a way to save his friend. Had Rayleigh been aware of Roger's impending execution, the outcome might have been vastly different. Despite Roger's wish to face his fate, the Dark King was a force to be reckoned with. His mere presence could have sparked chaos in Logue Town, and the other crew members who remained hidden were counting on Rayleigh to take action. Without news or updates from their first mate, they too believed that Rayleigh had accepted Roger's final wish. As Shanks and Buggy stood on the pier, preparing to bid farewell to their captain, the weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, I observed their conversation with keen interest. The arrival of Shanks and Buggy was something that I had anticipated, as the upcoming event would mark the turning point in both their lives, adding another layer of uncertainty to the already volatile situation surrounding Roger's execution. In the next moment, I flickered right behind Buggy. Well, if it isn't the members of the great Roger Pirates, I rasped, the cloak concealing my form billowing around me, adding an air of mystery to my presence. With a calculated move, I placed my blade against Buggy's neck, aiming to instill a sense of fear and uncertainty. Who are you? Let Buggy go. Shanks roared, his voice tinged with both concern and anger, as he lunged forward in a desperate attempt to free his friend. But before he could take more than a couple of steps, I moved with blinding speed, materializing right in front of him and delivering a powerful punch to his gut. Smack! The sound echoed through the air as Shanks doubled over in pain, his formidable stature momentarily faltering. Meanwhile, Buggy, recovering from the surprise of my sudden appearance, leaped at me from behind, a hidden dagger glinting in his hand. With a swift sidestep, I avoided his attack and, using the sheath of my blade, delivered a firm blow to the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite the pain and shock, Shanks managed to rise to his feet, his eyes fixed on me with a mixture of defiance and recognition. He understood that he was no match for me in his current state, but his spirit remained unbroken. You morons, I chided, a hint of disappointment lacing my words. Have you been slacking? You haven't grown strong at all since the last time we met. With a casual flick, I lowered the hood that obscured my face, revealing features that Shanks and Buggy knew all too well. Instantly, recognition dawned in their eyes, memories of friendship and conflict flooding back from the days when Garp clashed with Roger. Ross, it's you? Why are you here? Buggy exclaimed, his shock palpable as he recovered from the blow and directed his ire towards me. Bastard, why did you hit me? I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Buggy's unpredictable reaction. One moment, he was seething over Roger's execution, and the next, he was indignant at me for a mere smack. Of course it's me. And why wouldn't I be here? The Pirate King himself is about to be executed, and I wouldn't want to miss such an era-changing event. I remarked, my tone tinged with amusement as I observed the duo's somber demeanor at the mention of their captain's impending demise. Shanks, ever the astute observer, voiced his concern. Are you sure you should be here with such a bounty on your head, especially with the island completely blockaded? He was well aware of my staggering 500 million belly bounty, but the reason behind my sudden transition from a marine-serving undergarp to a wanted man with such a high price on my head remained a mystery to him. Yet, Shanks could sense that something significant must have transpired during my time away. We should move away from here. Follow me. There are quite a few Marines patrolling the area, I advised, my voice low as I led the way to a safer location away from prying eyes. Initially hesitant, both Shanks and Buggy reluctantly agreed to follow, their trust in me wavering, yet still present. As we navigated through the shadowed alleyways, Buggy suddenly broke the silence with an unexpected plea. Ross, you're strong, right? With that high bounty. Can you help me rescue her, Captain? His words caught me off guard, and for a moment I pondered his request. Rescue your captain? I mused, my tone reflecting skepticism. Do you truly believe your captain needs rescuing? He must have orchestrated all of this. Besides, what reason do I have to aid you? I'm merely here for the excitement. You should be cautious. Soon enough, the entire world will be hunting the Roger pirates. I suggest you bid farewell to your captain and leave Logtown promptly. Shanks, ever perceptive, sensed there was more to my cryptic warnings. You know something about what's to come, don't you? He inquired, his tone grave. However, I chose to remain silent, unwilling to divulge more than necessary. Speaking of the future, have you two decided on your next course of action? I redirected the conversation, leading them towards a relatively safe spot shielded from prying marine eyes. Buggy's frustration bubbled to the surface. You bastard, talking as if our captain is already dead, he snapped, his loyalty to Roger unwavering. But I remained unmoved. Sometimes, no matter how hard one tries, they cannot alter the decisions of others. Roger had made his choice, and nothing anyone said could sway him. As Doflamingo, my hawk, and I awaited the arrival of the Pirate King, the atmosphere in Logtown crackled with anticipation. My hawk, hailed as the Marine Hunter, had just arrived in Logtown the previous day, his swift ascent to notoriety evident in his current bounty of 364,500,000 belly. In the past year alone, he had carved out a reputation that demanded respect. I never expected so many people to turn out for an execution, remarked a bystander, his voice filled with disbelief as he surveyed the throngs of spectators lining the streets. Indeed, it's quite the spectacle, my hawk replied coolly, his gaze scanning the crowd with keen interest. Of course. What did you expect? It's the Pirate King himself, the man who conquered the entire world. Another bystander chimed in, awe evident in his eyes as he spoke of Roger's legendary exploits. Doflamingo smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is history in the making, my friends. We're witnessing the end of an era. From every corner, murmurs of excitement and anticipation rippled through the crowd, heightening the sense of anticipation that hung thick in the air. As the minutes ticked by, the anticipation only grew, each moment bringing the execution of the Pirate King closer to fruition. As the sun rose to its peak over Logtown, casting a golden hue across the landscape, 10 massive marine warships appeared on the horizon, their imposing silhouettes cutting through the shimmering waters. The entire populace of the island watched with bated breath, anticipation hanging heavy in the air like a palpable force. Then, amidst a hushed silence, the moment arrived. With a thunderous boom, the first of the marine warships docked at the port, signaling the beginning of the end. All eyes turned towards the approaching procession, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they beheld the sight before them. Roger, the Pirate King himself, shackled and flanked by hundreds of Marines and cipher pole agents, emerged from the bowels of the ship like a titan among men. Despite his restraints, he carried himself with an air of regal dignity, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the throngs of onlookers. "Move, move, you bastards! Clear the streets!" barked a Marine soldier, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere like a whip. Without hesitation, his comrades followed suit, wielding their rifles with ruthless efficiency to clear a wide path through the crowd. Blows rained down upon anyone who dared to impede their progress, the sound of flesh meeting metal echoing through the streets. Under the relentless suppression of the Marines, a clear path emerged, leading all the way from the port to the center of town, where a massive execution platform loomed ominously. The platform itself was a towering structure of dark wood and iron, adorned with ominous symbols of authority. At its center stood a raised scaffold, where Roger would meet his fate before the eyes of the world. Despite the gravity of the situation, Roger's demeanor remained steadfast as he strode towards the steps of the platform, each movement deliberate and calculated. To those watching, he seemed less like a man facing death and more like a figure poised to immortalize himself in the annals of history. Whispers of awe and reverence rippled through the crowd as they beheld the Pirate King in all his glory, a living legend about to meet his destiny head-on. Among the crowd, I finally spotted the individual I had been searching for. In the canon, this kid was widely believed to be Luffy's rival among the Marines, one of the most underestimated Logia users, Smoker. It was one of the reasons I had agreed to accompany Daffy to witness the event. "I found him, Daffy," I remarked, nudging my way through the crowd, heading towards where Smoker stood. Despite the chaos around him, Smoker was focused, determined to get a good view of the Pirate King's arrival. However, just as I located Smoker, I sensed someone's gaze lock onto me. Immediately, my senses heightened, and I turned to identify the source. My eyes met Roger's, who had singled me out amidst the crowd. His already bright smile widened, stretching ear to ear, and I found myself unable to look away. Behind Roger, a Marine grew incensed at the delay, ready to push him forward. Yet, despite his efforts, Roger remained unmoved, as if he were a mountain impervious to the man's attempts. His gaze remained locked onto mine, an unspoken connection forming between us. "Hee, the world's going to be quite interesting," Roger murmured, his voice carrying a weight of significance. I acknowledged him with a smile and a nod, a silent understanding passing between us. With that, Roger continued on his final journey, leaving me to ponder the implications of our brief encounter amidst the chaos of Logtown. As Roger ascended the scaffold, the air crackled with tension, and every eye fixed upon him as if drawn by an invisible force. Flanked by two imposing executioners, he stood tall and unyielding, a beacon of defiance in the face of his impending fate. As the Marine Rear Admiral stepped forward, ready to deliver a grandiose speech about the deeds of the Marines, the restless crowd showed little interest in his sermon. Instead, their attention was focused on the Pirate King, eager to hear his words. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the murmurs of the crowd, a lone pirate daring to speak out amidst the sea of onlookers. "Oi, Roger, is it true that you've found the final island, and that it's brimming with unimaginable wealth?" The question hung in the air, the crowd buzzing with anticipation despite the Marines' attempts to identify the interloper. Roger, however, remained silent, his expression a picture of enigmatic amusement as he regarded the inquisitive pirate with a wide smile. "It seems lackluster," remarked Doflamingo, his gaze sweeping over the plaza. "I thought with the Pirate King being executed, the Marines and the world government would have sent a stronger force." I couldn't help but chuckle at Doflamingo's naivety. "Doffy, are you sure about that? It seems like you still need to work on your observation hockey." I teased, my eyes scanning the area. "They have enough forces hidden. Even if Roger's entire crew were to descend, they might be able to hold them back." Indeed, amidst the throng of spectators, I had already noticed a dozen powerhouses lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Yet, Even with their numbers, I knew that once the crowd was completely riled up, even the mightiest of forces would struggle to maintain control. As the question about the final island and its rumored wealth hung in the air, it acted as a spark, igniting a wildfire of curiosity among the crowd. Voices rose in a cacophony of questions, each person eager to glean a morsel of information from the Pirate King himself. Does the One Piece really exist, as they say? Have you seen the legendary treasures with your own eyes? Are the rumors of ancient civilizations and lost technologies true? The plaza buzzed with excitement, and the fervor of the crowd was palpable as they pressed closer, desperate for answers. Despite the efforts of the Marines to maintain order, the sheer volume of inquiries made it impossible to silence the multitude. Roger, however, remained unperturbed, his smile never faltering as he soaked in the adoration and curiosity of those gathered before him. With a knowing glint in his eye, he allowed the questions to wash over him like waves crashing against a steadfast rock. Meanwhile, Daffy and I observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. It was a testament to the allure of the One Piece, a treasure so legendary that it had captured the imaginations of pirates and civilians alike for generations. It looks like everyone's eager to uncover the mysteries of the Grand Line, I remarked to Doflamingo, a wry grin playing on my lips. Doflamingo chuckled in response, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, the prospect of unlimited wealth and power has a way of stirring up even the most serene hearts. As the questions mounted and the plaza grew increasingly rowdy, the Marines made the decision to expedite the execution before the appointed time. "All right, let's get this over with," Roger declared from atop the scaffold, resigned to his fate as he kneeled with a serene smile on his face. The man who conquered the seas as the Pirate King should not go down kneeling. "Don't you think, Daffy?" I remarked, a sense of urgency coursing through me as I swiftly drew Kitetsu, sending a flying slash towards the scaffold. The crowd gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events, but before anyone could react, a figure appeared from the side, clashing with my flying slash and diverting it away from the scaffold before landing gracefully upon it. In an instant, more than a dozen figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the scaffold with calculated precision. However, I had already concealed my presence amidst the chaos of the crowd, making it nearly impossible for them to pinpoint the source of the surprise attack. It seemed that Roger had grasped my intent, for instead of kneeling, he sat cross-legged upon the scaffold. With a simple tug, he broke free from the restraints that bound his arms. The two executioners, their resolve shattered by the sudden turn of events, dropped their blades in fear and scrambled to flee the scene. The tension in the air was palpable as Roger's defiant smile illuminated the plaza, a silent testament to the indomitable spirit of the Pirate King. And as chaos erupted around us with my action, the dozen or so powerhouses quickly tried to bring the situation under control. By my side, Daffy couldn't contain his laughter at my audacious actions. Meanwhile, Mihawk observed with a mixture of amusement and disbelief the spectacle unfolding before him. The two crazy brothers, as he dubbed us, were brazenly inciting chaos at such a pivotal event. Even the pirate powerhouses in attendance were frantically searching for the culprit behind the disruption, but to their dismay, none possessed observation haki as keen as mine. Smoker, who had been forcefully brought to our side, could only stare at me with a dumbfounded expression, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. "Roger, are you trying to go back on your word?" A CP0 agent flickered next to where Roger sat casually after breaking the restraints. "Don't think of causing any trouble," the agent whispered, his voice low but filled with warning. However, Roger merely chuckled and remained seated, unfazed by the agent's threats, while the Marines hurriedly arranged for new executioners. As the chaos among the crowd reached a tipping point, a pirate bellowed with all his might, "Hey, King of Pirates!" The shout echoed through the plaza, capturing the attention of everyone, including Roger, who looked in the direction with a wide smile on his face. The CP agent's expression soured, realizing that the situation was spiraling out of their control. It became evident to everyone that it wasn't the world government or Marines who captured Roger, but that he had surrendered himself. Another voice rang out from the crowd, eager for answers. Where did you hide all the treasures that you found? The allure of immeasurable wealth ignited the flame of greed in most hearts, especially considering the legendary treasure rumored to be in Roger's possession. You got it, didn't you? The legendary treasure? The one everyone has been searching for centuries. Another voice chimed in, fueling the frenzy of questions and stirring up even more curiosity among the crowd. Quickly, shut them up. Find those bastards who are causing dissent. Zephyr bellowed from the side of the scaffold, emerging from the shadows after my disruptive actions. Despite the Marines' attempts to quell the situation, more and more questions were thrown out, intensifying the chaos in the plaza. The CP0 agent behind the mask realized that the situation was worsening, knowing that if Roger began to answer these questions, it would unleash chaos across the world. Where the hell are the executioners? Bring them up and execute the pirate now. He roared in anger and frustration, his voice laced with desperation. Roger, keep your mouth shut. He turned to Roger to command him, but the glint in Roger's eyes spoke volumes. He had no intention of heeding the agent's words, especially with his restraints removed. If Roger chose to retaliate, there was nothing the agent could do to stop him. The greatest treasure of all, one piece. Tell us, Roger. Share it with the world now that your era has come to an end. I thundered, my voice carrying over the noise in the plaza. Thunderclouds gathered overhead as I manipulated the lightning, amplifying the dramatic tension in the air. With each passing moment, Roger's aura soared like a blazing sun, casting a spell of anticipation over the plaza. Around the plaza, various parties waited with bated breath for Roger's answer, knowing that whatever he revealed would forever alter the course of history. Among the crowd, notable figures loomed large, their presence adding to the charged atmosphere of the plaza. Even Dragon, deemed one of the most notorious criminals in the world, stood among the throng. Shanks and Buggy, especially the latter, were visibly distressed, their emotions laid bare as they witnessed Roger's final moments. Tell us about the One Piece, Gold Roger. Voices echoed throughout the plaza, the anticipation reaching its peak as the crowd clamored for answers. The Marines, already using force to subdue the riled-up crowd, struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Amidst it all, Roger's laughter cut through the tension like a knife, reverberating throughout Logtown. His aura now fully engulfed the island, subjecting everyone to an invisible pressure that spoke of his indomitable spirit. He knew the time was right for the grand reveal, to ignite a spark of revolution for the future. My treasure? If you want it, you can have it, Roger declared, his words carrying a weight that reverberated in the hearts of all who heard them. Find it, he bellowed, his command ringing out with authority that left no room for doubt. Beside him, the CP agent lost all patience, and two new executioners swiftly took their place, their blades raised to end the Pirate King's life. But Roger remained undeterred, his smile unwavering even as death loomed near. I left everything this world has to offer there, including all the wealth accumulated over my lifetime, including the legendary treasures. Roger's words carried a sense of finality, a testament to the legacy he would leave behind. Shut up, Roger. Shut your damn mouth now. The CP0 agent screamed, trying to mask Roger's voice. Just then, a stone hurled towards the CP0 agent, who was attempting to interrupt Roger. However, the agent easily dodged the attack, and the crowd became increasingly agitated as they anticipated Roger's final words. Find one piece. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it. Roger's voice echoed through the plaza, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 destinies. His declaration hung in the air, tantalizing and enigmatic, sparking a frenzy of speculation and excitement among the crowd. The implications of Roger's words reverberated through the hearts and minds of all who heard them. In that single moment, the promise of untold riches and unimaginable power beckoned, tantalizingly close yet shrouded in mystery. As Roger's final command echoed into the depths of history, the plaza erupted into chaos, with pirates, marines, and civilians alike scrambling to decipher the cryptic message. For in those few simple words lay the key to unlocking the greatest treasure the world had ever known, the fabled One Piece. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, the legend of the Pirate King lived on, his legacy destined to shape the course of history for generations to come. Just as the blades descended, piercing through Roger's chest, a defiant smile remained etched on his face, a testament to the man who had triumphed over fate in his final moments. No one knew who threw the first attack, but with Roger's words settling in and his death marking the end of an era, the entire plaza erupted into chaos. The revelation that the One Piece was real sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a frenzy of speculation and excitement. "Seal the island. I don't want anyone leaving before I say so," commanded the leader of the CP0 agents, his voice cutting through the clamor. He had received orders from the elders to suppress the news within Lowtown, fearing the chaos that would ensue if the truth spread. "Ha ha ha! You sure are crazy, little brother," Doflamingo chuckled, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene before us. "You never told me Roger's last moments would birth a new era. But it seems the world government's dogs don't intend to let anyone leave the island." Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Smoker, who eyed us warily amidst the turmoil. He understood that crying for help in this chaos would be futile. "It's time we leave, little brother. So, what are we going to do with this brat?" Doflamingo gestured towards Smoker, his question punctuated by the intensifying fight around us. Mihawk had already unsheathed Yoru, cutting down Marines attempting to subdue us. "Say, kid, would you like to join us?" I asked Smoker with a smile as I pulled him along towards the exit of Lowtown. "Who are you people?" Smoker's voice trembled with uncertainty as I guided him through the chaos. "Where the hell are you taking me?" "Let me go." Smoker struggled in my grasp, attempting to slip away, but he underestimated my abilities. Even if he managed to break free momentarily, I could easily catch him within mere moments. To my surprise, Smoker had already consumed a logia fruit, attempting to elementalize and slip past me. However, I firmly held onto him by coating my arm with armament hockey, rendering his powers ineffective. "Kid, tell me, what are your plans for the future? And forget about using your powers against me. They won't work," I chuckled, dragging Smoker through the crowd. You aren't much older than me. Why are you calling me a kid? And how are you able to catch me despite my powers?" Smoker questioned in panic and confusion. He had eaten the strange fruit out of hunger and had gained peculiar abilities, using them to survive on the streets. However, the teen who grabbed him seemed unfazed by his powers, firmly holding on to him despite his attempts to turn into smoke. No matter how he struggled, Smoker received no answers. "Kid, why don't you just tell me what your dream is?" I asked Smoker again as his thoughts drifted. I want to become a Marine and help change this world for the better," Smoker said with determination in his eyes. Myself, Daffy, and Mihawk paused in our tracks as we heard Smoker's words. Daffy, upon hearing Smoker's aspiration to become a Marine and change the world for the better, felt like he had heard the biggest joke of his life and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Become a Marine and change the world for the better, kid? Do you even see what's going on around us?" Daffy gestured around Lowtown, his laughter echoing through the chaos. He found the child's naivety amusing given the grim reality unfolding before them. "Kid, do you see exactly what the Marines are doing here? Is this the kind of people you want to represent in the future?" Daffy's tone was mocking, yet there was an undercurrent of curiosity. Despite his initial amusement, Daffy recognized the potential value of recruiting a Logia user like Smoker, especially with the child allegiance still uncertain. Smoker hesitated to speak as he observed the Marines hunting down civilians without remorse, their actions contradicting the ideals of justice he once believed in. Roger's last moments had left a deep impact on Smoker, forcing him to confront the harsh realities of the world he aspired to join. But then, Smoker realized he had no idea who these people were who had abducted him. He insisted on knowing their identity before anything else. We are pirates, I declared with a laugh, unable to suppress the amusement in my voice as I struggled to define our motley group. Smoker's face darkened upon hearing my words, and he struggled more fiercely, determined to break free upon realizing the true nature of his captors. It's useless, kid. I've decided that you'll join our family. You can try your best to run, but I promise you, I will always find you. I chuckled, my words laced with a sense of inevitability, as we began running toward the area where our small ship was anchored. We had to leave Lowtown, and the sooner the better. No, let me go. I am not going to join the pirates. Smoker cried out desperately, but his protest fell on deaf ears as I simply laughed off his denial. In my mind, the kid would soon warm up to us, whether he liked it or not. Morality wasn't my concern at that moment. Elder Sama, the entire island has descended into chaos. There is no way we can restrict the news using normal means. The CP0 leader spoke into the transponder snail, his expression twisted with frustration and concern. Aren't you ashamed to admit that you can't keep a little town under control? It seems like you guys have grown too complacent. I don't want to hear any excuses. Make sure that whatever Roger said stays buried in Lowtown forever. Bury the entire island if you have to. I need the information suppressed at any cost. Bombard the island and sink it if you must. We can later blame the pirates for the destruction of Lowtown, growled the elder's voice from the other end. Understood, Elder Sama. I will carry out your orders. The CP leader responded before the transmission disconnected. Immediately, the CP0 leader began passing down the elder's orders. Siege the island. Have the ships form a tight perimeter around it. No one must escape. Start a bombardment. Sink the island if you have to, he commanded, issuing instructions not only to world government agents, but also to the Marines. Zephyr, who had been trying to subdue the situation, heard the CP0 leader's command, and his face immediately turned ugly. We have our own men on the island. We will take too many casualties if we start a bombardment indiscriminately. And what about the civilians? He roared, attempting to reason with the man. But the CP0 agent disregarded him and pressed on with the orders. As the CP0 leader's orders reverberated through the ranks, tension crackled in the air. Zephyr's objections fell on deaf ears as the relentless march toward destruction continued. Marines exchanged uneasy glances, torn between their duty and the moral implications of the elder's commands. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed Lowtown as civilians scrambled for safety amidst the looming threat of bombardment. Fear and panic gripped the streets, with cries of desperation blending with the roar of gunfire. Amidst the turmoil, I tightened my grip on Smoker, who struggled against my hold with renewed vigor. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the unfolding chaos, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Daffy, we need to get out of here now, I urged, my voice tense with urgency. Despite the uproar surrounding us, our escape plan remained paramount. Daffy nodded grimly, his laughter silenced by the looming threat of destruction. With Mihawk at our side, we maneuvered through the chaos, navigating the maze of streets toward the safety of our ship. But as we neared the harbor, the sound of approaching warships filled the air, signaling the encroaching siege. Our window of escape was closing rapidly, and with each passing moment, the Elder's ruthless decree threatened to consume us all. Shit, what the hell are they planning to do? Are they planning to sink the entire Lowtown island? One of the pirates screamed as he made his way toward the ships anchored in the port. Brother, I think there's no point in holding back anymore. If we want to get out of this mess, then we need to break through the blockade, I declared urgently to Daffy, my voice tinged with frustration and determination. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons rang out as the Marine ships started firing indiscriminately into the island, sending shockwaves through the already chaotic streets. Capture all those pirates. Don't let any of them escape. the CP leader commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos as Marines and government agents clashed with those trying to flee the island. Damn it, Buggy. How many times did I tell you to practice? Now, look where that's gotten us. Shanks shouted at his cowardly friend, his frustration evident in his voice. They were still trying to free themselves from the Marines' grasp. While Shanks possessed enough strength to clash with regular Marines, Buggy relied on his devil fruit powers to hold his own. Just as Shanks knocked out another Marine, a CP agent, whose features were obscured behind a mask, noticed Shanks. After a brief contemplation, he flickered right behind the duo. Shanks felt the new presence behind him, while Buggy remained unaware of the looming threat. Busashoka Koka. With his entire arm clad in armament hockey, the CP agent sent a chop right at Buggy's nape, knocking him out with a single strike. Buggy! Shanks roared as the CP agent prepared to go for the killing strike. Shanks rushed forward, attempting to tackle the CP agent to the ground. But with a powerful punch to the gut, the CP agent sent Shanks flying through the air, crashing into a dark alleyway. The CP agent didn't relent, intent on completing the kill. He rushed towards Shanks, who had fallen. However, just as he was about to strike, another figure flickered right in front of Shanks. Tekai. With a resounding boom, the Renkyaku attack the other CP agent had sent clashed with the CP-0 agent's body. Sir! The CP agent panicked as he saw his superior intervening, but before he could convey his apology, the CP-0 agent used shave and grabbed the CP agent by his neck, lifting him up. Despite the struggles of the CP agent, the CP-0 agent's grip tightened. How dare you lay a finger on one of God's descendants? Your crime is unforgivable. The CP-0 agent's voice dripped with menace as he crushed the windpipe of the CP agent who had attacked Shanks, tossing the lifeless body aside casually. He quickly surveyed the area. The alley was secluded, with only the knocked-out Buggy at the entrance. Shanks, who had crashed earlier, coughed out blood as he stirred, witnessing the scene of the CP-0 agent crushing the other agent's neck. His mind clouded. He could only vaguely register the words exchanged amidst the chaos. The CP-0 agent noticed Shanks was up and immediately went down on his knees, not minding the filth. As one of the top CP agents, he was privy to certain privileged information, and he knew about the true identity of Shanks. Although they had been searching for Shanks since the incident at God's Valley, there was no concrete evidence of his whereabouts. However, the CP-0 agent was immediately able to confirm Shanks' identity because the resemblance was uncanny. Who are you? Why are you kneeling before me? Shanks, still feeling cloudy, wanted to make sense of the situation. Although Shanks asked the question to gain clarity, the CP-0 agent took it as a command. The CP-0 agent then started giving a detailed description of the events surrounding Shanks during the time of the God's Valley incident. The more information Shanks received, the dizzier he felt. It was as if the whole world had been a lie. No, you are lying. You must be lying, you bastard. You must have known about my past from the information you got from the Marines. I've been part of Roger's crew since I was little. I'm not a descendant of a god like you claim me to be. Get away from me. Shanks screamed, trying to run away. He staggered and started making his way towards Buggy, who had fallen unconscious. My apologies, but I cannot let you leave, Tim Ubido-sama. I will need to take you back to Mary Geos. That's where you truly belong. I am sure you will understand everything once you return to the Holy Land. Just as the CP-0 agent was about to grab Shanks, his observation hockey flared, and he suddenly dodged to the side as a massive lightning bolt struck right where he stood earlier. TCH, didn't I tell you morons to leave right after saying farewell to your captain? What are you guys still doing here? I questioned Shanks, who was barely able to keep himself upright as I materialized right on top of a building by the alley. Why are you here? The CP-0 agent roared. This is a matter of the world government. Don't get involved in this matter, Don Quixote Rosinante, he added, standing poised to confront me. He was already aware that I was the Lightning Logia user, which made the situation more complex for him. Well, you're trying to capture my friends, so of course I would intervene. I chuckled, ensuring that both Shanks and Buggy were not in any immediate danger. I was already aware that the duo were caught in trouble just when I was about to intervene earlier. I detected the presence of the CP0 agent swooping in to defend Shanks. From the following conversation that happened, I was able to gather quite a few pieces of information. However, the CP0 agent wanted to take Shanks back to Marie Geos, which might not be ideal. Although in the canon, Shanks was more of a mystery, I still believe that Shanks becoming a pirate and going after One Piece might help us down the line, especially when he owes us a favor. Tobu Shirgan Hibachi, the CP0 agent, launched a deadly attack without waiting for an opportunity, his fingers coated with armament hockey. Sensing the incoming strike, I smoothly unsheathed Kitetsu and swung to intercept all of his attacks in one clean motion. Despite his technique, my strength surpassed his. As my sword clashed with his attack, the momentum behind my strike sent the CP0 agent hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby building. I didn't want to get entangled in this town while fighting the CP0 agent, so I quickly flickered using lightning and arrived next to Shanks. Within moments, before the CP0 agent could pick himself up from the rubble, I was already carrying the two future Yonkos towards our caravel, where both Daffy and Mihawk were waiting. Back at the pier, both Daffy and Mihawk were dispatching any Marine or government agent who tried to impede their path as they waited in the little caravel for my arrival. Smoker was already knocked out so that he wouldn't be a nuisance while we made our getaway. You filthy bastards. Did you not get the message? You are to return to the town immediately. We need to screen a lot of you. Just before the Marine captain could finish threatening the people rushing out of the pier, a blue, blazing flame pillar shot out, blasting the Marine ship to smithereens. Do these bastards think that we are stupid enough to surrender ourselves for slaughter? Daffy snickered as he started using his blue flames to burn anyone to a crisp who tried to take them on. It wasn't just Marines. Even some pirates tried to seize the caravel because their bigger ships were being sunk by the Marine bombardment. The Marines were currently targeting the larger vessels, trying to stop them from leaving the island. Majestic destroyer. Amidst the chaos, the dazzling blue flames caught the attention of many. As the flames consumed yet another Marine ship that was about to fire their cannons in their direction, a pirate from the side commented, "It's him. The teen has a 500 million bounty on his head. There is no news about him since his bounty poster was released more than a year ago. Look at the one next to him. Isn't that the guy they call Hawkeye? What the hell is he doing fighting alongside him?" Another pirate recognized Mihawk, who swung Yoru with each graceful stroke of his blade, reaping lives effortlessly. If Daffy's method was all about raw power and a gruesome display of ravaging flames, Mihawk's was a sheer display of skill and elegance. Both of them formed a stark contrast. Where is Ross? We cannot hold this up for much longer. Sooner or later, the powerhouses of the Marine and the world government will make it here, so we need to leave the island, Mihawk commented as he quickly surveyed the area. Although the numbers on the Marine side were lesser, the number of high-quality fighters amongst their rank was larger, so the situation could turn at any moment. My little brother must have gone to pick up some of his friends. Don't worry, he will soon be here. Let's get the sails up. He'll catch up soon, Daffy commented as he raised the sails of the caravel while Mihawk kept anyone who approached the caravel at bay. Just as the caravel sailed into the open waters, it caught the attention of the encircling blockade of Marine ships. A rear admiral noticed that the little caravel was trying to sneak through the gaps and immediately relayed his order. "Sink that boat. Don't let them break through the blockade." With the rear admiral's command, the ship sent out signals to all the nearby ships. More than a half-dozen warships turned their cannons to fire. Just then, the sky overhead turned pitch black, with thunderclouds forming at a rapid rate. What the hell is that? The vice admiral of the main battleship and a few others in charge of the respective Marine ships looked at the sky. Such abrupt changes in weather were not uncommon, but they usually occurred in the Grand Line, not in the East Blue. Thunder God's descent. Suddenly, as they speculated the reason for the abrupt change, massive black lightning pillars descended from the sky, accurately striking every Marine ship that had targeted the little caravel. Each of these black lightning pillars was so thick that it easily engulfed the entire Marine warship. Within the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, more than a half-dozen Marine warships were razed from existence. Just when the entire surroundings froze in shock from the sheer display of power, I materialized on the deck of the little caravel, carrying both Shanks and Buggy over my shoulder, and tossed them onto the wooden deck unceremoniously. Just before the remaining Marines on the ships could collect themselves, our little caravel had already passed through the blockade. As if in a freakish act of nature, only our small boat moved forward despite the overall wind direction being unfavorable. On the main warship, the Vice Admiral bellowed more orders. "Quick, pursue that little boat. We cannot let anyone escape." With a gaping breach created in their blockade due to the loss of those ships during the lightning attack, many other pirate ships used the gap to escape. "Sir, the wind is not favorable. We will not be able to move in that direction," the Marine in charge of the sails replied. However, the Vice Admiral noticed that the little caravel picked up more speed. "Then how the hell are they able to sail if they don't have a favorable wind?" He fumed in frustration and started relaying more orders to minimize the damage. He knew he was going to be severely punished for this failure. "Weird. How is our boat going at such a speed, even without a favorable wind?" Mihawk questioned himself as he observed the wind. As a lone maverick, he mostly traveled alone, and his navigation talent was also quite decent. "Well, you can thank the stowaway on our ship for that." I chuckled as I turned towards the small cabin. "How long are you going to hide in there, Dragon-san?" I spoke, and after a few moments, under the bewildered eyes of both Daffy and Mihawk, a man clad in a dark green cloak stepped out of the cabin. They were both shocked because their observation haki, although not as monstrous as mine, was quite decent. Mihawk was a swordsman, so he needed his senses to be sharp, and Daffy's last year of hellish training had propelled his observation haki to a decent level. Yet, neither of them was able to detect a person who was hitchhiking on their own boat. As Dragon emerged from the cabin, a sense of unease seemed to wash over the deck. Even Daffy and Mihawk, both formidable fighters in their own right, couldn't help but feel a certain weight in the air as they gazed upon the enigmatic revolutionary. Mihawk, ever the composed one, spoke carefully with his hand on Yoru's hilt. "It seems we have quite the unexpected guest on board." Dragon's gaze swept over the trio, his eyes betraying none of his thoughts. "I apologize for the intrusion. Circumstances necessitated a discreet passage." "No need for apologies, Dragon-san," I replied, stepping forward to address him while gesturing for both Daffy and Mihawk to relax. "Your presence is unexpected but welcome, especially considering the situation we find ourselves in." I looked back only to see the main ships slowly vanishing into the distance. The caravel continued to slice through the waves with unnatural speed, leaving the Marine blockade far behind. As we sailed into the open sea, a sense of relief washed over us. However, the weight of what had transpired in Logtown lingered, and the implications of Roger's final words still hung heavy in the air. Dragon gazed at the unconscious form of Smoker, raising his brows as if seeking an explanation for the situation. I simply shrugged with a chuckle in response. "Thank you, Ross. I owe you one for saving mine and Buggy's lives today." Shanks expressed his gratitude as he was the first to speak. "Regarding the matters that happened in Lowtown, I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Shanks made a request, acknowledging that I must have overheard everything the CP0 agent had shared. However, Shanks had yet to sort out his thoughts and decide on the information he had received. In his gut, he felt that whatever the CP agent told him must have been the truth. I regarded Shanks with a solemn nod, understanding the weight of the request. "Your secrets are safe with me, Shanks. But remember, the truth has a way of surfacing eventually. When the time comes, you'll need to confront it." Shanks nodded in acknowledgement, a sense of determination flickering in his eyes. "I know, Ross. But for now, I need time to process everything." With a reassuring smile, I placed a hand on Shanks' shoulder. "Take all the time you need, my friend. At least you know who you truly are." As the conversation settled, Mihawk spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Dragon, What brings you to our humble vessel? And what do you make of the events that transpired in Lowtown? Dragon's gaze shifted to Myhawk's, his expression unreadable. I came seeking information, but it seems fate had other plans. As for Lowtown, it's clear that Roger's final words have set the world on edge. The search for One Piece will only intensify from here on out. Daffy, ever the pragmatist, interjected with a sly grin. Well, if chaos is what the world wants, then chaos is what we'll give them. Isn't that right, Ross? I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Daffy. It seems our journey is far from over. But with Dragon Sand's guidance and our combined strength, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Well, speaking of chaos, what are your plans, people? The world will soon be too chaotic for anyone to care. I questioned, although I knew what most of them were going to do from canon knowledge. I was curious to know if there would be any immediate changes. Just then, Buggy, who was knocked out, stirred and sat up groggily. The first face he saw was Dragon's, looking at him with an unreadable expression. You are Dragon. Why are you here? Buggy flustered and moved back, knocking himself against Myhawk, who stood behind him. As he turned in a hurry, he came face to face with the famed marine hunter, whose piercing gaze made him falter. He hurriedly looked around, trying to find a way out, and saw Daffy casually playing with the blue flames on his hand, grinning at Buggy, who was sweating buckets. Buggy realized that the young man in front of him was someone with more than 500 million bounty on his head. He was completely surrounded by monsters on all sides, failing to notice that myself and Shanks stood next to the caravel's railing. Finally, Shanks couldn't see his best friend make a fool of himself and stepped up, dragging Buggy back to his side. You bastard, Shanks. Why did you leave me alone? Where the hell are we? He shook Shanks aggressively, as if wanting to force the answer out of him. Buggy, shut up. We are on Ross's boat. He rescued us from the Marines when we were about to be captured. Shanks gave a brief rundown of what exactly happened in Lowtown. I could see a hint of gratitude in Buggy's eyes. Say, guys, do you want to join our family? I threw out the question towards Shanks and Buggy out of the blue, catching everyone on the boat off guard. Even Daffy was surprised, but he chose not to question my decision. Oi, Ross, have you forgotten that we are part of Roger's pirates? Buggy regained a bit of his courage now that he was in the presence of familiar faces. That was in the past, Buggy. Your captain is no more, and the same goes for the Roger pirates. Everyone here will have to decide where our lives will go from here. I am sure some of you have already decided on it. I gazed at the rest of the people on the boat. So if you want to join us, then I will be glad to have you both be a part of the future that we are aiming to build. I offered. Although Buggy seemed weak in canon, his luck was heaven-defying, and his devil fruit was quite underrated in my opinion. As for Shanks, he would grow up to become an absolute powerhouse. And what kind of future are you planning to build, Ross? Dragon was intrigued and wanted to know more, because if he could, he wanted to pull Ross into the revolutionary group that he was planning to build, and with Ross came quite a few future powerhouses, like his brother Doflamingo and Dracula Myhawk. Aha, you can forget about getting me to join your so-called revolutionaries. As for the future, I have envisioned that it simply involves us ruling this world. It's as simple as that, I commented casually. Dragon, who maintained a neutral expression, widened his eyes as my words sank in. Even Shanks widened his eyes in shock because he didn't see even a hint of doubt in my words. The idea of ruling the world was so audacious that it was hard to believe, even for them. As the weight of my words settled over the group, a tense silence engulfed us. Dragon's brows furrowed, betraying a hint of concern, while Shanks seemed conflicted, caught between his own ambitions and the implications of my ambitions. Daffy and Myhawk, on the other hand, exchanged knowing glances, seemingly unsurprised by my declaration. Buggy, still reeling from the shock of the situation, remained silent, his eyes darting between each of these madmen in front of him. After a moment, Dragon spoke up, his voice calm but probing. Ross, ruling the world is no small feat. What makes you believe you have what it takes to achieve such a lofty goal? I leaned back against the ship's railing, meeting Dragon's gaze with a confident smirk. Call it arrogance or call it conviction, but I've always believed in my own power and the power of those who stand beside me. The world is ripe for change, Dragon San, and I intend to seize that opportunity. Shanks, who was coming to terms with his own decision for the future, interjected, his tone measured. But Ross, ruling the world, what kind of world do you envision? One built on fear and tyranny, or one founded on freedom and justice? I paused, considering Shanks's words carefully. A world where strength reigns supreme, but also a world where people have the freedom to pursue their own paths. Perhaps it's a lofty ideal, but it's one worth striving for. But at the end of the day, my family needs to be on top. Daffy chuckled, breaking the tension with his signature grin. Well, count me in for the ride. Chaos or order, it doesn't matter to me as long as it's entertaining. Myhawk nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I've always been drawn to power and skill. And as my friend, if you intend to carve out your own destiny, I'll be there to witness it. So, you guys want to replace the current celestial dragons and rule the world in their place? You want to oppress the world in the future, just like they did for centuries. Dragon's tone grew solemn. As Dragon's inquiry hung heavy in the air, the warmth in his tone dissipated, replaced by a stark confrontation of ideals. His commitment to freeing the world clashed directly with my assertion of wielding power to dominate it. It was a clash of philosophies, a collision of our visions for the future. At the mention of the celestial dragons, Daffy's demeanor shifted, his expression contorting with disdain. While his ambition to rule the world burned brightly, he recoiled at the notion that his future rule would resemble the current regime of the world government. "You're naive, Dragon Sen," I retorted, my voice carrying a weight of conviction. Do you truly believe that the world will embrace your vision of change without the strength to enforce it? Peace often demands sacrifice, and sometimes that sacrifice is made in the form of wielding power with an iron fist. Humanity is driven by instinct, by the allure of authority. If I must tread the path of oppression to achieve my goals, then so be it. I make no claims to saintliness. My actions are driven by a selfish desire to protect those I hold dear, even if it means reshaping the world to suit my ambitions. The tension between us simmered, each of us entrenched in our beliefs, unwilling to yield to the other's perspective. Dragon's commitment to liberation clashed starkly with my resolve to assert dominance, leaving a palpable divide in our alliance. Naive, you say? Dragon's voice dripped with venom, his eyes ablaze with indignation. You speak of achieving obedience through strength, but what you fail to see is that true strength lies in liberation, not subjugation. The celestial dragons may wield power, but their rule is built on fear and suffering. I seek to break that cycle, to create a world where power is wielded for the betterment of all, not the few. By the side, Daffy couldn't hold back his laughter anymore at Dragon's lofty ideals and spoke. You speak of liberation and achieving equal status for all, but this is a world dictated by strength. What you envision is merely an illusion. Have you ever thought about what would happen to the world once there was no one to maintain order? Even if you become that new power that maintains order with your lofty ideals, not everyone will see you as a savior. Some will blame you for the suffering. Remember this. Daffy's eyes narrowed as he spoke, revealing insights he had come to realize since his youth. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Maybe today you might be the saviors, but soon enough, with the allure of power, you will inevitably become the same monster that you tend to kill. So in such a world, rather than being the oppressed answering to the whims of others, I'd rather become the oppressor, Daffy remarked, his voice laced with a cynical wisdom born of experience. I nodded in agreement with Daffy's sentiment, my gaze unwavering as I addressed Dragon once more. I understand your vision, Dragon San, and I respect it. But the reality is that this world is not so easily swayed by ideals alone. Sometimes, to bring about true change, one must be willing to confront the harsh realities of power and authority. I originally thought our ideals would match, and I could have someone to support me in my cause. but it seems like we are at a fundamental disagreement here. Dragon's voice was heavy with disappointment as he looked at me and Daffy. I understand that strength is crucial in this world, but using it to oppress others is not the solution. We must strive for a world where everyone can live freely and peacefully, without fear of oppression or tyranny. Daffy chuckled, his expression unyielding. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Dragon. Freedom is merely an illusion, a concept fabricated by those in power to maintain control over the masses. In reality, true freedom can only be attained through strength and authority. Those without power will always be at the mercy of those who possess it. Shanks, by the side, remained silent, contemplating everyone's words. While he understood the appeal of strength in a world as chaotic as ours, he couldn't shake the feeling that there had to be another way. Perhaps there was a middle ground where strength could be used to protect and empower others, rather than oppress them. But for now, it seemed that Daffy and I were firmly entrenched in our beliefs, unwilling to compromise on our visions for the future. "I am going after the One Piece," Shanks declared while the rest weighed their options. His goal was influenced by Roger. The former captain had shared certain details with Shanks before disbanding the crew, leaving him with hints about the truth of the world. Buggy, standing by, was surprised by Shanks' declaration. He had admired and followed Shanks all this time, even after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. "Thank you for the offer, Ross, but I don't think I will be able to join you guys. I would like to carve out a path of my own and find certain answers on my own," Shanks declared. Buggy's expression turned a bit sour. Shanks had said he wanted to find answers on his own, without mentioning Buggy. Despite feeling hurt, Buggy chose not to confront his friend in front of others. As another day passed, Dragon disembarked on a sparsely populated island, leaving Shanks and Buggy to make their decision. "Buggy, are you sure you don't want to join us? Your safety will be guaranteed," I remarked, offering him the opportunity to join. I knew that soon enough, Buggy and Shanks would likely have a disagreement and part ways. But Buggy remained loyal to Shanks, who gave him a light smile, as if conveying that he was okay with whatever decision Buggy made. After a moment of thought, Buggy finally answered. "No, Ross, I'm going to stick with Shanks. The bastard will make a fool of himself if I'm not there to help him out," Buggy declared, unable to let Shanks venture out into the world alone. "Fine, if that's what you truly wish for, I won't stop you," I commented as both Buggy and Shanks left to continue their new journey. However, I knew that our paths would cross again in the future. "So what's next?" Mihawk questioned. Although he had a goal set in mind and wanted to be a maverick, now that he was my friend, he wanted to know if he could do anything to contribute. "I want you to continue doing what you do, Mihawk, but you need to become even more infamous than you already are. Soon enough, the world government will come looking for you," I remarked with a smile on my face. "The world government will come looking for me? That seems a bit troublesome. I already have my hands full with the Marines chasing me around," Mihawk commented. He did not doubt my words. Rather, he was already contemplating the implications. He was not afraid of the Marines. Rather, he thought of them as an inconvenience, and he was lucky that he had yet to come across any Marine powerhouses. Yes, soon enough, the Marines will be overwhelmed due to the sheer number of pirates that descend due to the allure of One Piece, and the word will spread to the entire world. So, the world government will create a new system to use notorious pirates to curb the influence of pirates. I shared the information that I had on the Shichibukai system. In this life, Daffy was not going to be a part of the warlords, but for Mihawk, this would be a good opportunity. I wanted to have someone I could trust within the Shichibukai, so that I would have information in the future if the Marines made any big moves. Why would the pirates work for the world government and the Marines? Mihawk was confused because the idea itself seemed absurd to him. Of course, it's all a way to make pirates kill pirates, but the Shichibukai will be given certain privileges. The Marines won't chase them anymore. They'll have the right to legal plunder, among many other considerations. However, sooner or later, they will be disbanded once the situation is under control. However, you can hold on to the privilege for a decade or two and grow without any restrictions. "It's better the world government doesn't know about our connection," I commented. I had to make sure that when we were truly ready to fight the world government, we had to have quite a few strong fighters by our side. Especially with how much power the world government has hidden, my initial estimate was way off, so I needed to make more preparations. Having Shanks join us would have been ideal, but then he had his own path set. He wanted to focus on protecting the balance of power in the world. There were also many other things that I needed to tell Mihawk, especially about the Seraphim Project. That's something he needed to look out for if he joined the Shichibukai. I thought to myself, considering the intricate web of information I had to carefully share with my friend. Well, if my joining the so-called warlords will help you and keep the Marines off my back, then I don't think there would be an issue. But are you sure it's necessary? Mihawk questioned me, his sharp gaze probing for answers. My friend had no idea how deep the world government's true strength went. As of now, I chose to keep such information from him so that he wouldn't feel too pressured. I had only shared about Emu with Daffy, who then started realizing how much of a secret the world government was keeping even from their own descendants. The empty throne was not so empty as it seemed. There was an absolute ruler in this world who had ruled for over 8 centuries. Then you should disembark once we have reached the New World. For my estimate, the entirety of the New World must be burning right now, and we need to capture our new territory at the earliest possible time before it gets damaged beyond saving. I shared. Mihawk was intrigued. He was already aware of my grand ambitions, so he knew that I wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Territory was crucial in the New World. Looting alone would not help any faction grow. They needed a fixed source of income, and the protection fees from kingdoms and islands within one's territory were a good way to assert authority and power. So mind if I ask where you guys want to establish your power base? Mihawk questioned, his gaze shifting between the two brothers. However, it was Daffy who answered first. Dressrosa, we have quite a few reasons to take over this country. After all, it once belonged to our Don Quixote family. It's only right if we take it back, Daffy chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. There were indeed numerous reasons why we chose Dressrosa, but it was better to create such a facade. As long as myself and Daffy knew the truth about the matter, it was well and good. Dressrosa had a strategic location and a history entangled with the Don Quixote family, making it a suitable choice for our power base. However, there were other factors at play that we couldn't reveal to Mihawk just yet. So how are we going to cross over to the New World? Through the Calm Belt or through the Grand Line? I'm sure the little brother. Have you forgotten that we have an important thing to take care of in the Grand Line before we get to Dressrosa? Daffy interjected, reminding me of our impending task. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I had forgotten something crucial amidst the recent developments. With a sheepish smile, I acknowledged my oversight, and we set sail for the iconic Reverse Mountain, our next destination lying in the first half of the Grand Line. Days passed as Roger's final message spread throughout the world, stirring up a frenzy among those seeking the One Piece. The seas were teeming with people hungry for adventure and riches, and our little ship had become a target for numerous pirate groups. Daffy, reveling in the chaos, took delight in tormenting these would-be assailants who had underestimated us. Our caravel had been replaced with a medium-sized galleon, now manned by the pirates we had captured. As I sharpened Kitetsu, I shared insights about black blades with Mihawk, whose own Yuru had yet to complete its transformation. It's a shame I can't use such a beautiful blade anymore, but I'm uncertain if I can find a suitable replacement, I mused while channeling my black lightning through Sandai Kitetsu. Having shared the limitations of my current blade with Mihawk, I inquired about the whereabouts of other supreme-grade weapons. As the wielder of Yuru, he must have extensive knowledge in that area. Supreme-grade weapons are rare finds, Mihawk replied. My situation was unique. However, I believe nothing less than a supreme-grade blade may handle the strain of your lightning powers as you grow stronger in the future, especially if you want to infuse Haoshiku into your blade. As Mihawk observed the Sandai Kitetsu groaning under the pressure of the black lightning and armament haki infusion, he mentioned his observation that the blade might not be able to handle the additional strain of Conqueror's haki entanglement, a detail I had shared with him earlier. Well, currently I do know the location of quite a few great grade blades, but I don't believe they would suffice to unleash my strength in the future, I remarked, pondering the whereabouts of these legendary weapons. Shusui, in particular, caught my interest, as it was a permanent black blade with immense potential. You know about Shusui, one of the great gray blades? I should be able to get my hands on it soon enough. I shared, excitement lacing my words. Oh, you mean the blade used by the legendary swordsman Shimatsuki Ryuma? Wait, isn't that blade in Wano Kuni? Are you planning to take it out of Wano? Mihawk questioned, his sharp gaze fixed on me. He was well aware of the tensions surrounding Wano and the influence of figures like Kaido in the New World. I don't have any intention of entering Wano anytime soon. But soon enough, a fool might get Shusui out of Wano and gift it to me. I chuckled, knowing full well that Gecko Moria would soon challenge Kaido for dominance in the New World, leading to a series of events that would ultimately result in the blade finding its way to me. Wait, Ross, speaking of Shimatsuki Ryuma, back during the days when I was researching Supreme Grey Blades, I did come across an old tattered record that stated Ryuma once tried to wield a blade much more formidable than Shusui. However, it was said that due to its overbearing nature and lack of sync with Ryuma, the blade was set aside. The record stated that even Ryuma could not tame the blade. Mihawk began, delving into his memory as the mention of Ryuma brought back long-buried details. A blade that even Ryuma could not tame? Do you think such a blade could truly exist? After all, Shimatsuki Ryuma was hailed as the sword god of Wano Kuni according to history. If there was really such a blade, shouldn't it have been famous? I questioned, my skepticism evident. If a blade of such power truly existed, it would undoubtedly be renowned throughout the world. Well, that's the interesting part about this blade. Almost all records seem to have been destroyed. It's as if someone deliberately tried to erase all information about this blade, Mihawk commented, sharing the details he managed to recall from his memory. The mystery surrounding this blade piqued our curiosity, and we couldn't help but wonder what secrets it held. The moment Mihawk mentioned someone trying to erase all records about the blade, my thoughts immediately drifted towards the Void Century. It seemed like more than just a coincidence, especially considering Ryuma's potential involvement in defending Wano during that time. If there truly existed a blade that even someone as renowned as Ryuma couldn't tame, it held a significance that I couldn't ignore. Say, Ross, do you really think Ryuma killed a dragon? Or is it simply a myth? Mihawk's question carried a rare glint in his eyes. For any swordsman, slaying a true dragon would represent the ultimate pinnacle of swordsmanship. I believe it's very much possible that Ryuma killed a dragon. However, I feel there's more to the story. My theory is that Ryuma defeated the user of the Uo no Mi model, Sarayu, 8 centuries ago, thus protecting Wano. After all, it's rumored that the one who consumes the mythical dragon Zoan fruit becomes practically unkillable. Perhaps this is why Ryuma was bestowed with the title of Sword God. I shared, offering my genuine thoughts on the matter. Wano's history was shrouded in mystery, but I was certain it would play a significant role in the future, especially in our impending conflict with the world government. Aligning Wano with our cause was a strategic move, and the ancient weapon hidden beneath Wano was a prize I was determined to obtain. Our conversation was interrupted by Daffy, who approached with a smirk on his face. Are you two plotting something devious again? It seems like we have more guests incoming. He gestured in the direction of the incoming ships. As the approaching ships grew nearer, I couldn't help but sense their presence with my observation hockey. With a sigh, I turned to my companions on the galleon. So, who's up for dealing with our unexpected guest this time? I inquired, my gaze shifting towards the direction of the incoming vessels. A silent exchange of looks passed between us before Daffy rose to his feet with a resigned sigh. It seemed he would be the one to handle the situation yet again. With a smirk, he prepared to confront the approaching pirates, ready to unleash his formidable power upon them. Boom! 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 The ominous boom of cannon fire echoed across the sea as the 2 pirate ships drew closer to our galleon. My observation hockey revealed that these aggressors were far from formidable, lacking any real threat. Nevertheless, their approach was imminent, and we prepared for the inevitable confrontation. As the enemy vessels closed in, Daffy, ever ready for action, braced himself for the impending clash. With a confident smirk, he stood at the ready, his blue flames flickering in anticipation of battle. It was clear that these pirates had underestimated the firepower they were about to face. With a swift motion, Daffy leaped from the deck of our galleon onto the nearest pirate ship, his devil fruit powers already ablaze. As he landed amidst the startled crew, his aura of blue flames illuminated the chaos that ensued. Who the hell are you? The pirate captain's voice trembled as he demanded an answer from the mysterious intruder, his bravado fading in the face of Daffy's overwhelming presence. The crew, already on edge, took a step back, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Just a passing flame, here to burn away your little ship," Daffy replied with a sinister chuckle, his blue flames flickering ominously around him. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, who had never encountered such a terrifying display of power. Before they could react, the sound of cannon fire erupted from the other ship targeted at our own ship, sending a barrage of projectiles hurtling towards us. Without hesitation, Daffy sprang into action, his movements fluid and precise. "Fire fist!" he roared, unleashing a torrent of blazing energy that engulfed the second enemy vessel in a dazzling display of blue flames. The pirates watched in horror as their ship was reduced to smoldering wreckage within moments, the flames licking hungrily at the sky. Caught off guard by Daffy's sudden onslaught and the sheer intensity of his flames, the pirates on the second ship scrambled desperately to defend themselves. But their feeble attempts were like swatting at a raging inferno with bare hands, utterly futile against the ferocity of the flame fruit user. With a second punch, Daffy unleashed another torrent of scorching blue flames, sending waves of heat cascading across the enemy ship. The air was filled with the acrid scent of smoke and the agonized screams of the pirates as they were engulfed by the merciless fire. Panic swept through the ranks of the pirates as their vessel became a blazing inferno, the flames licking hungrily at the wooden hull and rigging. Men stumbled and fell, their clothes and skins singed by the searing heat, their cries drowned out by the crackling of the flames. Meanwhile, Daffy stood amidst the chaos, a twisted smile curling his lips as he relished the sounds of agony and despair echoing around him. To him, the screams of the hapless pirates were like music to his ears, a symphony of terror that only fueled his appetite for destruction. Yet amidst the chaos and carnage, not a single soul aboard the first ship dared to move an inch to help their comrades. Frozen in fear, they watched in silent horror as their fellow pirates were consumed by the flames, knowing that any attempt to intervene would be met with the same fiery fate. "It's a devil! It's a devil of the sea!" One of the crewmen screamed, dropping his weapon and falling to his knees in terror. The others could only watch in stunned silence as Daffy's power laid waste to their comrades and their ship, leaving behind only ashes and despair. "We'll pay for the transgression. Please spare our lives," the captain pleaded, his voice thick with fear and desperation. He cared little for the fate of his crew now, consumed by regret for ever setting sail in search of the elusive One Piece. Daffy's dark chuckle filled the air, sending shivers down the spines of the pirates. He flicked his fingers, and arcs of blue fire danced across the deck, casting eerie shadows in the flickering light. "What kind of monster are you?" One of the pirates couldn't help but cry out, his voice trembling with terror as death loomed over him. Just then, by a stroke of sheer coincidence, another pirate accidentally knocked over a barrel. It tipped and spilled its contents, including a stack of bounty posters. Among them, Daffy's own wanted poster flew through the air, landing at the captain's feet. The captain looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief as he took in the face staring back at him from the paper, a face that now stood before him, wreathed in flames and dark intent. As the pirate captain's eyes locked onto the bounty poster at his feet, his heart sank like a stone. The image depicted a man with vibrant, flaming hair and a chilling grin, the very same man who now stood before him, exuding an aura of power and menace. Daffy's eyes glinted with amusement as he watched the realization dawn on the captain's face. "Recognize me now, do you?" he taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. "It seems like your luck has run out, my friend." The crew murmured in fear and disbelief, their minds struggling to process the unfolding nightmare before them. Some whispered prayers, while others cursed their ill-fated voyage. But amidst the chaos, one voice rang out with a defiant edge. "We won't go down without a fight," a burly pirate shouted, rallying his comrades with a fierce glare. "We'll take this devil down, no matter the cost." Daffy's grin widened, relishing the challenge, or rather, the foolishness of these pirates. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a swirling vortex of azure flames, casting an ominous glow over the deck. "Then come at me, if you dare," he challenged, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. "But be warned, you're playing with fire." Suddenly, the burly pirate's cutlass cleaved through the air with deadly intent, aiming straight for Daffy's head. But Daffy's reflexes were lightning fast. With a fluid movement, he sidestepped the attack, the blade whistling harmlessly past him. Before the pirate could recover from his failed strike, Daffy's hand shot out like a viper, seizing the man by the throat with an iron grip. The other pirates watched in horror as their comrades' eyes bulged with fear, realizing too late the grave mistake they had made. "Welcome to paradise." Daffy's voice was a chilling whisper as he unleashed a torrent of azure flames from his palm. The searing inferno consumed the burly pirate's face in an instant, reducing it to ash and bone. The once formidable man collapsed to the deck, his agonized screams silenced forever. The remaining pirates recoiled in terror, their resolve shattered by the merciless display of power before them. But Daffy showed no mercy. With a savage grin, he unleashed a barrage of blue flames upon the hapless crew, engulfing them in a maelstrom of fire and chaos. The deck became a battlefield bathed in hellfire, the scent of burning flesh mingling with the acrid smoke. The pirates' desperate cries echoed across the sea, drowned out by the crackling flames and the triumphant laughter of their assailant. In mere moments, it was over. The once proud pirate crew lay decimated, their charred corpses strewn across the deck like discarded puppets. Daffy stood amidst the carnage, his expression twisted with sadistic pleasure as he surveyed his handiwork. "Pathetic," he scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "Is that the best you fools could muster?" With a contemptuous flick of his hand, he extinguished the remaining flames, leaving nothing but smoldering wreckage in his wake. As the smoke cleared and the echoes of battle faded into silence, Daffy turned away from the scorched remnants of the pirate's ship, his hunger for destruction momentarily sated. But deep within him, a dark hunger stirred, a hunger that could only be sated by the chaos and devastation of the open sea. As the tumultuous waves crashed against the sides of our galleon, threatening to swallow us whole, Mihawk's gaze remained fixed on the raging sea. His sword, Yoru, gleamed in the faint light, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. "You say this happens every year around this time?" Mihawk's voice cut through the roar of the storm, his eyes sharp with curiosity. "Yes, it's called Aqua Laguna, and it's getting worse each year," I replied, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. With a gesture, I summoned a bolt of lightning to cleave through another towering wave. Mihawk's expression remained unreadable as he processed the information. Meanwhile, Daffy, his usually confident demeanor faltering in the face of the tempest, voiced his concerns. "You're mad, little brother. If no ships can sail through this storm, why risk it? Can't we wait for one more day and make it to water 7 safely?" Daffy's voice trembled with apprehension, the sea's oppressive presence weighing heavily on him. "Daffy, if you can't weather such a simple storm, how will you fare when faced with the truth that our entire world is on the brink of sinking?" My words cut through the air like a chilling wind, silencing Daffy's laughter. Daffy's laughter died down, replaced by a disbelieving scoff. "Our world's sinking? That's the grandest joke I've ever heard," he retorted, unable to comprehend the gravity of my words. As the galleon surged forward, battling against the relentless assault of the storm, the atmosphere aboard grew tense. Daffy's once jovial expression faltered, replaced by a look of genuine concern. "Ross, are you being serious?" His voice carried a weight of urgency, and his eyes searched mine for any hint of jest. My silence only seemed to deepen his unease as he grappled with the possibility of my words being true. Even Myhawk, renowned for his composure, couldn't conceal his surprise. "Ross, is our world truly sinking? How do you know about it?" His inquiry cut through the roar of the storm, demanding answers that I was not yet ready to divulge. With a cryptic smile, I held their gaze, my thoughts consumed by the gravity of our impending mission. Our journey to Water 7 held multiple agendas, each as vital as the next. Securing the blueprints of Pluton from the legendary shipwright Tom held paramount importance. With the cipher pole on the hunt for Tom for building Oro Jackson, time was of the essence, and recruiting him to our cause was imperative. But Tom was not the only one I sought to enlist. Icebag, with his vision of a floating city, possessed the expertise we needed to turn our aspirations into reality. In a world on the brink of collapse, a floating city could be our salvation, a bastion of hope amidst the chaos. And who better to help us bring this vision to life than Tom and his apprentice? As the galleon battled against the raging currents, I found myself lost in contemplation, my thoughts swirling like the turbulent waters beneath us. The revelation I had shared weighed heavily on my mind, its implications stretching far beyond the confines of our current voyage. "Ross, you idiot. Are you serious about our world sinking? How sure are you about this information?" Daffy's expression mirrored my own internal turmoil, his typically flamboyant demeanor subdued by the gravity of our conversation. Gone were the laughter and jest, replaced by a somber realization of the challenges ahead. Myhawk's stoic facade cracked, revealing a hint of concern beneath his icy exterior. His penetrating gaze bore into me, seeking reassurance in the face of uncertainty. As the galleon pressed on through the tempest, each crashing wave bringing us closer to our destination, I couldn't help but wonder if our mission would mark the beginning of a new era or the end of everything we held dear. After a few hours of struggle and relentless effort from both myself and Myhawk, we finally made it through the Aqua Laguna. Our galleon was already battered, and it was a miracle that it was still in one piece. Daffy was completely exhausted, and despite having undergone resistance training, the seawater still restricted him to a great degree. As for me, I was an anomaly. I had been steadily growing resistant to seawater and sea stone. Although I still couldn't use my maximum power under the influence of the sea, I wasn't completely helpless either. "Say, Myhawk, do you have any plans to consume a devil fruit?" Daffy commented with a smirk as Myhawk dispatched the last pirate who had helped us steer our galleon to Water 7. "We had no plans of sparing these people." "Seriously, do you take me for a fool, Doflamingo? With what Ross has shared about the world sinking, do you expect me to eat a devil fruit?" "No thanks. I will rely on my swordsmanship to reach my goals," Myhawk commented firmly. My revelation of the world sinking had left a deep impact on both Daffy and Myhawk. I had asked both of them not to spread the word unless absolutely necessary. I had only shared minimal information regarding the matter, as even I was blind to the exact reason for the world sinking. However, I knew that the higher-ups in the world government were aware of the real reason, and it must have a direct relation to the Void Century and many other mysteries of this world. Is that a ship?" The man perched safely on the roof gawked as a majestic galleon battled through the tempestuous waves and careened into Water 7. "Shit, who's crazy enough to sail into Water 7 during the night of Aqua Laguna?" his friend exclaimed, eyeing the turbulent sea while a few others joined them, watching as three figures emerged from the battered vessel. "Land at last. I swear, little brother, I'll never trust your judgment on storms again. You call that a small tempest?" Daffy gasped for breath, finally feeling the stability of the solid ground beneath him. "Daffy, you've got to toughen up. How else are you going to fare on the high seas?" I chuckled, amused at my brother's disarray. Suddenly, a group of menacing figures closed in on us, unmistakably pirates looking for trouble. But before they could make a move, Myhawk descended gracefully from the galleon, his presence commanding immediate recognition. That's the Marine Hunter," one of the pirates stammered, their bravado waning in the face of Myhawk's formidable reputation. "Do any of you know where I can find a shipwright named Tom? I've heard he's quite the legend in Water 7. I materialized behind the pirate, who appeared to be the leader of the ragtag group, gently resting my hands on his shoulders. Instantly, the pirate realized they weren't the hunters, but the prey. With trembling hands, he pointed in the direction of Tom's workshop. As my companions and I strolled casually towards our destination, the pirate let out a sigh of relief, recognizing both myself and Daffy, two notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million belly. Utilizing my observation hockey, I could sense that Water 7 was teeming with pirates. However, due to the chaos of Aqua Laguna's night, there weren't any more pirates incoming. The island, renowned for harboring the world's finest shipwrights, had become a haven for pirates seeking to upgrade their vessels. Stealing a ship from Water 7 was deemed easier than acquiring one through legitimate means. Alternatively, pirates could strong-arm the skilled shipwrights into crafting a new vessel for them. Amidst the bustling streets, the scent of salt and sea mingled with the clamor of voices, the occasional clink of metal, and the distant roar of the storm-tossed ocean. Shadows danced upon the cobblestones as lanterns flickered, casting an eerie glow upon the nocturnal scene. After traversing through the labyrinthine streets of the town for more than half an hour, we finally reached the edge of the island, where most of the decommissioned ships lay discarded. Near the area stood an old, dilapidated workshop with a weather-beaten signboard that barely clung to its hinges, bearing the faded inscription, "Tom's Workers." "Is that the workshop of the shipwright who built the vessel that circumnavigated our world?" Daffy couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with disappointment. He had expected something grand from the renowned builder of Oro Jackson. As we approached the weathered workshop, we were greeted by a sudden commotion emanating from within. Despite the stormy night, it seemed that Tom San was still hard at work. However, the nature of the disturbance hinted at trouble brewing inside the once hallowed sanctuary of shipbuilding expertise. As the gunshot reverberated through the stormy night, Daffy's eyebrows arched in amusement just as we crossed the threshold into the workshop. What met our eyes was a scene of utter pandemonium. A group of ruthless pirates had Tom San and his apprentices cornered, their faces etched with a blend of fear and defiance. Tom San himself bore a gaping bullet wound on his shoulder, the blood staining his shirt and mingling with the sweat of his exertion as he lay beneath the oppressive weight of the frenzied pirate's captain. "Tom, I won't ask again. Where's the Pirate King's ship hidden?" The captain's voice cut through the tension like a blade, his foot pressing down mercilessly on Tom's injured shoulder, eliciting a pained gasp from the shipwright. "I've told you before, if you seek the Oro Jackson, you'll have to search among the Roger pirates. I have no knowledge of their ship's whereabouts," Tom replied, his words strained with the effort of defiance despite the agony he endured. It was evident that he had suffered greatly at the hands of his captors, with both Icebogue and Cutty Flam, also known as Frankie, bearing bruises that marred their once smooth features. The pirate goons held the two apprentices in an iron grip, their expressions hardened with determination as they awaited their captain's next command. The workshop, once a haven of creativity and innovation, now bore witness to the cruel reality of piracy, where violence and intimidation reigned supreme. "Tom, we're both fishmen. Why are you aiding these humans?" The captain's voice carried a mix of disbelief and frustration as he momentarily eased the pressure on Tom's wounded shoulder. Their entire crew consisted of fishmen, and the captain himself boasted a staggering bounty of 310 million, marking him as a formidable force in the treacherous waters of the New World. "Do you truly expect me to believe that you're unaware of the whereabouts of your greatest creation?" The captain's tone dripped with skepticism. "For all I know, you could be the one hiding it. Hand over the ship, and together, we can unlock the secrets of One Piece." we can liberate our entire fisherman race. The tension in the workshop thickened as the weight of the captain's words hung in the air. It was clear that he had journeyed from the depths of the New World to Water 7 upon hearing the rumors surrounding Oro Jackson, driven by the promise of power and freedom for his people. The relationship between humans and fishmen had soured over the years, exacerbated by the heavy influx of pirates since the time of Roger's conquest of the Grand Line. With each passing day, more fishmen fell prey to human exploitation, becoming commodities in the eyes of their oppressors. As the tension inside the workshop reached its peak, my companions and I strolled in with an air of nonchalance. Despite the workshop's shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly vast, with enough space to accommodate even the largest of ships under construction. Currently, it seemed that Tom and his apprentices were putting the finishing touches on a sizable galleon, which stood as a testament to their craftsmanship. The workshop fell silent as we entered, and more than 24 fishmen tensed at our presence, their wary gazes fixed upon us. Ignoring the palpable tension, I addressed the room with a calm demeanor. "Don't mind us. Carry on with your work. Just ensure that Tom San remains unharmed," I stated, my voice carrying an unmistakable authority. "I have a rather important matter to discuss with him." With deliberate ease, I walked over to an upturned table and set it upright, taking a seat while casually placing my sword aside. Daffy followed suit, his chuckle cutting through the tense atmosphere as he settled onto an old, dusty couch. Meanwhile, Mihawk leaned against a wooden pillar with his customary aloofness. The arrangement of our positions effectively surrounded the Fishman crew, making it clear that we held the upper hand in this precarious situation. Despite the bloodshot stares and clenched fists of the Fishmen, my companions and I exuded an aura of confidence. We were prepared for whatever might come next. "You little brats, do you have a death wish?" The captain's voice boomed, breaking the tense silence as he directed his fury towards us. His anger was palpable, fueled by our apparent disregard for him and his crew, who we treated as inconsequential. "You bastards, do you know who I am?" he snarled, attempting to intimidate us with his imposing presence. Meanwhile, his crew members shifted subtly, preparing for the imminent conflict. Unlike the earlier ragtag group, this crew recognized the potential threat we posed despite our youth, opting not to launch an attack outright. "Of course, I know who you are. You're the captain of the Frenzy Pirates," I replied calmly, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. "However, I suggest you leave here without causing any more trouble. We have important matters to discuss with Tom San." With a casual gesture, I gestured towards the wounded shipwright, who lay on the ground, confusion evident in his expression as he struggled to place the unfamiliar face that spoke with such authority. "What business do you have with Tom?" the captain demanded, his towering form eclipsing the room as he stepped forward. Standing over 6 meters tall, he was a formidable sight to behold. A great white scark-type fishman with a burly figure, every inch of his body exuding bloodlust. From his aura alone, I could sense that he had likely slaughtered a substantial number of humans in his lifetime. "Little brother, let's just get this over with. I'm too tired from the journey," Daffy interjected impatiently, his arm engulfed in flames and armament hockey as he lunged forward, striking a nearby fishman with a swift, powerful punch. With Daffy's sudden action, the skirmish erupted into full-blown combat. In the blink of an eye, Mihawk unsheathed his blade with lightning speed, severing the head of a fishman pirate before they could even react. Meanwhile, the captain's anger surged as he witnessed our swift retaliation, and he immediately turned his attention towards me, the closest target. "Spear wave." With a roar, the captain manipulated the water surrounding us, conjuring a thick spear to pierce through me. However, he vastly underestimated the extent of our power. While most of his crew possessed a rudimentary understanding of hockey and were proficient in Gaijin karate, they had yet to realize they were facing 2 Logia fruit users. With casual ease, I raised my hand and countered, unleashing a thick pillar of black lightning that tore through the oncoming water spear. The captain's shock was palpable, and as his observation hockey picked up the incoming threat, he managed to stumble to the side with his massive form at the last second. However, his unfortunate crew member standing directly behind him wasn't as fortunate. The black lightning tore through the fishman's body without mercy, the high temperature of the lightning burning through his massive form in moments, leaving behind only charred dust. Ha ha ha. I've heard fishmen have 10 times the physique of humans, but I think that was a bit of an exaggeration. Daffy laughed as he plunged his fist into the chest of another fishman, who choked on his own blood, while Daffy pumped his blue flames into the gaping wound for good measure. As Myhawk and Daffy swiftly dispatched the fishman crew, my black lightning crackled through the workshop, reducing the remaining adversaries to ash. Amidst the chaos, the captain's enraged roar pierced the air, his fury unrelenting even in the face of overwhelming odds. "You bastards! I will kill you all!" he bellowed, his determination fueling his next move. Buse Shoku Koka. With a menacing aura, he infused his entire body with armament hockey, his muscles bulging as he launched one of his signature techniques, Fishman Karate, Secret Art, Demon Brick Fist. A shockwave charged with black lightning tore through the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward as he charged towards me with formidable speed. However, I met his attack with a smirk, choosing to counter his punch head-on. Clad in black lightning, my entire fist collided with his, creating a deafening clash that reverberated throughout the workshop like a sonic boom. Like a broken string, the massive form of the fishman was hurled through the air, crashing towards the almost finished galleon with bone-crushing force. Despite his arm being imbued with armament hockey, his arm was left charred and smoking from the intensity of the lightning, the acrid stench of burnt flesh permeating the air. By his side, Tom had swiftly moved to protect his young apprentices, shielding them from the chaos wrought by the pirates' aggression. They huddled together, battered and bruised, their innocence marred by the violence that had erupted within the once peaceful confines of the workshop. The battle raged on within the confines of Tom's workshop, with each of my black lightning strikes illuminating the chaos. The air crackled with tension as the two parties clashed with all the ferocity of the tempest outside. Myhawk moved with unparalleled deadly grace and precision, his blade, Yuru, cutting through the fishman pirates like a scythe through wheat. With each stroke, he carved a path of destruction, his movements a deadly dance of skill and lethality. As the bodies of his fallen foes littered the ground, the sheer elegance of his technique belied the brutality of his strikes. Meanwhile, Daffy, with his entire body ablaze in blue flames, moved like a whirlwind of destruction, his laughter echoing amidst the chaos. With every attack, he unleashed torrents of fire that engulfed his enemies in searing agony. His devil-may-care attitude belied his cunning and ferocity as he dispatched his opponents with ruthless efficiency. The captain of the Fishman pirates rose from the wreckage of the shattered galleon, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. With one arm completely charred and hanging limply at his side, he glared at us with defiance, his voice booming with defiance amidst the chaos. "Tui, who are you bastards? Are you here to snatch away my treasures?" He roared, his words dripping with venom and desperation. But before he could even react, I flickered next to him in a blur of movement, my fist charged with crackling black lightning. Thunderlance! I unleashed the full force of my power, driving my lightning-infused fist into the fishman's massive form with relentless ferocity. The lightning drilled through his body like a bolt of divine retribution, leaving behind a gaping hole in his chest. Despite his body being clad in armament hockey, a futile attempt to defend against the might of the lightning fruit, his efforts were in vain. The power of my thunder lance proved overwhelming, rendering his defenses useless in the face of such raw, elemental power. As the captain staggered backward, his strength waning with each passing moment, a sense of finality hung in the air. The battle was over, and the victor was clear. The captain of the Fishman pirates coughed violently, blood spewing from his lips as his airway was flooded with crimson. Despite his weakened state, defiance still burned in his bloodshot eyes as he struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Cough! Cough! Who are you bastards? Why are you attacking me? He rasped, his voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos of the stormy night. His question hung in the air, a last desperate plea for understanding in the face of inevitable defeat. You should have left when I asked you nicely. I remarked coolly, my voice tinged with a hint of disappointment at the captain's stubbornness. Slowly, deliberately, I drew Kitetsu, the blade crackling with electric energy as lightning danced across its surface. With one swift motion, I unsheathed the blade, the sound of metal slicing through the air echoing through the workshop. In an instant, the captain's head was severed from his body, a clean cut that marked the end of his reign of terror. As the last remnants of the fishmen pirates were dispatched, a sense of calm settled over the workshop. Despite his bullet wound, Tom had begun to recover, a testament to the resilience of the fishman's superior physique. Sorry about your ship, Tom-san, I offered, my tone tinged with genuine regret as I took a seat in front of him. Behind him, his two apprentices remained close, seeking shelter behind their master's protective stance. Tom-san, a seasoned veteran of the One Piece world, was no stranger to the true depths of power that lurked within it. Having been acquainted with the likes of Roger and his legendary crew, he possessed a keen awareness that the three newcomers before him were not to be underestimated. The ease with which we had dispatched the fishmen pirates spoke volumes about our strength, a fact that Tom-san undoubtedly recognized. Despite the chaos and destruction that had unfolded within his workshop, Tom-san remained remarkably composed. His gaze, though wary, held a glimmer of curiosity as he regarded us, his mind undoubtedly racing with questions about our identities and intentions. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Tom's weary voice cut through the lingering tension in the workshop as he eyed the three of us warily. Daffy had already settled back on the couch, his expression one of casual indifference, while Mihawk perused the designs of small, one-man boats that adorned the walls with a curious interest. Ah, Tom-san, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself first. I began, offering a polite smile despite the gravity of the situation. My name is Don Quixote Rosinante, and I am here to ask you to join the Don Quixote family. Tom's expression remained inscrutable as he processed my proposal. His eyes flickered between the three of us, his gaze searching for any hint of deception or ulterior motive. Behind him, his apprentices watched with bated breath, their apprehension palpable in the air. I appreciate your help in saving me and my students earlier, but I apologize. I must decline your offer. Tom-san's voice was firm but respectful as he delivered his refusal. I have no intention of leaving Water 7 and venturing out into the sea. However, in exchange for saving our lives, if you would like to commission a ship, I can help you build it to the best of my abilities. I nodded, understanding his position. Tom-san was a man of principle, dedicated to his craft and his home. His loyalty to Water 7 was unwavering, and I respected his decision even as disappointment lingered in the air. To have Tom-san's expertise in shipbuilding was a rare opportunity, one that I had hoped to capitalize on, but I knew better than to press the matter further. In that case, I would like to commission your help in building me Pluton, I replied, my tone shifting as I dropped the facade of formality. A smirk played at the corners of my lips, and a glint of determination sparkled in my eyes. With the blueprint in hand, I am sure that with enough resources, a shipwright of your stature should be able to help me create a new one, yes? The mention of Pluton hung in the air, a name whispered in hushed tones throughout the world of pirates and adventurers. It was a legendary ship, said to possess unparalleled power and unmatched strength. Tom-san's reaction was palpable, a flicker of unease crossing his features at the mere mention of the name Pluton. Even Icebike, the teenage apprentice standing behind him, seemed to tense at the mention of the legendary ancient weapon. Only Frankie remained oblivious, his focus still on Mihawk, who was browsing through the designs spread across the workshop walls. I do not know what you are talking about. Pluton is simply a fairy tale, created by the people of the past to increase the reputation of Water 7. There is no such thing as Pluton. With a subtle shift in demeanor, Tom Sand rose to his full height, his towering figure casting a shadow over me as his tone turned downright hostile. His denial was vehement, his words laced with a hint of desperation as he sought to dismiss Pluton as nothing more than a fairy tale concocted to elevate Water 7's reputation. But I was not so easily swayed. My gaze locked with Tom Sand's, my resolve unwavering as I met his denial with a challenge of my own. "Do you take me for a fool, Tom Sand?" I retorted, my tone growing more serious by the moment. "Perhaps this will help jog your memory. Both myself and my brother are descendants of the celestial dragons. So tell me, is Pluton still just folklore?" The mention of my lineage hung in the air like a weight, the gravity of the revelation sinking in as Tom Sand's expression shifted, his facade of denial beginning to crack. Even Daffy, usually nonchalant in the face of conflict, eyed Tom Sand with a newfound intensity, his casual demeanor replaced by a steely resolve. "Let's cut to the chase, Tom Sand," I asserted, my voice firm as I met his gaze head-on. "I know you have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton hidden under your care. Soon enough, the world government will come hunting for you, especially given your involvement with Roger and the construction of Oro Jackson. I'm not willing to gamble my chances once they get involved, so I hope you can hand over the Pluton blueprints." My demand hung in the air, the weight of its implications echoing through the workshop. I knew that in the near future, Spandam would catch wind of rumors regarding Tom's possession of the Pluton blueprints. Originally, if Spandam had shared this news with the elders, the world government would have raised Water 7, sinking the island completely in search of the weapon blueprints. However, Spandam wanted to keep the merits for himself and hand over the blueprints directly, so he kept the information to himself until the end. "Even if Pluton were real, I don't have the blueprints for such a weapon," Tom Sand continued to deny, his resolve unyielding despite the mounting pressure. "Thompson, it seems like you've misunderstood something," I countered, my tone cool and calculated. "You seem to have forgotten that I am a pirate, and it was not a request. The only reason I'm engaging in dialogue here is out of respect. However, if you want to push your luck, then so be it." A smirk played at the corners of my lips, a silent warning that time was running out for Tom Sand to come clean. He may have grown comfortable with our conversation, but I was not one to tolerate deception for long. The truth would come to light, one way or another, and I was prepared to do whatever it took to ensure that Pluton fell into the right hands, mine. Frankie's expression soured at the revelation that we were pirates, his deep-seated hatred for them burning brightly, fueled by the betrayal of his own pirate parents. Behind him, Iceboog struggled to conceal his fear, his knowledge of Pluton likely weighing heavily on his mind after years under Tom Sand's tutelage. "Little brother, you're wasting your time." Daffy's voice cut through the tension, his impatience evident. Unlike me, who sought resolution through dialogue, Daffy saw no need for restraint. He knew there were numerous ways to break someone, especially if they had someone they cared about. But I didn't want to resort to such tactics. Having Tom Sand willingly join us would be the ideal outcome. "Daffy, go back to sleep. Let me handle this." I reprimanded him, but his words had already struck a nerve with Tom Sand. He understood that we weren't bluffing, and if he didn't cooperate, he'd face dire consequences. "Tom Sand, I'm a patient man, but my brother here." I trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. There was only so much I could do to restrain Daffy's impulsive nature. "If you're uncomfortable with handing over the blueprint, then join us and start building Pluton for us." As I spoke, I observed the reactions of the trio before me. Frankie's anger simmered just beneath the surface, his fists clenched in frustration. Icebug's fear was palpable, his eyes darting nervously between us. And Tom Sand, his expression was unreadable, a mask of uncertainty and resignation as he grappled with the weight of his decision. In this moment, the fate of Pluton hung in the balance, its secrets poised to reshape the world of pirates and adventurers forever. "What do you guys want to achieve with the blueprint?" Tom Sand questioned, his tone grave, signaling his resignation to the reality of the situation. Why else? Of course, it's to bring down the world government. I replied casually, though the weight of my words hung heavily in the air. This world needs a change, don't you think, Tom-san? And in order to achieve it, we need Pluton when we face the world government in the future. Tom-san's gaze sharpened, his understanding of the stakes clear. You're planning to plunge the whole world into chaos so you can climb the throne? He questioned, his voice tinged with disbelief. He understood the danger that Pluton posed, its legacy stretching back through the annals of history. Tom-san, you speak as if the current world is ideal, I retorted, my patience wearing thin. But forget that. I'm not here to discuss philosophy with you. With a heavy sigh, Tom-san delivered his verdict. I'm sorry, but I cannot hand over the blueprint. You can torture me or kill me. I do not care. But I will not hand over the blueprint of such a dangerous weapon into your hands, he declared, his resolve unyielding. Tom-san, you should understand something. I counter, my tone firm. Pluton doesn't belong to you alone. It was the collective effort of all the shipwrights of Water 7 back during that time. So what gives you the right to dictate who the blueprint should belong to? You were merely lucky that the blueprint was handed down to you because of your mentor. As the weight of my words settled over the workshop, Tom-san's expression shifted, a mixture of realization and reluctance crossing his features. He knew that what I said was the truth, yet his decision remained steadfast. He could not allow the blueprint to fall into the wrong hands, even if it meant facing the consequences of his defiance. As Tom-san remained steadfast in his refusal to hand over the blueprint, a tense silence settled over the workshop, broken only by the distant roar of the storm outside. His determination was unwavering, his resolve unyielding, despite the mounting pressure from all sides. Growing impatient with his obstinance, I turned my attention to Icebug, whose fear was palpable as he stood frozen in place, caught between loyalty to his mentor and the fear of the consequences of defiance. With a swift movement, I seized him by the neck, my grip firm and unrelenting. Let him go, you bastard. Tom-san moved to intervene, his expression a mix of concern and desperation. But I pushed him back with a forceful shove, his attempts to intervene thwarted by my determination to see this through to the end. Tom-san, you may be ready to die for your beliefs, but are you willing to sacrifice your loved ones? I challenged, my voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The words hung heavy in the air, their implications clear. Frankie's roar pierced the tension, his desperation evident as he lunged forward, attempting to tackle me to the ground. But despite his determination, the current Cuddy Flam was no match for me. With ease, I caught him by the neck, my grip tight and unforgiving. You bastard! Let Icebug Senpai go. Frankie's voice trembled with a mix of anger and fear, his eyes blazing with defiance, even as he found himself held captive in my grasp. A dark chuckle escaped my lips as I leaned in close to Frankie, my breath cold against his ear. I'm very much tempted to end you here and now, I whispered, my voice dripping with malice. Just to see if fate will have a way to save you. Just don't tempt me more. The words hung heavy in the air, a silent warning to both Frankie and Tom-san of the consequences of resistance. In that moment, the workshop seemed to hold its breath, the weight of our confrontation pressing down on us like a suffocating blanket. After what seemed like an eternity, Tom-san deliberated the weight of his decision. His gaze shifted between his trembling apprentices and the teen who held them captive, barely Icebug's age, but emanating a pressure that spoke of a hardened conqueror. The atmosphere in the workshop was heavy with tension, each passing moment carrying the weight of an entire world's fate. Tom-san knew that the teen before him was serious about his threats. He could sense the determination and ruthlessness that lurked behind those cold eyes, a resolve that had likely been forged amidst countless battles and hardships. Despite his own lack of fear for his life, Tom-san couldn't bear the thought of his loved ones suffering for his sake. With a heavy heart and a resigned sigh, Tom-san finally relented. Perhaps it was fate that the blueprint had fallen into the hands of this kid, and as for how it would all end up, that was something beyond his control. The decision weighed heavily on his conscience, but he knew that it was the only choice he could make to ensure the safety of those he held dear. As the tension in the workshop began to ease, a sense of resignation settled over Tom San. He had made his decision, and now all he could do was hope that it was the right one. In the uncertain times ahead, one thing was clear. The fate of Pluton and the world itself hung in the balance, and the consequences of his choice would ripple far beyond the confines of the workshop walls. Fine, I will hand the blueprint over. Let the children go. Tom San sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. With his words, I gave a bright smile and released both Icebug and Frankie. Frankie still tried to lunge forward in a burst of defiance, but Icebug, with a steadying hand, managed to hold his junior back. See, Tom San, it was so simple. We didn't have to go through all that drama. I remarked, my tone almost jovial. Now that's dealt with, how about reconsidering my offer about joining my family? I'm sure I would rest assured if a man like you were to lead the project. Your name would be etched in history for all eternity once you built such a ship. Despite my hopeful offer, Tom San's expression soured. He had just been deprived of his greatest secret at knife's edge, and now the team before him wanted him to help build Pluton. Though he felt a pang of temptation at the idea, his reluctance triumphed. He couldn't bring himself to work for someone he didn't trust, no matter the potential rewards. No, I have much more important things to do. I have an important project to work on, Tom San replied tersely as he turned and moved towards the area where the galleon was being built. With a graceful dive into the water, he disappeared beneath the surface, his form disappearing into the depths. As we waited for Tom San to retrieve the blueprints, I turned my attention back to the two apprentices. Icebug, in particular, caught my interest. He seemed to possess a quiet determination that belied his youth, a trait that intrigued me. Icebug, why don't you tell me what your dream is? I inquired, my tone casual but expectant. I could sense hesitancy in his response, as if he were grappling with the weight of his aspirations. I want to help Tom San fulfill his dream. I want to help him transform Water 7 completely, Icebug declared, a rare glint of passion flickering in his eyes. Yet, beneath his resolve, there lingered a hint of uncertainty, as if he were still searching for the strength to fully commit to his goal. Perhaps Tom San's recent brush with danger had left its mark on him, reshaping his ambitions in its wake. How long have you been studying under Tom San? I probed further, curious to gauge the depth of his commitment. I wanted to know if he possessed the fortitude to pursue his dream even in the absence of his mentor's guidance. I have been under Tom San's tutelage since I was a little kid, Icebug replied, his voice tinged with a mixture of respect and nostalgia. So you must have learned almost everything that Tom San has to offer, correct? I probed further, wanting to assess the extent of Icebug's skills and knowledge. While I knew he wouldn't be on par with Tom San, I needed to ascertain his capabilities for the tasks ahead. Icebug's reluctance was palpable, but I ignored it, already deciding his fate. Icebug, you will come along with us and work for my family. I'm sure you will like the new world, I declared, brushing aside any objections. I promise I will help you fulfill your dream. No, I will not help you people build weapons of war. I will never help you build a ship like Pluton, Icebug protested, his resolve unwavering. However, Frankie's curiosity piqued at the mention of weapons of war, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Icebug, one mustn't care what kind of ship you make. It's neither good nor bad. You can make any ship you want. But even if the ship kills someone or destroys the world, a creator must never disown a ship he designed. He must always love it. The ship is not to blame. When a man builds a ship, he takes pride in what he built with a dawn. I recited Tom San's own final words of philosophy, hoping to sway Icebug's decision. Though I wasn't giving him a choice, I didn't want him to be resentful once he joined our family. Where did you hear that? Tom San's voice cut through the air as he returned, carrying a tightly sealed wooden chest in his arms. He rushed forward with blinding speed and gripped my shoulders firmly. His grip tightened on my shoulders as he demanded an answer, but I simply chuckled, refusing to respond. My attention was fixated on the chest he held, knowing that within it lay the key to our future plans. Tell me, boy, where did you hear that? Tom-san persisted, his tone laced with urgency as he sought an answer to the origin of the profound statement I had recited. Tom-san, tell me, will it help sway your decision if I tell you who exactly told me this? I countered, seizing the opportunity to leverage this unexpected reaction from Tom-san. While I hadn't anticipated such a strong response to the quote, I quickly realized its significance and sought to exploit it to our advantage. Tom-san hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts. As he contemplated my words, I carefully retrieved the wooden chest and opened it. As I unveiled its contents, both Daffy and Mihawk edged closer, their interest piqued by the legends surrounding Pluton. Inside the chest lay an old, thick record. With cautious reverence, I lifted it and examined its contents. True to our hopes, it contained what appeared to be the complete blueprint of Pluton, though its complexity rendered immediate understanding impossible. Now that we have the blueprint, there is one more matter we must discuss, Tom-san, I declared, carefully replacing the blueprint and handing the chest to Daffy, who cradled it like a precious artifact. Say, Tom-san, what's stopping you from stabbing us in the back once we leave? So I have a proposal, I continued, placing a reassuring hand on Iceberg's shoulder. He will come with us. You needn't worry. He will be treated as one of our own. However, Tom-san's expression darkened. That was not the deal. You let go of him, he demanded, his tone tinged with desperation. Tom-san, I don't even know if the blueprint you provided is genuine, and I'm sure you can continue your sea train project without one of your apprentices. I need Iceberg's help in another grand project, a floating city. In the meantime, he can also assist us in starting the Pluton project, I proposed, hoping to assuage Tom-san's concerns while subtly advancing our own agenda. How do you know about the sea train? How do you know all this? Who are you? Do you know my master? Tell me, is he still alive? Tom-san's questions poured forth in a torrent, revealing his deep attachment to his mysterious mentor. Tell me, Tom-san, did you never wonder how I learned that you possess the blueprint to one of the ancient weapons? I prodded, dropping hints and allowing Tom-san to draw his own conclusions about his master's involvement. Tom's mind raced, now certain that the teenager before him must have some connection to his master. Not only did he know of the Pluton's blueprints, but he also seemed aware of the sea train and his master's dream project, a floating city that would be the salvation of the sinking world. Perhaps, if the kid truly knew his master, he must also know that the world was sinking. Tom recalled his master's words from his own youth, foretelling the world's imminent demise and the need to challenge the world government's control to save it. Are you really planning to build a floating city? Can you tell me why? Why do you need a floating city? Tom-san questioned, his earlier hostility dissipating as curiosity and a glimmer of hope filled his eyes. My mind raced. Why did Tom ask such a question? Did he already know? Was it possible that he, too, was aware of the world's sinking? In the canon, Tom would meet his demise at Spandam's hands in 10 years' time, with no mention of his knowledge about the world's fate. Yet, beyond the highest echelons of the world government, there were surely others privy to this secret. Perhaps Tom had helped Roger build the Oro Jackson because he believed they had the chance to reach the final island and uncover the truth. After considering all the information at hand, I decided to take the gamble. Why else, Tom-san? Because the world we know is sinking, and in a few decades' time, our entire world will be buried beneath the sea, I stated plainly, causing everyone in the room to tense. Even Daffy and Mihawk, to whom I had disclosed the information earlier, hissed in disbelief. Earlier, they were uncertain whether I was jesting or serious. However, now that I am declaring the world's fate again, the gravity of my words is unmistakable. Iceberg's knees buckled, and he stumbled, falling onto his rear from the shock of the revelation. Even Frankie stood frozen, his usual bravado replaced by stunned silence. Yet, Tom's reaction was different. It was as though he had found someone with whom to share his burden, someone who understood the weight of his master's legacy. His master had entrusted him with Pluton's blueprints and the vision of a floating city, disappearing 2 decades ago with only a cryptic message about being pursued by the world government and the importance of building Pluton when the time was right. You must be joking. Tell me it's a joke, right? Frankie gathered his courage and questioned me, his voice trembling with disbelief. When he saw that I was only smiling cryptically, he turned to his master for assurance. Tom Sand's expression, or lack thereof, was all the answer everyone in the workshop needed to confirm whether the world's fate was truly as I had disclosed. The next morning brought a significant shift in the atmosphere. Tom, who now held a deep misunderstanding that I was acquainted with his master, had a complete change in attitude. His earlier disdain for my threatening tactics had also noticeably diminished, likely because we had not caused any harm to Iceberg or Frankie. Among the three, Frankie maintained a cautious distance, but he wasn't outright hostile anymore. Iceberg's fate was sealed when Tom ordered him to follow us and assist with the initial preparations. Tom himself decided to remain in Water 7 to complete the Sea Train project. Once finished, he intended to join us in Dressrosa. Tom Sand, are you sure about this? The world government will be here soon to put you on trial. Don't you want to leave with us? I asked, feeling uneasy about leaving Tom behind. Now that he was willing to work with us, I couldn't bear the thought of him facing the authorities alone. However, Tom seemed resolute in his decision to complete his dream project first. It's all right, Ross. I'm confident I can handle it. Besides, if things go south, I can always leave with you guys. As much as I want to help fulfill my master's dream, I like to see my own dream through first. Joining you now would only draw unwanted attention to your group, Tom remarked, his tone firm and determined. He had clearly spent the night pondering his options and had come to this conclusion. Even I hadn't anticipated that things would unfold in this manner. Thankfully, Tom didn't press me further regarding his master's details. If he had, he would have realized that I had no idea who his master was. 5 years, Tom Sand. You have 5 years to finish your Sea Train project before then. By that time, we'll be a superpower in the new world. This should give us enough time to make the initial preparations for Pluton. From what you've told me, it might take a decade or more to build Pluton, and we'll likely need to make numerous upgrades. So, at worst, we'll need a new Pluton built within 2 decades. Tom Sand, I explained, outlining the timeline I had in mind. There were nearly 24 years until the prophesied child would arrive at sea. Before then, we needed to ensure that all preparations were in place for the impending war with the world government. With a little over 2 decades to prepare, I was determined to do everything in my power and leverage my knowledge of the future to ensure our victory. 5 years is a bit tight, Ross. With the resources at hand, I don't think I'll even be able to finish the Sea Train project in a decade. Tom Sand gave his estimate regarding the project he would soon embark on. But if resources were his issue, we could get that sorted out. Don't worry about the resources, Tom Sand. You will have your funding. Get the Sea Train project done within 5 years. And have you forgotten that we need to get started on the floating city as well? I question him. The floating city was just a backup, just in case of the worst-case scenario. Fine. I will see what I can do, Tom relented. He knew that this was his only chance at fulfilling his master's dream. Master, do I really need to go to the new world with these people? Iceberg questioned from the side, his uncertainty palpable. His life had taken an unexpected turn with a single encounter. Originally, he had never imagined leaving Water 7, planning to build his life there. While he was intrigued by the idea of building the floating city, he would have preferred to do it in Water 7 rather than venturing into the new world with pirates who didn't even have a proper base yet. Iceberg, you must understand the gravity of the situation. Tom Sand interjected, his tone serious. These people hold the fate of the world in their hands. Besides, this might be the opportunity you need to hone your skills and expand your horizons. You have a chance to make a real difference in the world, far beyond what Water 7 alone can offer. Iceberg fell silent, contemplating Tom Sand's words. He knew there was truth in them, but the prospect of leaving behind everything he knew and stepping into the unknown was daunting. Yet deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was his destiny, his chance to leave a mark on the world. While we were deciding the fate of the future world, Myhawk and Frankie were engaged in their own discussion. This one seems to be the best for your requirements. If you would like, I can help you build a one-man sailboat that's sturdy enough to traverse any harsh waters. Frankie waved his arms exaggeratedly, presenting more than 24 blueprints of what seemed like one-person vessels. Myhawk keenly perused these designs, offering suggestions for modifications that could be made. Just then, Daffy entered the workshop with a smile plastered on his face. "It seems like you were right, little brother. I just spotted a world government ship and 2 marine battleships nearing Water 7. TCH, the Aqua Laguna was just yesterday. Tom-san, it seems like they are paying quite some attention to you." I chuckled and turned to Myhawk and the rest. "We need to make sure that the trial happens in Water 7. We cannot have Tom-san taken to Eni's lobby for the trial. Frankie, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Sabotage their ships, so they have no choice but to hold the trial here," I commented, looking at Frankie, who simply snorted coldly. He knew his task, understanding that if things didn't go as his master had planned, then he would need to be rescued, and he could only rely on these strangers to help his master. "I don't think we need to worry about that matter. The world government ship seems to be a judicial ship, and it must be carrying a judge, so I'm sure that the trial will happen here on the island," Daffy commented. Despite his often lethargic demeanor, Daffy was quite knowledgeable when it came to the affairs of the world. He understood most of the operations and nuances of the world government. "Daffy, Myhawk, let's leave. It's better we act from the shadows. We don't want the world government to know that we are involved with Tom-san." I got up, and Daffy and Myhawk followed suit. Myhawk even picked up a blueprint that he liked and slipped it into his coat, promising Frankie that he would have the boat commissioned so Frankie could build it for him. Soon enough, the marine ships neared Water 7. Bang! 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 The cannons from the marine ships rang as they entered the port, sinking every ship that carried a Jolly Roger. Although Water 7 is currently infested with pirates, unlike in the New World, the Marines still held a semblance of control in the first half of the Grand Line. "It's the Marine bastards. Everyone flee." The entire Water 7 riled up as soon as news of the Marine warships spread throughout. Amidst the tumultuous scene of sinking pirate ships and frantic Marine activity, Vice Admiral Borsellino, better known as Kazoo, lounged in a luxurious, high-backed chair aboard the Marine ship. His commanding presence was unmistakable, emphasized by the intricate golden epaulets and embellishments adorning his uniform, symbols of his esteemed rank within the Marine hierarchy. With an aura of effortless authority, Kizaru reclined back, his posture exuding calm confidence amidst the chaos unfolding around him. Despite the frantic energy of the situation, he remained unruffled, as though the world moved at his own leisurely pace. Water 7 held a significant position for the Marines, renowned for its skilled shipwrights and the quality of marine battleships commissioned from its docks. However, today, Kizaru's attention was not on the petty pirates plaguing the seas. Rather, it was focused on a far more formidable adversary, Dracul Myhawk, the infamous marine hunter. Kizaru casually perused Myhawk's bounty poster, his expression betraying a hint of intrigue at the impressive figure printed upon it. With the recent chaos Myhawk had caused in Lowtown and the world government's directive to escalate the bounties of pirates in the wake of the Great Pirate Age, Myhawk's bounty had soared to a staggering 432,500,000 belly, an increase of nearly 100 million. Recent intelligence from the Cypherpole Agency indicated that Myhawk had been sighted in the first half of Grand Line, and all following clues pointed to Water 7, prompting the dispatch of Kizaru by the Marine HQ to apprehend the elusive pirate. Unbeknownst to the Marines, however, Myhawk's connection with Ross added a layer of complexity to the situation, one that Kizaru had yet to discover. As the Rear Admiral approached, Kizaru shifted his attention with a lazy, fluid movement, his expression carrying a subtle hint of amusement as he anticipated the report. "What news do you bring?" he inquired, his voice carrying a calm, yet authoritative undertone. The Rear Admiral's reply confirmed Kizaru's expectations. "It seems the intelligence was accurate. Myhawk is currently in Water 7. He's been sighted in the shipwrights area, apparently in search of a new ship," the Rear Admiral reported. It wasn't the Marines or cipher pole agents who had pinpointed Mihawk's location, but rather civilians who had recognized the renowned pirate. Despite the formidable abilities of Marines like Kizaru and the covert operations of Cipher Pole, the common people often served as the eyes and ears of the authorities. To them, pirates were symbols of chaos and lawlessness, and reporting their whereabouts to the Marines was seen as an act of civic duty. Kizaru stood up lazily and spread out his observation haki to the very limit. Even with Kizaru's extraordinary observation haki, monitoring every individual's movements within the sprawling expanse of Water 7 was a daunting task. The island's vastness and constant activity made it challenging to track down specific targets like Mihawk, especially when they took measures to conceal their presence. As Kizaru extended his observation haki in search of Mihawk, I instinctively did the same as I detected a powerful presence in the vicinity of Water 7, my own mastery of observation haki far surpassing that of the Vice Admirals. As I probed the incoming Marine presence, the pieces fell into place. They were here for Mihawk, unaware of my and Daffy's presence on the island. Mihawk, it seems the Marines have sent a formidable opponent to capture you. Prepare yourself for the impending confrontation, I warned, a smirk playing on my lips as I gestured towards the approaching Marine ship carrying Borsalino. With a discernible shift in his demeanor, Mihawk acknowledged the situation and prepared himself for battle. Ross, I think we should split up here rather than travel to the New World together. Sensing the gravity of the impending conflict, he proposed a strategic split for our group rather than continuing our journey to the New World together. It was a prudent decision, as it would keep Mihawk's affiliation with us clandestine, essential for his future role as a Shichibukai. Don't fret, Mihawk. If things take a turn for the worse, we'll be there to bail you out, Daffy chimed in, his tone laced with playful assurance. Mihawk responded with a dismissive snort, his focus already turning towards the imminent clash with the Marines. Daffy, it's time we leave the island too. Take Iceboy with you before the Marines come for Tom-san. You should observe the situation on Tom's end. If things go south, intervene immediately. I'll handle Mihawk's matter if he needs help, I directed, delegating tasks efficiently as I sensed the imminent arrival of the Marines. As our preparations swiftly concluded, Tom-san generously bestowed upon us 2 boats, a small skiff for Mihawk and a sturdy caravel for our journey to the New World. Despite their modest sizes, each vessel boasted exceptional craftsmanship, a testament to Tom-san's skill as a shipwright. Vice Admiral, shouldn't we search the island for the Marine hunter? Questioned the Rear Admiral, puzzled by Kizaru's decision to anchor the ship near the shore. He'll come to us. We don't need to go looking for him. If I'm right, he should already be aware of the Marines in Water 7. After all, he hunts Marines, Kizaru chuckled, though his true motive for not searching for Mihawk was rooted more in laziness than strategic thinking. Initially tasked with capturing Mihawk, Kizaru now bore the added responsibility of safeguarding the judge from Eni's lobby, who had come to send the shipwright who aided the Pirate King in building his vessel to the gallows. As Kizaru had anticipated, a lone figure approached the shore, casually hoisting a skiff over his shoulder. Ignoring the imposing Marine battleship blocking his path to the sea, the man strolled leisurely, his movements betraying a calm confidence. Above, the climate shifted ominously as thunderclouds began to gather, heralding the approach of an impending storm. It seems like there's a storm brewing. We'll need to expedite the trial, remarked Judge George, his gaze turning skyward as the darkness intensified. Unbeknownst to others, this tempest was not a natural occurrence. It was a creation of my own making. I sought to conceal my involvement, ensuring that I could discreetly aid Mihawk if he found himself in a precarious situation. With my superior observation haki, I was confident that unless I directly intervened, Borsalino would remain unaware of my presence. As Mihawk gently placed the skiff on the water, Borsalino's expression soured slightly at the sight of the pirate's blatant disregard for his presence. Despite his typically lazy demeanor, he disliked Mihawk's attitude of nonchalance, prompting him to move forward and engage the swordsman. With a swift dematerialization, Kizaru appeared next to Mihawk, his voice a low whisper Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? His light speed kick aimed directly at Mihawk's temple, but the renowned swordsman was already prepared. In a blur of movement, Mihawk drew Yoru with blinding speed and slashed, infusing his blade with armament haki in an attempt to sever Kizaru's leg. Reacting swiftly, Kizaru dematerialized and reformed a few meters away, avoiding Mihawk's lethal strike. "Oh, the Marine Hunter sure seems scary," Kizaru chuckled, though internally discarding his lazy attitude. He realized that Mihawk was no ordinary adversary. Immediately, Kizaru unleashed a barrage of laser beams from his fingertips at a rapid rate, but Mihawk expertly deflected each one. Suddenly, Mihawk sent a flying slash imbued with haki toward Kizaru, who swiftly entered his elemental state, splitting himself in half to evade the attack. However, to his surprise, Mihawk's true intention became clear as the slash aimed for the Marine ship behind him. In a split-second decision, Kizaru moved to intercept the attack, but Mihawk appeared beside him in a flash, swinging down his blade in a massive arc. Reacting swiftly, Kizaru whispered, "Sword of the gathering clouds of heaven," as he formed a long, sharp sword out of light and solidified it. Clang! With a resounding clang, both Yoru and the Sword of Light clashed, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout the shore. Meanwhile, the Rear Admiral, a massive ancient Zoan user, transformed into a formidable beast, wielding a colossal battle axe. Summoning all his strength, he intercepted Mihawk's slash just in time, though the force of the impact sent him hurtling through the air, crashing to the rear of the ship. Coughing and staggering, the Rear Admiral reverted to his normal form, now understanding why the Marine HQ had dispatched someone as formidable as Borsellino to capture Mihawk. "Not bad. You sure are worthy of your bounty," Kizaru remarked as he slashed at Mihawk with his light sword. Mihawk gracefully countered, deflecting the trajectory of the blade away as it tore through the ground beneath them. Kizaru's speed was unfathomable, forcing Mihawk to push his observation haki to its limits to keep up. As the battle progressed, Kizaru's speed only seemed to increase. Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru created some distance and glided through the air, unleashing a barrage of light-powered projectiles in rapid succession, akin to a Gatling gun. Mihawk reacted swiftly, infusing Yoru with armament haki and sending a massive flying slash to intercept the incoming projectiles. Boom! Boom! Each projectile that clashed with Mihawk's slash sent a resounding explosion, shaking the ground beneath them. The two combatants once again began trading blows with reckless abandon. Though Mihawk lacked Kizaru's speed, he compensated with his unparalleled skill. As the battle progressed, Kizaru grew increasingly frustrated. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't seem to gain an advantage over his opponent. As a glint fruit user, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary before. He had always considered himself capable of clashing even with the likes of the overlords of the New World. Yet here he was, facing off against a man barely in his 20s who matched him blow for blow, as if effortlessly. To Kizaru, it felt as though Mihawk hadn't even begun to exert his full strength. "Your speed is impressive, Vice Admiral," Mihawk replied, his voice calm and composed despite the intensity of the battle. With each clash of their blades, the ground trembled beneath them, bearing witness to their titanic struggle. As Kizaru unleashed his barrage of light-powered projectiles, Mihawk's eyes narrowed in focus. With precise timing, he deflected each projectile with expert precision. His movements were fluid and calculated. Each explosion reverberated through the air, a testament to the ferocity of their exchange. Sensing an opening, Mihawk surged forward, closing the distance between them in a blur of motion. With Yoru held high, he delivered a series of lightning-fast slashes, each strike aimed with deadly accuracy. Kizaru countered with equal ferocity, his light sword flashing as he parried Mihawk's attacks with lightning-quick reflexes. The clash of their blades echoed across the shoreline, the sound mingling with the thunderous explosions of Kizaru's projectiles. With each passing moment, The intensity of their battle only grew, and the combatants locked in a fierce struggle for supremacy. Despite Kizaru's frustration, Mihawk remained composed, his focus unwavering. With each movement, he anticipated Kizaru's next strike, countering with precision and skill. Though the Vice Admiral's speed was unmatched, Mihawk's mastery of the blade proved to be a formidable match. As the battle raged on, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits, their determination unyielding. With each clash, sparks flew, illuminating the air with the intensity of their duel. Though the odds were against him, Mihawk remained steadfast, his resolve unshaken in the face of adversity. As the storm clouds gathered overhead, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield, Mihawk and Kizaru continued their relentless assault, each determined to emerge victorious in this clash of titans. As the fight between Kizaru and Mihawk raged on, the sea responded in kind, growing more chaotic with each passing moment. The waves rose higher and stronger, crashing onto the shore with alarming force. Observers could only watch from a distance, unable to get too close due to the intensity of the clash. Why is the sea so chaotic today? Didn't Aqua Laguna end just yesterday? Are we going to face another storm today as well? A veteran seaman pondered aloud, his gaze fixed on the massive thundercloud looming overhead. Even the anchored ships swayed dangerously in response to the tumultuous waves. I don't know, but this storm feels different. It was clear just a moment ago, and now I can't even see the sunlight. Another bystander remarked as large raindrops began to fall, the sky rumbling ominously with the approach of the downpour. It seems like luck is on my side, I murmured to myself, hidden among the curious crowd. Manipulating the massive lightning storm above, I marveled at the unexpected turn of nature. It was a reminder that the voice of all things was not as straightforward as it seemed. There was much to learn and master. Everyone, make sure to delay bringing out the ships that were sealed due to the Aqua Laguna yesterday. It seems there's a storm coming, the veteran sailor warned, his expression grave. For Water 7, already struggling with declining popularity, frequent storms could spell further trouble for their businesses. Meanwhile, at the center of Water 7, a temporary court was established for the trial of Tom, who had helped build the Oro Jackson. The judge contemplated Tom's words carefully. Tom spoke with unwavering resolve about his plans to build something called the Sea Train, connecting Water 7 to the major islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Though the project seemed ambitious, Tom's confidence left a lingering impression on the judge. Hidden amidst the crowd were two cloaked figures, Daffy and Iceberg. Daffy was ready to act if the trial didn't go according to plan, but from the looks of it, the trial was unfolding as Tom had envisioned. Are you sure that you will be able to deliver on the so-called sea train that you have mentioned? Judge George questioned, probing for any signs of deception. Yes, sir. With the sea train, not just Water 7, but the entirety of the surrounding seas and kingdoms within it can prosper, Tom replied confidently, outlining more details about his vision for the sea train. Some of the CP agents nearby felt impatient, eager to simply execute the criminal and be done with it rather than entertain what they saw as eccentric ideas. However, they dared not challenge the authority of Judge George, who held significant power within Eni's lobby and reportedly had direct connections with the elders from the Holy Land. The judge contemplated Tom's words, weighing the potential benefits against the risks. If Tom could truly create something as revolutionary as the sea train, it could be advantageous for the world government in the long run. After considering all aspects, Judge George made his decision. Fine. In that case, I will give you exactly a decade to implement your idea and bring your project to reality. Your judgment will be held until 10 years from now. During this time, you are to dedicate yourself wholly to the project, and I will also be assigning a group of government agents to monitor your progress, Judge George declared. The announcement surprised many who had attended the makeshift court, initially expecting a mere formality before Tom's execution. Tom was a well-respected shipwright in Water 7, so there was a mixture of relief and skepticism among the crowd. While some were delighted that Tom was temporarily spared, others doubted the feasibility of his ambitious plan to build a sea train route that floated on the sea. "Let's move. Now that we know your master is safe, we need to depart," Daffy commented, pulling Icebug alongside him. Icebug resigned himself to fate, knowing it was his teacher's command, and soon he would embark on a journey with an uncertain destination. "Don't make such a gloomy face. It's not like you'll never see your master again. It's just a temporary separation." Daffy chuckled as they made their way toward where the caravel was anchored. On the southern shoreline, the entire area was devastated due to the clash between Mihawk and Kizaru. Despite Kizaru's best efforts, he couldn't gain even the slightest advantage over Mihawk. Mihawk, in turn, used the pressure from someone as formidable as Kizaru to hone his skills. "We Marines sure seem to have underestimated you, Marine Hunter. I have no idea why a monster like you has such a low bounty," Kizaru commented as he skidded through the ground, leaving behind a deep trail as he clashed head-on with Mihawk's sword. However, Mihawk paid no heed to the Vice Admiral's jests and taunts. He was wholly immersed in a different realm. His blade, after years of waiting, finally started showing signs of blackening. He couldn't contain his delight, channeling it into his attacks and sending massive flying slashes at Kizaru, who dodged and leaped around like a monkey. The intensity of the battle heightened as Mihawk sought to use this opportunity to hone his blade. "Dimensional slash," Mihawk whispered, and with lightning-fast speed, Yoru tore through the air, leaving a black trail. It seemed as though the very fabric of space was being ripped apart. Kizaru immediately felt the threat of the incoming attack. His instinct screamed as he realized that even if he turned himself into light, the attack would cause substantial damage. So Kizaru chose to dodge. But then, the slash, as if with a life of its own, turned toward the direction in which Kizaru moved. Yada no Kagami. A stream of light flashed away from Kizaru's palm as he detected the slash cornering him. Using his observation haki to reposition himself and dodge the attack that tore through space. However, Mihawk anticipated such a maneuver. He rushed forward at breathtaking speeds, channeling his armament haki, and even his Haushiku surged like the raging tide, catching Kizaru off guard and making him pause momentarily. That was all the window Mihawk needed. He charged forward, and a massive apparition of a Shura avatar holding a massive blade manifested behind him as he roared, "It's a Shura," and lunged forward, impaling Kizaru. A massive pillar of sword energy blasted out, engulfing Kizaru completely. The attack left a massive ravine, destroying everything in its path for hundreds of meters. Vice Admiral, all the Marines, including the Rear Admiral, shouted in panic as they saw one of their admiral candidates being engulfed by the blinding beam of sword energy. Mihawk squinted his eyes, realizing that the enemy had escaped at the last moment. Just then, Kizaru rematerialized on the Marine ships railing under the surprised eyes of the Marines. However, what many failed to notice was that Kizaru's face had turned pale, and he was sweating heavily. His Marine coat seemed to have been punctured next to his shoulder. Kizaru chuckled as he wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. "That sure was dangerous. It seems like you've been holding back all this while and are a Haushikahaki user. You seem to become more and more dangerous with each passing second," Kizaru remarked as Mihawk eyed him warily. Despite landing a solid blow, Kizaru still seemed to retain most of his fighting strength, putting a frown on Mihawk's face. "Amaterasu." Borsalino dropped all his nonchalance as the last attack from Mihawk almost got him. If not for the Glint Fruit's unmatched speed, he would now be gravely injured or worse. The threat level of Mihawk in Borsalino's mind climbed up a few notches. A blinding beam of light fired from Kizaru's finger, aimed at Mihawk's heart, but he dodged. However, Kizaru was not letting go. With renewed vigor, he jumped into the fray once more. The heavy downpour was making it difficult to track their opponents with sight alone. Without observation haki to aid them, they would have been running blind in such a climate. "Quick, load the main cannons." The Rear Admiral roared, ordering the Marines to move while they stood confused. There was not much they could do in such a fight. But then the Rear Admiral's next words made their eyes shine. "Load those new shells we got from the scientific division," he bellowed. Soon enough, the cannons were loaded with special shells. They did not have to harm Mihawk. All they would have to do is distract him, and Kazuru would take care of the rest. Just as they lined the cannons, Mihawk's observation hockey detected the movement of the Marine warship. But right before they could fire the main cannons, the sky overhead rumbled, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive lightning bolt struck the Marine warship, tearing through it and breaking the massive battleship in two. Kizaru was completely caught off guard as the massive pillar of black lightning descended on the Marine battleship. However, Mihawk had a hint of a smile on his face, understanding that this wasn't a freakish act of nature. Rumble, rumble. The thunderclouds overhead roared ominously, as if they would descend any second. Kizaru was suddenly caught in a dilemma, whether to continue fighting Mihawk, check on the judge to secure his safety, or take care of the sinking Marine ship. Suddenly, a deafening blast erupted from the center of Water 7 near the makeshift court. This was Daffy's handiwork, creating a distraction for them to vacate the island. Don't think this is over. Sooner or later, I will come find you, Kizaru commented, his usual lazy tone discarded, replaced with frustration in his eyes. For the world government, the safety of the judge from Eni's lobby was a higher priority than capturing an upstart pirate. After a moment of contemplation, Kizaru turned into light particles and rushed into the center of Water 7, disregarding the sinking Marine battleship. Mihawk simply chuckled at Kizaru's threat. Sooner or later, he would surpass them all. He turned his attention toward the sea. Sheathing his blade, he dived into the ocean, as the skiff had drifted quite some distance away from the shore due to the unruly sea. The chaos of the battle had left the southern shoreline devastated. The ground was torn and scorched from the exchange of powerful attacks, and the sea was a maelstrom of churning waves and lightning strikes. Onlookers could only watch in awe and terror, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the conflict they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, at the makeshift court in the center of Water 7, the blast caused by Daffy had thrown the proceedings into disarray. Judge George, who had just agreed to Tom's proposal for the sea train, was now forced to focus on the immediate chaos. Everyone, stay calm. Judge George commanded, his voice cutting through the confusion. Secure the area and ensure the safety of all civilians. Amidst the pandemonium, Tom remained composed, his mind focused on the vision of his sea train. He knew that this project was his only chance to prove his worth and save his life. The trial had taken an unexpected turn, but he was determined to see it through. Back at the shoreline, Mihawk emerged from the sea, his keen eyes scanning for his skiff. The storm continued to rage, but he moved with purpose, unaffected by the chaos around him. As he reached his skiff, he glanced back at the island, a silent promise in his gaze. This battle was just the beginning, and he would continue to grow stronger and reach the apex of this world and beyond. In the distance, Kizaru reappeared at the scene of the explosion, his frustration palpable. The priority was clear: ensure the safety of the judge and maintain order. As he assessed the situation, he knew that the clash with Mihawk had only been a prelude to the greater battles that lay ahead. The storm began to subside, but the impact of the events that had transpired would be felt throughout Water 7 and beyond. The world was changing, and new powers were rising. The paths of Mihawk, Kizaru, Daffy, and Ross were destined to cross again, each clash bringing them closer to their ultimate destinies. A week had passed since we departed from Water 7. During this time, as we moved closer to Sabaody, we understood how much worse the sea had become. The waters were littered with pirates, making it clear why this era was called the Great Pirate Age. Seriously, you on my boat with such puny strength? Daffy laughed as he held a pirate aloft, dangling him over the edge of the ship. Please let me go. I'll quit my pirate ways. I'll go back to my village and tend to the crops. I have a family back there. Please, the man pleaded. Earlier, when they had attacked our boat, he had boasted about becoming the next pirate king. But now, with Daffy burning their entire ship and its crew to cinders, the man was reduced to begging for his life. He must have been a civilian who recently took to piracy because of the allure of unbound wealth and grand aspirations. However, the truth was that most humans were cruel by nature, and when given the chance, they would show their true faces. Ha ha ha, you should have thought about all these things before you started calling yourself a pirate, Daffy chuckled while he used his flames to burn the pirate alive. The man screamed in agony, pleading for a swift end. After the screams subsided, Daffy casually tossed the charred remains into the sea. By the side, Iceberg watched in horror, his blood running cold. One moment, these people interacted with him like family, and the next, in front of their enemies, they turned into absolute monsters with not a hint of mercy in their actions. He had no idea what kind of situation his master had pushed him into, but one thing he was sure of was that as long as he truly became a part of this so-called family, his safety would be secured. The sea had become increasingly treacherous, with countless pirate crews vying for supremacy. Every encounter was a brutal reminder of the ruthless reality of the Great Pirate Age. As we sailed on, the ship's deck was often littered with the remnants of our encounters. Broken weapons, tattered flags, and the occasional charred remains of those foolish enough to challenge us. Despite the constant danger, Iceberg felt that there was a strange balance between the two brothers. Daffy, with his unpredictable nature, was both a leader and a tyrant. His power was unquestionable, and his methods were brutal, but they ensured their survival in these harsh waters. Iceberg, though still uneasy, began to understand the necessity of such ruthlessness in this new world. However, Ross, who was about the same age as Iceberg, remained an enigma. Even Daffy openly admitted that he was no match for his brother when it came to strength. Despite possessing boundless power, Ross seemed content to let Daffy hold the reins. His mere calmness felt more threatening than Daffy's cruel actions. Iceberg was confused. He had always believed that the strongest led a pirate crew, but the dynamics in his new family defied that logic. The next evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the turbulent sea, they sailed into the archipelago. The atmosphere grew tense. The mangrove trees loomed overhead, their massive roots forming natural dock for ships of all sizes. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of danger that set Iceberg on edge. For Iceberg, this was a trial by fire. His master had thrust him into this world of chaos and violence, but he was determined to survive. He knew that, in order to protect himself and fulfill his master's vision, he had to adapt to this brutal reality. As the ship navigated through the labyrinth of mangrove roots, Iceberg remained vigilant, as this was all new to him. The archipelago was notorious for being a hub of activity, with pirates, bounty hunters, and marines all converging in one place. The tension was palpable, and every shadow seemed to conceal a potential threat. Daffy stood at the bow, his eyes scanning the horizon, and addressed Iceberg. "Remember, this place is crawling with the strong and the ruthless," he said, his voice carrying over the sound of the waves. "Stay sharp and trust no one." As they docked, the crew disembarked, blending into the bustling crowd of pirates and merchants. The air was thick with the scent of salt and sweat, and the sounds of haggling and laughter filled the air. Sabaody was a melting pot of cultures and chaos, a place where anything could happen. Iceberg stayed close to Daffy and Ross, his senses heightened by the unfamiliar surroundings. Every encounter was a potential threat, and every shadow seemed to conceal danger. He knew that in this place, only the strongest and the smartest would survive. Seeing Iceberg flinching at every single movement made me chuckle. It seemed like Daffy had depicted Sabaody as akin to hell for him. Beside me, I saw Daffy snicker at Iceberg's unease. Daffy was playing a joke in his own way. I then turned my attention to Iceberg, who was already sweating buckets despite the cold breeze. "Iceberg, do you know how to code a ship?" I asked, trying to distract him with something he was comfortable with. "You mean the bubble coating?" "Yes, I am familiar with the process, but I don't have the tools or necessary resources to coat even our modest ship," he replied. His unease seemed to drop a bit as he started listing the items he would need. "We'll need resin from Urukuman mangrove, some special tools to apply the coating evenly, and a stable environment to ensure the bubbles adhere properly. It's a delicate process, and any mistakes could lead to catastrophic results." I nodded, appreciating the shift in his focus. "We can gather the materials and find a place to work. This island is chaotic, but it has everything we need if we know where to look." Iceberg's eyes lit up slightly, his passion for shipbuilding momentarily overcoming his fear. "I can do it. With the right materials, I can coat the ship. It will take some time, but it will be worth it. The coating will allow us to travel underwater, avoiding detection and making our journey towards Fishman Island much safer. Just then, my observation hockey picked up a conversation occurring in a nearby alley. A group of nearly a dozen fishmen were discussing something in a grave tone. Despite the danger of being captured, they had ventured into sobriety for what seemed like a rescue mission. "Did you find where they're keeping the mermaids they have captured?" One of the fishmen questioned his friends. I couldn't help but smile. I was always thinking about how to build an amicable relationship with Fishman Island. It wasn't that I particularly favored them, but soon enough in the future, Poseidon would be born, and I needed Poseidon on my side. Although we already had Pluton's blueprints, we had no idea if we could build it in time. Having one more ancient weapon by our side was a major advantage. From what I knew, the world government had Uranus, and there seemed to be the original Pluton hidden in Wayno. "Daffy, take Iceberg and get the materials we need for coating. We might need a bigger ship. A small galleon should do," I suggested. Daffy simply nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to question my sudden decision, and ushered Iceberg along. "Iceberg, have the ship coated and ready within 2 days. We might have to leave in a hurry. Have the ship ready to depart from the port of Grove 27. I commented while walking away from the two in the direction of the alleyway. As I approached the alley, I made sure to keep my presence hidden. The fishmen were huddled close together, their expressions tense and determined. The leader of the group, a tall fisherman with a scar across his face, spoke with urgency. "We don't have much time. We have yet to find where they have kept the captives. The auction house is heavily guarded, and the mermaids are scheduled to be sold the day after tomorrow. We need a solid plan to get them out safely." One of his companions, a burly fisherman with a broken fin, nodded. "I've scoped out the area. There are Marines patrolling every entrance. We'll need a distraction to draw them away." I stepped out of the shadows, drawing the attention of the fishmen. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation," I said calmly. "I think I can help you guys rescue the captured mermaids." The fishmen tensed, readying for a fight. The leader eyed me warily. "Who are you, and why would you want to help us? For all we know, you're just planning to capture us too. You bastard. It was you humans who captured our family and brought them here to be sold as commodities." Another fisherman roared, readying his trident to attack me at any moment. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," I whispered, my voice dangerously low. "You should always gauge your opponent's strength before raising your weapon against them. By raising your weapon on me, you make us enemies." My eyes locked onto the fisherman, who was priming himself to launch an attack. The leader suddenly took a step forward and placed a hand on the shoulder of the fisherman, ready to attack, shaking his head to signal him not to take any action. He instinctively felt that the teenager in front of them was extremely dangerous. He had never felt such pressure, not even when facing ancient sea kings. "You still haven't answered my question. Who are you, and why do you want to help us? You should know how the relationship between fishmen and humans is. What makes you believe that we will trust you?" The leader, after stopping his comrade, turned to me and questioned me again, despite the fear and unease in his heart. "I'm someone with a vested interest in helping fishmen in their current predicament. I've heard that the recent influx of pirates has caused quite a bit of trouble on Fishman Island. The number of mermaids being abducted and sold into slavery has been increasing rapidly at an unprecedented rate," I replied. "You want to rescue those mermaids, and I want to build a relationship with Fishman Island. Helping you could benefit us both." The leader considered my words, his eyes narrowing. "And what do you get out of this?" I smiled, sensing a slight opening in their skepticism. "Let's just say that in the future, having the goodwill of Fishman Island and its inhabitants could be very beneficial. The world is changing, and alliances will be crucial. I see potential in an alliance with your people, especially considering the powers that will soon emerge. Goodwill from a fishman? Why do you want to build a relationship with us? You humans are all the same, always trying to take advantage of us. I'm sure you're no different," the leader of the Fishman team commented, still unsure of my true intentions. "Well, let me ask you this," I replied, my tone calm yet assertive. "Do you really think that with your current capabilities, you can locate and rescue your captured kin? Your window for rescue is short. Even if you do find their whereabouts, Do you believe you can save them with just a dozen of you? I paused, letting my words sink in. None of the dozen were particularly strong, and if they were to go head-on with the auction house guards, pirates, and marines, it would be a massacre. The fisherman shifted uncomfortably, realizing the truth in my words. Are you sure your pride is worth the suffering your family is going through? I questioned them, making them think about the heart of the matter. The leader clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing. We don't have a choice. They are our family. And I am offering you a choice, I countered. You can attempt this rescue alone and risk failure, or you can accept my help and increase your chances of success. I have resources, skills, and a vested interest in seeing you succeed. Together, we can ensure the safety of your family and strike a blow against those who seek to oppress you. The leader's eyes softened slightly as he weighed my words. Why should we trust you? Trust is earned through actions, I said. Allow me to prove my intentions. I have no interest in taking advantage of you. My goal is to form an alliance that benefits both parties. In the turbulent times ahead, having allies you can trust will be crucial. The fishermen exchanged glances, their resolve wavering but not yet broken. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain, I continued. If I betray you, you can exact your revenge. But if I prove trustworthy, you gain a powerful ally and the safety of your kin. The leader sighed, the weight of his responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Very well. We'll accept your help, but know this. If you betray us, there will be nowhere on the Grand Line you can hide. Ha ha ha. You sure know how to make a joke. I chuckled at the fishman leader's threat. If you want to rescue the mermaids, we'll need some information first. I know just the place to get it. I gestured for the rest to follow me. The leader addressed the remaining fishmen. You guys keep monitoring the auction houses and the slave traders. I'll go with this human and see if he really intends to help us. Only the leader and one other fishman, both cloaked heavily to conceal their features, followed me. We made our way through the chaotic streets of the Sabeti archipelago, and the tension in the air was palpable. Pirates, marines, and bounty hunters all moved with purpose, creating an atmosphere of constant danger and opportunity. Despite this, the fishmen followed closely, their eyes darting around cautiously. Soon enough, we arrived at Grove 13, stopping in front of Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. It had been years since I last visited, and the bar had undergone a complete makeover. The once rustic and worn-out exterior now looked inviting and well-maintained, a stark contrast to the surrounding area. You mean to gather information here? The fishman leader's hoarse voice sounded skeptical from beneath his hood. He eyed the establishment, clearly unconvinced that this was a place for information brokering. Yes, I replied confidently. Shacky knows everything that goes on in Sabeti. If anyone can help us, it's her. We entered the bar, and the dim lighting created an intimate atmosphere. The only patron glanced our way but quickly returned to his drink, uninterested in newcomers. Behind the bar stood Shacky, her sharp eyes immediately recognizing me. Well, if it isn't the prodigal son, Shacky said with a sly smile. It's been a while. What brings you back to my humble establishment? Good to see you, Shacky-san. I responded with a nod. We need information on a certain matter. Can you help us? I, the patron, who was discreetly trying to eavesdrop on our conversation. If rumors were to be believed, you were buried beneath the seas of Marineford more than a year ago. Yet here you stand, alive and well. I was sure you wouldn't kick the bucket so soon after all that grand speech you gave me. She chuckled as she gestured for the pirate patron to vacate the premises. The middle-aged man grumbled in dissatisfaction, but chose not to challenge the bar owner. Being an old-timer, he knew the true identity of Shacky, and causing trouble here was as good as asking for death. Once the man left, the fishman grew impatient. The burly fishman's subordinate demanded directly, "Tell us where they are holding the mermaids." I couldn't help but chuckle. The guy always tried to act before gauging his opponent. Shacky's eyes flicked at the cloaked figures beside me, and her smile widened knowingly. Ah, I see. You're here to help our fishman friends. Come, let's have a drink and talk. Fruit juice, yes. She mocked me, then started fiddling with the back shelf to find a carton of juice. She even poured 2 glasses of what seemed like rum, pushing them forward before sitting down leisurely, ignoring the fishman who had just spoken. Patience, I said to the fishman while placing my sheathed blade on his shoulders, warning him and glancing at them to ensure they understood the need for restraint. Shaki is a friend. Disrespect her, and I cut you where you stand. My apologies. My friend here is just distraught from his daughter being captured. The fishman leader quickly intervened, apologizing to Shaki while grabbing his friend's shoulder forcefully. He made him sit down, glaring at him to ensure he didn't say another word. Despite humans being responsible for their current predicament, these humans were trying to help, and his friend's behavior was totally disrespectful. Shaki simply waved it off and finally sat down, sipping her own drink. The recent influx of pirates has caused quite the stir on Fishman Island. Mermaids being abducted and sold into slavery have increased at an unprecedented rate. She began, her tone more serious now. If the mermaids you're looking for are captured, they're likely being held by one of the major auction houses. Which auction house? I pressed, knowing we needed specifics. The human auction house in Grove 1, Shaki replied. They're running a grand auction the day after tomorrow, and it's run by a particularly nasty group known for dealing in high-value slaves. If your mermaids are here, that's where they'll be. The fishman leader clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. We need to act quickly. Shaki nodded. They're heavily guarded, of course, but there's always a way in. I've heard rumors of an underground passage leading into the auction house. It's used by some of the more discreet buyers to avoid attention. You might be able to use it to get in unnoticed. You said a nasty group. Mind revealing who they are? I questioned, intrigued. For Shaki to call a particular group nasty, they must have quite the strength backing them up. Have you heard of the Big Mom Pirates? Shaki asked, her tone serious. Since Roger was executed, the whole new world has been in turmoil. A few pirate groups are racing for the position of what people are calling the Emperors of the Sea. Whitebeard is currently recognized as one of the Emperors. However, following closely are two other remnants from the Rock's crew. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and the man recently given the moniker 100 Beast Kaido. The pirate group that captured the mermaids and is auctioning them is none other than the Big Mom Pirates. The faces of both fishmen paled. The weight of Shaki's words settled heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the harsh reality they faced. The Big Mom Pirates. The fishman leader murmured, clearly shaken. We're up against one of the most powerful pirate crews in the New World. Shaki leaned back, her eyes fixed on us. Yes, and they won't be easy to deal with. But if you still want to go through with this, you'll need a solid plan and a lot of luck. And you should be ready to face the wrath of the Big Mom Pirates if you successfully pull this off. The two fishermen were caught between a rock and a hard place. They knew who the Big Mom Pirates were. Even if they managed to rescue their family, the wrath of the Big Mom Pirates would soon follow, and the entirety of Fishman Island would suffer for it. What are the Big Mom Pirates doing so close to Marineford? I'm sure they have many other places in the New World where they can trade slaves. I questioned, not particularly bothered by the prospect of facing the Big Mom Pirates so early. I would have to face them sooner or later. As long as I don't come face to face with Big Mom herself, I can triumph over any of her other cadres. Even against Big Mom, I was confident about fleeing if necessary. The future Emperors of the Sea were not like the Admirals. They were a league above. In the canon, even at his worst, Whitebeard could take on 3 Marine Admirals at their peak and still not fall at a disadvantage. Haven't you noticed? Sabaody is brimming with pirates, and the world government seems unbothered, letting the pirates cross and have them die in the New World, Shaki explained, taking a deep puff from her cigarette. As for why the Big Mom Pirates are here, it's because they are rapidly expanding in the New World and are in need of massive resources. Where would you get a better price for mermaids than in Sabaody? A mermaid here would fetch 500 million belly at the minimum. The fishman leader's face twisted in anger and fear. So, they're using Sabaody as a marketplace to fund their expansion, he muttered, the gravity of their situation becoming clearer. So tell me, Shaki-san, who will I be facing? I'm sure one of their cadres must have moved for such an important matter. I questioned, my blood boiling with anticipation for the upcoming challenge. I needed to fight strong opponents, as it was the best way to hone my hockey. The two fishmen beside me were shocked, seeing that I was still willing to involve myself after learning that the Big Mom Pirates were involved. They were struggling with the fact of how to rescue their family, but now they had someone potentially risking their life for them. We appreciate your kindness, but do you have any idea who the Big Mom Pirates are? Even though I don't know the reason why you want to help us, I can't, in good conscience, let someone face such danger on our behalf, the fisherman leader questioned. It was now that he realized the person sitting in front of him was probably a young teen and might not fully grasp the dangers of the new world. Shaki couldn't help but chuckle at the fisherman's words and remark, "So you guys don't even know the identity of the person who is helping you?" She burst out laughing, stood up, walked into the back room, and quickly returned. She casually tossed a bounty poster in front of the two fishmen. Wanted, only dead. Don Quixote Rosinante. 616,500,000 belly. The fisherman stared at the poster in shock. The leader's eyes widened as he recognized the name and the face. "You're Don Quixote Rosinante?" The fisherman, who had been ready to attack earlier, now looked embarrassed and humbled, fear etched on his every being. I didn't know. Please forgive my earlier behavior," he stammered. It seems my bounty has increased once more. The world government is really keen on getting rid of me. I couldn't help but chuckle at my new bounty poster. I wasn't sure if the increase was due to the stunt we pulled at Logtown before we left. "I'm not sure what secrets you're holding, kid," Shaki remarked, her tone cryptic, but even Roger's bounty poster didn't have the capture condition as only dead. "As much as I am aware, there was only one other person who had such a condition before you two brothers, and I'm sure you know who that was." She knew better than to pry into my secrets, understanding that doing so could spell her doom as well. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would come to the same conclusion that Shaki had. The world government was desperate to eliminate us, likely because the secret we knew could turn the world upside down if exposed. Perhaps this was their tactic to get us to the negotiation table. Shaki leaned back, her expression turning serious as she tossed another bounty poster across the table. "As for who you'll be facing, it's likely to be Charlotte Katakuri, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders and her strongest cadre. He's known for his formidable strength and the ability to create and control machi, akin to a Logia ability. He's not someone to be taken lightly. It's rumored he has yet to taste a single defeat. Wanted, alive or dead. Charlotte Katakuri. 539,900,000 belly." The fisherman gulped in fear, exchanging worried glances. Katakuri's reputation was well known, even in the Fishman district. "We have to be careful. I don't think he would be alone," the leader said, his voice steady but determined. "But if you're with us, we might just have a chance." His tone turned pleading as he realized I was their only hope for salvation. "We'll need a solid plan," I said, turning my attention back to Shaki. "Can you provide us with any information on the auction house's layout and security?" Shaki nodded. "I can do better than that. I have contacts who can help us get inside. But remember, once you're in, it's all on you to handle Katakuri and his men." "That's all I need," I replied confidently. "Let's get to work." As we began to lay out our strategy, the air grew thick with tension and determination. The stakes were high, but the resolve to rescue the mermaids and build a bridge to Fishman Island was stronger. This mission would test all our abilities, and failure was not an option. The Fishman leader glanced at me, his eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and desperation. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for everything." "Don't thank me yet," I replied, my voice firm. "We still have a long way to go, but we'll get your family back. That I promise." It had been a day since we arrived at Sabaody. Daffy had already acquired a new galleon for us. Of course, he didn't bother to buy it. He simply burned the entire tavern along with its crew in Grove 9, and then we moved the newly acquired ship to Grove 27. Icebug started coating the entire ship after getting all the necessary tools. Luckily for us, a fishman in the new group I had met earlier was familiar with the process of ship coating, so we had him reassigned to the ship's coating as it was going to be our getaway ticket. Although the fishmen were excellent swimmers, the condition of the captives was unknown, so we were preparing the ship in all haste. The coating was expected to be finished by midnight today. Currently, I was staying in a small, dilapidated wooden cabin on the edge of Grove 3. There were many such abandoned cabins on this grove, used by pirates as temporary rest houses. The atmosphere was tense. None of the fishmen were in the mood to sleep, as tomorrow was supposed to be the day of the auction, and we had planned to take action then. As of now, the slavers were being cautious, keeping the prisoners in multiple locations. It wasn't just Karakuri, as I had suspected. His triplet brothers, Daifuku and Oven, were also on the island overseeing the event. Knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed throughout the room, causing the fishmen to tense up even more. It's all right, it's one of our own, I reassured them. My observation hockey had already disclosed the identity of the person standing outside. With my confirmation, a fishman stepped up and opened the door, leaving only a small gap to peek through and ensure everything was in order before letting the cloaked man in. The man removed his hood, revealing a middle-aged face. He was the help Shaki-san had arranged to get us into the auction house without alarming anyone. However, the man now seemed to be in a hurry. There's been a change in plans, he declared. The auction is being rescheduled for midnight today. It seemed like something significant must have happened for the auction to be moved up. A Tenryubido is making their way to Sabaody after hearing that there would be mermaids for sale tomorrow, he explained while sitting down and taking a sip from the rum poured by one of the fishmen. He has ordered the auction to be carried out immediately once he reaches Sabaody to ensure that he gets ownership of all the mermaids. The fishmen around the room exchanged worried glances. The presence of a Tenryubido always complicated matters. The man who had brought the news seemed unperturbed by the fact he was surrounded by fishmen, treating them as if they were just any other humans. We have to move quickly, the fishman leader said. However, my mind was racing with new plans. This changes everything. We'll need to be in position before the Tenryubido arrives. This complicates things. If a celestial dragon was making his way to the auction venue, it would mean that during these chaotic times, at least an admiral candidate would be escorting the party. I had to ensure that Daffy didn't get wind of this, as I was certain he would try something reckless. We're going in now. We can't wait for the celestial dragon to arrive, as that would only complicate things, I declared, standing up and clutching Kitetsu. I turned to the middle-aged man, who was leisurely sipping rum. He must have thought I was joking, but his eyes widened when he realized I was serious about breaking into the auction house immediately. You must be crazy. These are the Big Mom pirates, and in addition to them, forces from the underworld control the auction houses. You won't make it 100 feet near the captives, he exclaimed. The original plan was to stealthily enter the auction house once the mermaids have been gathered in a single place tomorrow, disguise ourselves as auction house handlers, and rescue the mermaids. However, now I'm suggesting we go in with all guns blazing. It was madness, pure madness. Even some of the fishmen showed confused glances, but then, remembering that they were doing this to rescue their family, their resolve returned. Everyone quickly started gearing up to attack the auction house. The mermaids would soon be brought to Grove 1, as the auction had been rescheduled. You guys, fine, just don't blame me later if you get surrounded and slaughtered, the middle-aged man commented, resigned to the madness of our plan. His job was to get us into the auction house discreetly, but now we were abandoning stealth for a direct assault. Remember, we have to move quickly and decisively, I whispered. Our primary objective is to rescue the mermaids. Avoid unnecessary fights, but don't hesitate to defend yourselves. The fishmen nodded in agreement, their grips tightening on their weapons. We advanced toward the entrance, the dim light casting long shadows on the ground. The middle-aged man led the way. His knowledge of the auction house layout was invaluable. Soon enough, the middle-aged man led us to the edge of Grove 1, where numerous ships were anchored along the shoreline. Among them, I spotted several flying the Jolly Roger of the Big Mom pirates. This way, the middle-aged man gestured, directing us toward a large drain pipe meant for sewage water to be discarded into the sea. In here, this looks like the sewers, one fishman complained as the middle-aged man expertly picked the lock securing the metal grills. What else did you expect? Did you think I'd take you through the front door, announcing that more than a dozen fishmen have come to the auction in peace? He snorted sarcastically while working on the lock. Click! The lock finally gave way, and he swung the metal gate open, ushering us into the dark path. Despite the pitch-black darkness, the middle-aged man navigated expertly, but my observation hockey guided me just as well. Like Isho, I had stopped relying solely on sight to perceive the world around me. After more than 10 minutes of stumbling through the darkness, the middle-aged man whispered from the front, "Quick, up the ladder. This will lead us to an abandoned room where they store discarded furniture and junk from the auction house." He directed the fishmen up the ladder one by one while he stood to the side. Just as I was about to climb, he stopped me by placing a hand on my shoulder. "This is as far as I take you, my friend. What lies ahead is up to you and your friends. My payment, if you will." He extended his hand, not for a handshake, but for his part of the payment, as his deal was only to get us in via safe route. Something didn't feel right. The way he acted seemed off, so I used my observation hockey to sense if anything was amiss. Just then, my future sight kicked in, and I couldn't help but smirk while looking at the middle-aged man. "The deal was for you to get us into the auction house. I'm not paying you a single belly until I step into the auction house. Now, please." I gestured for him to climb the ladder before me. "Oh, come on. It's just as I said. The auction house is right above. You can climb the ladder and confirm it yourself. Just pay me up. I have other urgent matters to attend to." "You're not my only client," he replied in a hurry, but my voice of all things picked up on his internal panic. If I was not wrong, the bastard had sold us out to the Big Mom pirates. "There is no honor among thieves." I chuckled. That was not a request, by the way. I drew Kitetsu, and before he could react, I severed an ear from the middle-aged man. Arf! The pirate held his bleeding ear and let out a scream. Even in the darkness, my slash was accurate enough to deprive him of just a single ear. Don't think I missed. And don't make me repeat myself. "Up the stairs you go," I whispered in his remaining ear like the devil himself. The middle-aged man froze in terror. What he originally thought was easy money had now become his doom. Although I knew there was a trap waiting, I also knew it wasn't enough to hold me back. Despite my ridiculous bounty, it seemed the Big Mom pirates were underestimating me. Soon enough, I would teach them a lesson for this folly. We climbed up the ladder, entering the abandoned room, filled with discarded furniture and junk from the auction house. The atmosphere was thick with tension, with every creak and rustle amplifying the danger we were about to face. I signaled the fishmen to stay quiet and vigilant as we made our way through the dimly lit room. "Stay close," I whispered, leading the group toward the door that connected to the main auction area. My observation hockey was on high alert, sensing every presence around us. The middle-aged man followed reluctantly, clutching his bleeding ear. Bang! A deafening noise echoed through the room, followed by a blinding flash that submerged us in brightness, rendering us practically blind. Amidst the chaos, I heard the sharp crack of gunfire as more than a dozen sea-stone bullets shot in our direction from the corners of the room. I unsheathed Kitetsu and expertly deflected the incoming bullets, redirecting them toward the corners where they had been fired. Thanks to my observation hockey, especially my future sight, I was already prepared for their attack. As I redirected the bullets, the room began to calm down, and the lights flickered back to normal. Just as I had expected, our group was sealed within a cage made of sea stone. I couldn't help but chuckle at their foolishness for thinking I was like other devil fruit users. I was an anomaly, and only the world government knew I had the lightning logia fruit. "Seems like you were waiting for me," I chuckled loudly, turning toward a certain direction outside the cage where I detected the strongest presence. My vision adjusted to the room's lights, and I saw that even the other fishmen were surprised, many still coming to realize we had been led into a trap. Don Quixote Rosinante, a tall figure, spoke, stepping forward. Formerly known as the Sword Demon of the Marines, then pursued by the same Marines for the assassination of a member of the Reverie. "You vanished from the face of the world for more than a year and a half, and now you have resurfaced. Your reputation precedes you. You could have led your life in hiding, but no, you had to involve yourself in the matters of the Big Mom pirates." The man was imposing, standing over 5 meters tall, with spiky crimson hair. He seemed to be in his mid-20s and was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest commander of the Big Mom pirates. He stood outside the sea-stone cage, a serious expression etched on his face. "You bastard! What have you done? I will kill you!" The fishman leader roared, jumping at the middle-aged man who had led us here. The leader quickly understood the situation as more than 100 pirates from the Big Mom crew surrounded us. Katakuri's eyes narrowed as he looked at the fishman leader. Save your energy, fishman. This human led you into a trap, and now you're all at our mercy. I couldn't help but smirk. Mercy? Coming from the Big Mom pirates? That's rich. I locked eyes with Katakuri. You might think this cage can hold me, but you're sorely mistaken. Let me borrow him for a second, I said, grabbing the middle-aged man like a rag doll. With a swift motion, I hurled him toward the sea stone cage. His back slammed against the sea stone bars, causing a ripple of shock to pass through the room. Katakuri's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the danger. His future sight must have already kicked in because he immediately released his machi, covering more than 100 of his subordinates, and began to retreat from the room without delay. However, I was even faster. My observation haki was not something Katakuri could match. Black lightning surged through my body, and my skin turned black like ink as I channeled my powers. My arms coiled, storing momentum at its maximum. Too slow, Katakuri, I muttered, a smirk playing on my lips. With a burst of speed, I launched myself forward, shattering the marbled floor beneath my legs. The sound of metal splintering echoed through the room as my punch tore through the ribcage of the pirate who had deceived me and landed squarely on the sea stone cage. Lightning Tyrant! The ferocity of my punch echoed throughout the auction house, and with a deafening boom, almost the entire portion of the auction house seemed to disintegrate with a single strike. Ross, we still need to rescue our family. Please, don't bring the auction house down with our family inside. The fishman leader gulped in fear at the sheer display of power, but realizing that they were free from the cage, he approached me from beyond and pleaded. Sorry, I got carried away. I always wanted to fight a strong pirate, like Katakuri, you see. And don't worry, I was holding back. If I were serious, I would have used my sword. I chuckled. Using my observation haki, I pinpointed where the mermaids were being held. It seemed to be true that the celestial dragons were coming, as the mermaids were already within the auction house. I gestured for the fishman leader. They are being held in the basement. Go through this hallway all the way to the end, take a left, and then a right. You should see the stairs to the basement. Let me deal with these people. Don't wait for me, and make sure you get the keys to their shackles. I fear they might have used some tricks to keep the mermaids from escaping, I instructed, then casually walked forward toward the large open hall in front of me, where Katakuri had managed to retreat with his subordinates. I had to commend the man, as he was able to react and even take his subordinates to safety. As the dust settled over the auction house, despite the lateness of the night, panic spread throughout the auction. The once bustling venue now echoed with confusion and fear. Well, not bad. You reacted quite fast, I commented as I stepped into the vast auction area. Katakuri's eyes were filled with fury. Despite his efforts to protect his subordinates using his machi, he hadn't been able to save them all. But what truly shocked him was the young teen standing before him. With years of practice and a drive to protect his siblings, Katakuri had honed his observation haki to such a degree that he could see a second into the future. Yet, against the teen in front of him, his strongest trump card seemed to falter. You, why are you helping the fishmen? This matter does not concern you, Katakuri asked, dusting himself off, his voice tinged with both anger and confusion. You guys, leave this matter to me. Go and make sure the prisoners are secure. Mama will not take it lightly if we fail the mission, he commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to leave. The threat level of the teen in front of him had skyrocketed, and he couldn't afford to have his subordinates become cannon fodder. With the captain's orders, the Big Mom pirates began to scramble, but just then, countless lightning tendrils spread throughout the auction hall, intercepting their way toward the basement. You're not going anywhere, I said, my voice cold and resolute. The air crackled with electricity as the tendrils of black lightning created an impenetrable barrier around the hall as I rematerialized near the hallway leading to the basement. Katakuri's subordinates froze, their paths blocked by the searing arcs of energy. Katakuri's eyes narrowed. So the rumors were true. The lightning Logia has finally resurfaced after centuries, and it ended up in your hands. Do you really think you can take us all on by yourself? Brave, but foolish, he growled, his machi-coated fists ready for battle. I was more surprised to see that the other two from the triplets were not present. With such a commotion, they should have arrived by now. I don't see your brothers. From information I have, all three of you should be here on the island. I remarked nonchalantly, needing to stall for time until the fishmen were out of the building. Then I could go all out. Did you really think we wouldn't know that you were planning to escape the island after rescuing the mermaids? We know your plans and where your brother is. Soon enough, he will be captured, just like you. Mama would like to meet you too. For the world government to declare your bounties as only dead means you hold quite the secret that could threaten them, Katakuri responded. However, it wasn't that he was being chatty. No matter how the simulation in his mind went using future sight, he seemed to fall at a disadvantage every single time. If his subordinates moved, they would be nothing but charred corpses. Ha ha! I couldn't help but bellow with laughter, knowing that Daifuku and Oven had gone after Daffy. Maybe the current Katakuri might fight evenly against Daffy, but Daifuku and Oven stood no chance against my brother, even combined. The voice of all things allowed me to roughly estimate the strength of the people I was facing, so I knew that Daffy and Katakuri's level should be somewhat the same now. However, Katakuri was approximately 7 years older than Daffy, so soon enough, Daffy would surpass him. Maybe even the current Daffy might triumph over Katakuri, but a fight between those at the same level often comes down to more than just strength alone. Seriously, you sent your brothers after my brother? I thought you loved your siblings, Katakuri, but it seems like you wish them dead. Trust me, soon you will come to regret your choice, I remarked with a smirk. The way I boasted made Katakuri's face turn ugly, and his heart felt uneasy because of how confident I was. In that case, I will bring you down and go help my brothers. With a roar, Katakuri unleashed a barrage of machi attacks. I met each one with equal ferocity, our powers clashing in a dazzling display of strength and will. The air crackled with electricity as I parried Katakuri's attacks. Each strike he launched was met with a counter of equal force, the room lighting up with the fierce collision of our powers. Katakuri's machi fists, imbued with haki, crashed against my electrified limbs, sending shockwaves through the auction house. Yanagi machi, Katakuri bellowed, imbuing his legs with armament haki and stretching them skyward. His attacks, however, were well within my predictions. My future sight extended several seconds into the future, allowing me to perceive nearly a dozen seconds ahead. As hundreds of haki-clad machi kicks descended, I imbued both my arms with lightning and a thick layer of armament haki. Thunder Gatling, I shouted, unleashing hundreds of lightning fists in rapid succession, countering each of Katakuri's machi kicks. The moment my lightning-clad punches made contact, they shattered the machi kicks completely, despite Katakuri's armament haki. In an instant, I flickered next to Katakuri before he could react. Meteor Fist! I roared, my crackling lightning fist now in a plasma state, aimed right at Katakuri's chest. He instinctively coated his chest with armament haki. Boom! A resounding shockwave spread throughout the auction house as Katakuri was sent flying through the air. He crashed into the wall, breaking it apart, and the momentum carried him through several more walls before he finally landed on his knees with a backflip. Katakuri-sama! His subordinates shouted in unison, their voices filled with alarm as they saw their commander sent flying. Katakuri coughed and panted, trying to catch his breath. You know how to use armament haki emission? He said, surprise evident in his voice. Despite turning his body to machi at the last second to mitigate the impact, my punch employed the technique of emission. Even he had only recently gained mastery over this technique, yet my armament haki emission seemed multiple times stronger than his own. I stood there, electricity crackling around me, a confident smirk on my face. Surprised? There's a lot you don't know about me, I replied. You thought you had the upper hand, but I've been honing my skills for a long time. This fight was over before it began. Katakuri gritted his teeth, rising to his feet. You may have power, but don't underestimate me or the resolve of the Big Mom Pirates. With a swift motion, he reformed his machi-covered fists and charged at me again, his attacks even more ferocious. I met his charge head-on, our fists clashing in a dazzling display of power. The auction house trembled under the force of our battle, the air thick with the energy of our clashing haki. Each strike sent shockwaves through the room, the sheer force of our blows causing the walls to crack and the floor to shatter. Katakuri's determination was unwavering, his attacks relentless. But I matched him blow for blow, my lightning-infused fists countering his machi attacks with ease. My observation haki allowed me to anticipate his every move, giving me a crucial advantage in our duel. Despite the intensity of the battle, I remained focused. The fishmen were almost to the basement, and I needed to ensure they had enough time to rescue their loved ones. I couldn't afford to let Katakuri or his subordinates interfere. "You're strong, Katakuri, but not strong enough," I taunted, dodging a particularly powerful strike and countering with a lightning-fast punch to his side. The impact sent him stumbling back, but he quickly regained his footing, his eyes blazing with determination. "You haven't seen everything I can do," Katakuri growled, his fists transforming into massive, spiked machi clubs. He swung them at me with incredible speed, but I deftly avoided each strike, countering with precise, devastating blows. The auction house continued to crumble around us, debris falling as our battle raged on. The fishmen, now in the basement, worked quickly to free the captives, their determination fueled by the sound of our clash above. Katakuri and I were locked in a fierce struggle, our powers clashing with a ferocity that left the air crackling with energy. But I could see the cracks in his resolve, the moments of hesitation as he realized that his future sight was failing him against me. To be honest, if not for my holding back due to the fear of the basement collapsing, I could have overpowered Katakuri easily. I had already breached Admiral level, so Katakuri was not my true opponent. You truly are a monster," Katakuri panted, as another of his machi Gatling attacks was countered by my own lightning Gatling. The difference in our attacks was glaringly evident. His eyes were filled with a mix of anger and reluctant respect. However, I had to commend Katakuri for one thing. Despite his glaring disadvantage, he managed to keep his subordinates safe while taking all the damage himself. Katakuri understood that my earlier words were no joke, and he started worrying about his two brothers who had gone to capture Doflamingo. "Rosinante, you may be a monster, but there are many things in this world you are yet to be aware of," he said, wiping the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Twirling the trident in his hands expertly, his demeanor shifted, and the entire atmosphere changed alongside it. Lightning crackled as purple lightning tore through the area. Katakuri's Haoshiku soared into the skies, his resolve to protect his siblings burning brightly. "Let me show you what true power means today," Katakuri bellowed. Even his own subordinates seemed shaken, but they started cheering immediately, although many of them succumbed to the pressure. It seemed he had yet to hone his conqueror's haki to a level where he could wield it freely. I couldn't help but chuckle at his attempt to show off in front of me, especially with Haoshika haki. Machi Suki. Katakuri's entire form was wrapped in armament haki, imbuing his trident with haki as well. Like an unleashed spring, he tightly twisted his machi arm and then untwisted it, thrusting the trident forward, creating a very powerful drilling stab. The powerful attack tore through the ground as purple lightning burst through his entire form, filling the entire venue. Finally, the commander is going all out. He's using his Haoshiku. The kid will stand no chance against him. He is doomed for sure. One of the remaining subordinates of the Big Mom Pirates, still standing under the pressure of Katakuri's Haoshika haki, yelled out in pride as he saw their commander's massive machi attack threatening to engulf and skewer me. Just then, an ominous wind blew through the auction house, sending chills down everyone's spine. Like a rising tide, under the shocked gazes of everyone, as the attack was about to descend on me, I drew my blade for the first time in battle. Black and golden lightning surged with tangible forms, merging with my own lightning fruit powers. "It's you who's naive, Katakuri. I know this world better than you." I whispered in a low tone and unsheathed my blade. Itoriu Ai, Oblivion's Edge. The moment I unleashed the attack, the entire venue sound seemed to vanish from the world. It was as if we were in a place where there was no sound. Katakuri, on the other hand, felt as if the Reaper's scythe had come for his neck. Although he did not feel any threat from his observation hockey yet, his gut instinct told him that this was the only moment he had to survive the attack. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect a young teen to have such a monstrous Haoshiku hockey. His own Haoshiku paled in comparison to the monstrous show of strength I displayed. He immediately, without a second thought, abandoned his previous attack and jumped aside, not caring about how unsightly it might look. The strike I unleashed cleaved through the air, splitting the ground and creating a shockwave that silenced the world around us. Debris was suspended in midair, caught in the sheer force of the attack. The remnants of the auction house quivered under the weight of my power, the intensity of my conqueror's hockey pushing everything to its limits. Katakuri landed a few meters away, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief. This power, he muttered, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. His subordinates, now trembling, looked on in awe and terror. I stood tall, the air crackling around me, my blade humming with residual energy. You should have realized by now, Katakuri, underestimating me was your biggest mistake. Leave this place while you still can. Don't try to interfere with what I want to achieve, and take your subordinates with you. This is my only warning, I said, my voice carrying the weight of authority. Katakuri, drenched in sweat, turned to survey the devastation my attack had wrought. The auction house was in shambles. The floor was split open, revealing the ground beneath, leaving a massive ravine that stretched for hundreds of meters, and walls were cleaved apart as if a giant god had taken an axe to them. Debris hung, suspended in the air, slowly settling as the dust began to clear. The sheer force of the strike had left a chasm that seemed to pulse with residual energy, a testament to the power that had just been unleashed. Katakuri's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the raw power radiating from the epicenter of my attack. And for the first time in a long while, he felt genuine fear. He knew how close he had come to death. If he hadn't dodged at the last second, he would have been cleaved in two. His future sight had shown him a brief flash, a vision of himself lying in two pieces on the ground. The image haunted him. His inner thoughts raced. How can someone so young possess such overwhelming power? I fought countless battles, faced innumerable foes, but this is different. This isn't just strength. It's mastery. It's as if he controls the very essence of destruction. Katakuri clenched his fists, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. This boy, Rosinante, he's not just a threat to me or the Big Mom Pirates. He's a threat to the entire balance of power in the New World. If Mama finds out about this, she'll stop at nothing to either recruit him or eliminate him. As he watched his subordinates scramble to pull out the crewmates who were buried under the debris, Katakuri couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Daifuku and Oven. I sent them after Doflamingo, believing he was the greater threat. But now I see that was a grave miscalculation. If Doflamingo is even half as powerful as this monster before him, no, I can't afford to lose them. I have to warn them, get them out of there. The sight of the torn auction house brought him back to reality. The devastation was immense. Entire sections of the building had collapsed, and the structure looked like it could give way at any moment. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt wood, a reminder of the sheer power of the lightning that had been unleashed. Katakuri's thoughts lingered on my words as he contemplated his next actions. He's holding back. That was him holding back. The realization hit him like a freight train. We need to be prepared. This is just the beginning. Just as Katakuri found himself in a fix, my observation hockey picked up the crucial information. The fishmen had successfully rescued the mermaids. Though there were several underground goons guarding the prisoners, none of them were superior fighters. Most of the Big Mom Pirates had split up to deal with my brother and me, leaving only weaklings behind. The fishmen cut through these guards like a hot knife through butter, venting their anger on the captors who had held their family hostage. Katakuri's Haushiko Haki surged once again, trying to clash with my own black and golden intangible lightning, which pulsed and grew stronger with each passing second. I carefully weighed my options, considering whether to eliminate such a powerful member as Katakuri. Doing so would be as good as declaring a full-blown war with the Big Mom pirates, and I knew my brother wasn't holding back on the other side like I was here. Katakuri, you have potential, I called out, my voice cutting through the tension in the air. If you're truly nurtured to your absolute best, you can become one of the apex powerhouses of the future. So tell me, would you like to join my family? Katakuri, who had been preparing for another clash, paused, his eyes widening in surprise. He knew he was completely outmatched, but as a Haoshiku user himself, he understood that backing down in front of his adversaries would only weaken his resolve and his conqueror's haki. It would eventually become a stumbling block for his growth. The moment I declared my intention to recruit Katakuri, the entire auction hall fell silent. Even Katakuri was taken aback by the sudden offer. He had been thinking of how to get my brother and me to join the Big Mom Pirates, but now I was offering him a place in my family. Leaving the Big Mom Pirates was not something he had even remotely considered. He couldn't do so because he had to protect his siblings, sometimes even from Big Mom herself. Katakuri's mind raced. He was loyal to his family, and his siblings depended on him. The offer presented was not even something he would consider, but what Katakuri didn't know was that I was only making the offer so as to plant a seed of doubt in Big Mom's heart. Joining my family meant a betrayal of the family he had always known. You truly are a maniac, Katakuri panted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. But why would you want me in your family? What makes you think I would ever leave mine? I chuckled, a low, ominous sound that echoed through the damaged auction house. Because, Katakuri, I see in you a potential that surpasses mere loyalty to a tyrant like Big Mom. You have the makings of a leader, a protector. Join me, and together we can reshape this world, free from the shackles of those who would use us for their gain. Katakuri's eyes burned with a mixture of anger and confusion. You speak as if you understand the bonds of family, the weight of responsibility. How can I trust you? You can't, not yet, I admitted. But think about your siblings. Think about the future you want for them. A future where they're not pawns in someone else's game. Join me, and I promise you a future where you can protect them as you've always wanted. Katakuri answered my offer with actions, not words. He immediately imbued himself with armament haki and launched himself forward. However, my observation haki detected that a few goons had already decided to share the news of Katakuri being offered a position in someone else's crew with Big Mom. This was exactly what I wanted for now, a seed of mistrust within their ranks. If Big Mom's character was as I envisioned, these seeds of doubt would eventually push Katakuri away, or at least I hoped so. Nagar Machi, Katakuri roared, reinitiating the fight. He chose to go all out, unleashing his awakened devil fruit powers. As Katakuri rushed forward, the entire surroundings started morphing into Machi. Only the areas within the range of my Haushika Haki were spared from this transformation. This made me realize that Conqueror's Haki was not as straightforward as it seemed. It could even counter the awakened powers of a Paramecia-type fruit. I needed to test my theory further against some of the special Paramecia fruits, like the Hobi Nomi. I was sure the world government had some special Paramecia fruits collected over the centuries. I hope you are ready for what's to come, Katakuri, I shouted, rushing forward to meet the incoming attack head-on. My entire form morphed into a black dragon, tearing through the Machi world that threatened to engulf me. Wrath of Thunder, I roared, as a black dragon manifested entirely out of black lightning, following the trajectory of my blade. The dragon's scales crackled with energy, each one a conduit for the raw power of my lightning. The air around us sizzled and popped, the very atmosphere charged with the tension of our impending clash. Katakuri's eyes widened in determination, his Haushiko Haki flaring once more as he summoned every ounce of his strength. The Machi around him twisted and writhed, forming a massive wave that he directed at me. It was a desperate, all-out attack, meant to overwhelm and crush me. But I was ready. With a single, fluid motion, I unsheathed my blade, the black dragon following its arc. The moment my blade cut through the air, the dragon surged forward, its roar echoing through the auction house. The two forces collided with a deafening boom, the shock wave tearing through the building. The walls crumbled, and the ground cracked under the sheer force of our attacks. Katakuri gritted his teeth, pushing back with all his might, but the power of my lightning dragon was too much. His machi wave began to falter, and with a final, powerful slash, I cut through his attack, sending him flying backwards. He crashed into the far wall, the impact creating a massive crater. As the dust settled, I could see Katakuri struggling to stand, his body battered and bruised. Despite his injuries, there was a fire in his eyes, a determination that refused to be extinguished. The little port at Grove 27 was up in flames, blue flames licking almost the entirety of the port, with a single galleon as the exception. Raging Phoenix! A massive blue phoenix bird slammed into the enormous genie holding a halberd that was half burned on one side, shielding the two officers of the Big Mom pirates, Daifuku and Oven. This genie was something that was manifested from Daifuku's Hoya Hoya no Mi, a Parmesia-type devil fruit that allows him to summon a halberd-wielding genie from his body by rubbing his belly. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the flaming bird pushed away the massive genie that towered over the entire port. Ha 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 ha! To think you're the top cadre of the Big Mom Pirates? And you thought you could take me captive with such mediocre strength? Daffy bellowed, panting as the last attack consumed quite a bit of his stamina. You bastard! Don't think I will let you go after what you did to my brother. Daifuku roared in anger. He was battered and bruised, and almost all the subordinates they had brought with them had been burned to cinders by the young man in front of them. Even Oven seemed on his last legs as he was caught off guard at the start and had lost a limb against the monster they were facing. Originally, they had thought it would be easy to capture the Don Quixote brothers. As someone yet to establish themselves in the new world, they thought the Don Quixote brothers would be easy prey. But only after confronting the other party did they realize how wrong they were. The Big Mom Pirates only had a rough estimate of the brothers' strength before they vanished a year and a half ago. But the guy standing in front of them was a completely different monster altogether. Even the blue flames he wielded were bizarre. They caused not only physical pain, but seemed to harm Daifuku's very soul. The flames of Daffy's Raging Phoenix attack left the port in a surreal, nightmarish state. The azure fire, unlike ordinary flames, did not just burn. They danced with a malevolent life of their own, incinerating everything they touched with a scorching intensity that seemed to sear both flesh and spirit. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning wood and the screams of Daifuku's and Oven's subordinates, now reduced to ash. Daifuku and Oven, usually so confident in their strength, were now locked in a desperate struggle for survival. The genie, their ace in the hole, was faltering under the relentless assault. Daifuku could feel the weight of Daffy's haki pressing down on him, a suffocating force that threatened to crush his resolve. "Is this all you've got?" Daffy taunted, his voice a mixture of amusement and disdain. "You thought you could come to my own ship and capture me? Pathetic." Oven, panting heavily, tried to muster a counterattack. "Don't underestimate us," he shouted, his fist igniting with the intense heat of his own powers. But even as he charged, he could see the cold, calculating look in Daffy's eyes. It had the look of a predator toying with its prey. Daffy's control over his blue flames was masterful. He waved a hand, and a wall of fire surged up, blocking Oven's advance and forcing him to retreat. The flames twisted and writhed, forming shapes that seemed almost sentient, mocking the Big Mom Pirates' every move. "Your blue flames? What kind of devil fruit power is this?" Daifuku demanded, trying to mask the fear in his voice. Daffy grinned, the firelight reflecting off his teeth. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he replied. "Let's just say I've had a lot of time to train and perfect my abilities, especially with a devil-like instructor. You picked the wrong fight, Daifuku. As the battle raged on, it became clear that the Don Quixote Doflamingo was not the easy prey the Big Mom pirates had assumed. Daffy's strength and mastery over his unique abilities were overwhelming, and the sheer force of his attacks was breaking down his opponents both physically and mentally. Oven, seeing the devastation and the futility of their situation, began to doubt their mission. Daifuku, we need to retreat, he urged, the desperation clear in his voice. This guy, he's on a different level. But Daifuku's pride wouldn't let him back down so easily. No, we can't retreat. We must capture him for Big Mom. Daffy laughed again, a cold, chilling sound. Capture me? You should be worrying about surviving. With that, he launched another wave of his blue flames, the intense heat causing the very air to shimmer. Just then, heavy footsteps rushed in the direction of the port, momentarily pausing the battle. Daffy's smirk widened as he realized his brother had succeeded in rescuing the mermaids. More than a dozen fishmen navigated through the searing flames, each carrying a mermaid on their back. On the other side, the looks on Daifuku and Oven's faces were etched with shock and disbelief. Their internal thoughts mirrored each other. How could this be? Brother Katakuri is guarding the prisoner's back at the auction house. There's no way these fishmen could have rescued the mermaids while he stood there. The thought of Katakuri being defeated didn't even cross their minds. To them, Katakuri was someone who had never known defeat. During the recent years of massive expansion, their brother Katakuri had clashed with countless pirates and always managed to come out on top. Haha, wondering why the mermaids are here? Don't worry, my brother should have taken good care of your elder brother. Daffy snickered while manipulating the blue flames to create a safe path for the fishmen towards the galleon. Icebug and the fishmen on the ship gestured for the rushing fishmen to board, though it was obvious that the galleon was the only ship not burning. What do you mean? There is no way your little brother could have bested Big Brother Katakuri. He has never known defeat in his life. Oven roared, sending a hockey-powered punch in an attempt to push Daffy back. You think I'm a monster? Wait until you meet my little brother. He is the true monster. I really pity your elder brother for having to face little Ross alone, Daffy chuckled. Blazing fist. Boom. Two flaming fists collided, one searing with hot orange flames and the other with soul-scorching blue flames. The clash sent a shock wave through the port. Oven gritted his teeth and tried to push forward, but Daffy simply unleashed his armament hockey, sending Oven hurtling through the air. Just then, a massive halberd descended, attempting to cleave Daffy in two. But two massive arms made of flames caught the halberd's blade midair. The scorching heat turned the blade red-hot. The genie tried to pull the halberd back, but a blue fist slammed squarely into its face, sending it crashing onto a burning ship, dragging Daifuku along with it. The port was a chaotic inferno, with blue flames dancing and consuming everything in sight. The sky above was painted with the eerie glow of the flames, and the air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning wood and flesh. The fishmen, despite the chaotic surroundings, moved with purpose, their determination to rescue their kin driving them forward. Daifuku, struggling to his feet, looked around in disbelief. The once formidable genie was now a smoldering wreck, and the realization of their dire situation began to sink in. How could this happen? Katakuri should have stopped them, he muttered, his voice tinged with desperation. Oven, battered and bruised, staggered to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. This isn't over, he growled, summoning another surge of his flames. We will not be defeated by the likes of you. Daffy, standing tall amidst the chaos, his blue flames casting an almost otherworldly glow around him, chuckled. You still don't get it, do you? This is just the beginning. My brother and I are not just pirates. We are the future. As Daffy's words hung in the air, the fishmen successfully boarded the galleon with the mermaids. Icebug, seeing the last of the fishmen make it onto the ship, shouted orders to set sail. The ship's engines roared to life, and the galleon began to move away from the burning port. Daffy, seeing their mission nearly complete, turned his full attention back to Daifuku and Oven. It's time to end this, he declared, his voice a mix of finality and triumph. The blue flames around him intensified. Their heat was nearly unbearable. Daifuku and Oven, realizing they were outmatched, exchanged a desperate glance. They had underestimated the Don Quixote brothers and were now paying the price. Just as Daffy was about to eliminate the two officers of the Big Mom pirates, Oven couldn't contain his anger and frustration. "Doflamingo, you may have bested us this time, but that doesn't mean you can take us down, you bastard." As Oven confronted Daffy, Daifuku stealthily pulled out a mirror and whispered urgently into it. "Bruley, get us out of here now." Bruley was their trump card, brought along as a precaution. With her Paramecia type Mira Mira no Mi, she was the perfect escape plan if things went south, especially given their proximity to Marineford and Mary Geos. Daffy, noticing Daifuku's actions, chuckled with a sinister smile. "Ha! Let's see what you bastards can do now that you're at my mercy." His Haoshiku haki surged, and the blue flames mingled with purple lightning erupted in waves as he prepared for the big finisher. "I hope to see you guys in hell." "Well, maybe not." Daffy laughed, launching his attack. Hypernova! A blinding blast of compressed flames spread out, incinerating everything in its path. The explosion was akin to that of a miniature star. Just as the flames were about to consume Daifuku and Oven, they suddenly vanished, pulled away into the mirror's realm. Daffy's expression turned sour as they disappeared from his observation haki. He quickly understood that they had used some means to escape the onslaught. However, the attack he had initiated couldn't be stopped. The flames tore through everything in front of him for thousands of meters, leaving nothing but dust and ashes. The once serene and green Grove 27 was now a charred wasteland. Daffy stood amidst the devastation, his eyes scanning the area. The blue flames flickered around him, casting an eerie glow on the blackened ground. The acrid scent of burnt wood and flesh filled the air, mingling with the heat waves rising from the scorched earth. They got away," Daffy muttered to himself, his smirk returning. "But they won't forget this. The Don Quixote family is not to be trifled with." As the fishmen and mermaids safely boarded the galleon, Doflamingo returned to the galleon and gave the order to set sail. The ship's sails flared to life, and as it began to move away from the burning port, the crew was relieved to leave the chaos behind. "Daffy-kun, what about Ross-kun? Is he not going to join us?" The fishman leader, now covered in crimson blood, stepped up to inquire. He could not see Ross on the ship. Earlier, once they breached the basement, they had forgotten about everything else and were fully committed to saving their family. He had even neglected to think about Ross, who had single-handedly stopped the Big Mom pirates. Now, guilt gnawed at him. "Ha ha, don't worry about my little brother. He'll join us soon enough. We'll just stay away from the shore so the flames don't take our ship too." Daffy's reassurance was cut short as his eyes widened. His observation haki flared to its maximum. In a split second, he shoved the fishman leader away and, with a single brilliant maneuver, sent a massive, flaming pillar into the night sky. Majestic destroyer, the flames ascended, lighting up the dark night, just as a massive fist made of magma tore through the clouds, aimed directly at the galleon. If not for Daffy's quick counter, the galleon would have been reduced to ashes. The two colossal attacks clashed, lighting up the entire sky and sending shockwaves rippling through the sea. Both attacks pushed against each other, vying for superiority. The flames and magma intertwined in a fierce struggle, casting a fiery glow over the ocean. The galleon's crew watched in awe and terror as the night sky turned into a battleground. "Keep her steady," Daffy commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The fishmen expertly maneuvered the galleon, their years of experience showing as they navigated away from the epicenter of the clash. The brief stalemate between the attacks was all they needed. The flames held their own for a moment, but then the sheer intensity of the magma began to overpower them. The magma attack slowly gained ground, pushing the flames back. Just as it seemed the galleon would be engulfed, the ship swung clear, narrowly escaping the destructive force. Daffy breathed a sigh of relief. but his eyes were still alert, scanning the horizon. "We need to move now," he barked. The crew sprang into action, their movements a blur as they steered the galleon away from the shore. The charred remains of Grove 27 were a stark reminder of the battle they had recently survived. Just as the galleon moved away from the shore, a large marine battleship intercepted its path. Standing on the figurehead was an incredibly tall, light-skinned, and unusually muscular man. He towered at about 3 meters, with a square-shaped face, pronounced facial features, and short black hair. He wore a standard marine cap and sported a crimson, double-breasted suit decorated with a pink rose on his left buttonhole. A Marine Vice Admiral coat draped over his shoulders, and one of his fists was transformed into flowing magma. The fishman leader, now catching his breath, approached Daffy once more. "Who is that?" he asked, his voice tinged with both awe and fear. Daffy's eyes narrowed, the gravity of the situation clear in his voice. "That, my friend, is Admiral Candidate Akainu. We're not just dealing with the Big Mom pirates anymore. The Marines are in play." Cannons rang out as the Marine battleship began firing with abandon, not caring if the island behind them was damaged. It was as if they were determined to sink the ship at any cost. "Tish, this is troublesome," Daffy murmured to himself. "As I am now, I am no match for this guy. I hope I can stall him long enough for my little brother to catch up." His entire form morphed as blue flames danced around him once again, ready to face the hunting dog of the world government. "Prepare for impact," Daffy shouted to his crew as cannonballs whistled through the air, crashing into the water around the galleon and sending plumes of spray into the sky. The ship rocked violently, but the fishmen's expert navigation kept them from capsizing. Akainu's voice boomed across the sea. "Don Quixote, da Flamingo, surrender now, and your crew might be spared." Daffy responded with a defiant laugh, his haushaku haki flaring. "You think you can intimidate me, Akainu? Bring it on." The sky crackled with energy as blue flames and purple lightning swirled around him, creating a formidable aura. The two forces clashed mid-air, a massive fist of magma colliding with a roaring pillar of blue flames. The impact lit up the night, sending shockwaves rippling through the sea. The sheer power of the clash was enough to create a temporary calm in the stormy waters, like the eye of a brewing hurricane. "We need to get out of here," the fishman leader shouted with urgency in his voice as he guided the crew to maneuver the ship. "Daffy-kun, hold him off just a little longer." Daffy, locked in a deadly dance with Akainu, could feel the immense pressure. "Just a little longer, Ross," he thought, hoping his brother would arrive soon. Akainu's face was a mask of grim determination. "You will die here today. You do not even have the luxury of being captured alive, Doflamingo," he declared, unleashing another powerful magma fist. "Not today, Akainu," Daffy countered, summoning all his strength to fend off the attack. The collision of their powers created a spectacle of light and heat, illuminating the night sky like a second sun. On the galleon, the crew worked frantically to navigate through the chaos. The fishmen used their superior strength and skills to keep the ship steady, their determination unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. Daffy's mind raced. "I need to buy more time," he thought, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of his brother. "Just a little longer and we'll make it." As the battle raged on, the fate of the Don Quixote family hung in the balance, each second bringing them closer to either salvation or destruction. Meanwhile, Daifuku and Oven, now in the mirror world, shared a look of bitter defeat. "This isn't over," Oven growled as he managed to whisper before he slipped into a deep slumber because of his injuries. "We'll be back, and next time, we won't underestimate them." Daifuku nodded, muttering to himself, his mind racing with thoughts of their next move. "We need to report this to Big Mom. She won't be pleased, but we have to regroup and plan our revenge." Bruley, within the mirror dimension, trembled with shock and horror at the devastated condition of her brothers, Daifuku and Oven. Oven's situation was dire, with a bloody stump where his left hand used to be. "Brother, what's happening? Who did this to Brother Oven?" she cried, her voice filled with panic, as she cradled Oven, who had already passed out from exhaustion and blood loss. Bruli, we don't have time. Get us to Big Brother Katakuri now. He may be in trouble. Daifuku roared, his voice laced with urgency and desperation. Despite her doubts about anyone being able to match their formidable big brother, Katakuri, Bruli felt the urgency in Daifuku's voice. Katakuri had always been their shield, the one who never faltered, no matter the storm. Bruli, stop daydreaming and get us back to the auction house now. Daifuku commanded sternly, snapping her out of her hesitation. His fear was palpable, and Bruli knew they had to act quickly. All right, hang on. Bruli responded, her voice trembling but resolute. She manipulated the mirror dimension, and a portal began to form. Within the mirror dimension, Bruli hurriedly navigated through the reflective surfaces, her mind racing with concern for Katakuri. The mirror portal shimmered, and in an instant, Daifuku and the unconscious Oven were transported back to the auction house. As Daifuku and Bruli emerged from the mirror, they were greeted by a scene of utter destruction. The auction house lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere, the air thick with dust, and the acrid smell of smoke filled the atmosphere. Both Daifuku and Bruli stood frozen, unable to comprehend the devastation before them. Katakuri, their invincible elder brother, lay on his back like a broken twig amidst the wreckage, his body battered and bruised, yet still emanating a fierce resolve. Big brother, Daifuku shouted, rushing towards Katakuri, ready to aid his brother. Bruli followed closely, her eyes wide with fear and concern. Just then, a massive pillar of lightning tore through the ground right in front of them, leaving a gaping ravine that made them stop in their tracks. Oh, more guests! I narrowed my eyes, observing the new arrivals. My observation hockey had sensed intruders, and now I understood how. I had completely forgotten about Bruli's abilities. I should have taken care of all the reflective surfaces within what was once the auction house. This place was no longer recognizable. Katakuri, seemingly on his last breath, turned his head with difficulty. His usually composed face showed a rare hint of helplessness and pleading. Daifuku, Bruli, get away from here. Get away from the monster. I will hold him back. Get back to Big Mom now, he roared with what little energy he could muster. Despite his broken leg, he pushed himself up with sheer will and fired another attack at me, imbuing himself with armament hockey. Kagami-machi, he shouted, rushing forward. A few surfaces around him transformed into machi, but the scale of transformation had drastically reduced as Katakuri was practically running on fumes. Katakuri, are you sure you want to fight me in that condition? Maybe now that your siblings are here, I should entertain them properly. I chuckled, turning towards the two newcomers. Katakuri's eyes widened with fury and concern. Rosinante, he muttered under his breath. His own battle with me had shown him my monstrous strength, but hearing me target Daifuku and Bruli added another layer of urgency. He tried to intercept me. Bruli, take everyone to safety. Daifuku, you stay with them and protect our siblings, Katakuri ordered, his voice steady despite the turmoil. No, big brother, we can't leave you to fight alone. Daifuku protested, but Katakuri's stern gaze silenced him. Just as Katakuri was ushering his siblings to run away, I flickered right on top of him. My entire being was wrapped in armament hockey and lightning, with my conqueror's hockey bursting out. I punched down, hitting Katakuri smack in the middle of his face. Blue hole. The devastating attack was a signature move I had learned from my mentor, Garp, with a few modifications of my own. As the attack landed, Katakuri made one last gesture for his siblings to run away. Though Daifuku wanted to rush forward, Bruli pulled him back into the mirror world. As the attack landed, a resounding boom resonated throughout Grove 1, and a massive crater, 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters deep, was created. Katakuri was lost in the darkness within this massive hole. I flickered back to the edge of the pitch-black hole, just as I was about to pursue Bruli and see if I could catch up. My observation hockey picked up a powerful aura approaching Dafi by Grove 27. Although I had been fighting Karakuri, I had always kept an eye on Dafi's end, and it seemed like someone strong from the Marines had come in. It looks like playtime is over, I muttered to myself. Time to wrap this up and regroup. With a final glance at the crater where Katakuri had fallen, I prepared to face the new threat approaching my brother. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. In Agami Girin, Akainu launched a massive wave of magma shaped like a fanged dog's head, aiming it directly at Dafi. The current Akainu was a formidable force, someone who could match Isho. Perhaps the current Isho, after his hellish training, would triumph over Akainu in a life-and-death battle, but the difference wouldn't be that great. As for Dafi, he was not yet at Isho's level, so he was clearly struggling against Akainu's relentless attacks. Although Dafi's blue flames were superior to the magma, Akainu seemed to overpower him with sheer brute strength. "I will make sure to bury you beneath the waves today, you pirate scum," Akainu roared, sending an even bigger magma dragon after seeing Dafi manage to defend against the previous attack. Akainu, your time's up. Take care not to be struck by lightning." Dafi taunted as he retracted his flames despite the incoming attack. This left Akainu confused for a moment. Then, lightning flashed, lighting up the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled, as if announcing the descent of a god. "Lightning dragon!" I roared as I traversed through the sky, aiming at the magma dragon closing in on the ship. A massive black lightning dragon, almost 10 times the size of the magma dragon, manifested from the clouds. It clashed with the magma dragon, enveloping it as if swallowing it whole. The sheer force of the collision sent shockwaves through the air and sea, lighting up the night in a blinding display of power. However, the attack did not stop there and rushed towards the Marine ship, picking up more speed. Akainu's eyes widened in shock, but his resolve didn't waver. He braced himself, ready for the incoming move. "You think you can intimidate me with your tricks? I am justice incarnate," he roared, his magma fist transforming into a massive, burning claw. "What in God's name is that? Is that what an ancient weapon looks like?" A Marine soldier fell to the ground in terror as the massive black dragon, made of crackling lightning, poised itself to strike them. "Marine, stand your ground. As long as we have Vice Admiral Akainu by our side, we do not have to fear anyone," a captain roared, trying to rebuild morale among his troops. The sheer display of power sent chills down his spine, but he comforted himself with the thought that Akainu was still there, a bastion of strength and resolve. The captain's words seemed to steady the ranks, though fear still lingered in the eyes of many. The immense power of the lightning dragon was unlike anything they had ever faced. It wasn't just a display of strength. It was a manifestation of raw, untamed elemental fury. Meanwhile, Akainu stood firm at the forefront, his eyes burning with determination. "You think your parlor tricks can intimidate the Marines?" he shouted, his voice booming over the roaring storm. "I will bring you down, no matter what it takes." Akainu's magma fist transformed into a blazing inferno, ready to clash with the lightning dragon. The intense heat radiating from his body created a visible distortion in the air around him, a testament to his overwhelming power. But I was ready. "Akainu, you underestimate what you're up against," I said, my voice echoing with the thunder that rumbled above. With a roar, I commanded the lightning dragon to strike. It surged forward with incredible speed, a blinding streak of light aiming straight for Akainu. The air crackled with electricity, and the sea below churned violently from the immense energy. "Die Funka!" Akainu met the attack head-on, his magma fist colliding with the lightning dragon in a spectacular explosion of fire and lightning. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it sent waves crashing against the nearby shores and caused the very air to vibrate. But then, despite Akainu's efforts, the lightning tore through him, but he managed to elementalize himself to divert most of the damage and save the ship he was standing on. Magma splashed around and started reforming. The Marine soldiers watched in awe and terror as the two forces clashed. Some shielded their eyes from the blinding light, while others braced themselves against the powerful gusts of wind that followed each collision. "Hold your positions," the captain shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of battle. "Do not let your fear control you." But before Akainu could recover from the last attack, I descended upon him with the force of a tempest. "Akainu, your brute strength won't save you here," I declared, my voice crackling with the power of the storm. As I closed in, I could see the determination in Akainu's eyes. He wasn't going to back down. The next moment, our clash shook the very foundation of the sea around us. The lightning dragon and the magma claw collided, creating a burst of energy that rippled outward in waves of raw power. The battle was intense. Akainu's magma burned with relentless fury, but my lightning surged with unparalleled intensity. Each strike was a test of endurance and will. The air around us crackled and hissed with the force of our clashing elements. Dafi, now free from Akainu's immediate assault, took the opportunity to rally his own strength. His blue flames danced around him as he prepared to join the fray once more. "It looks like it's time for me to turn up the heat," he chuckled, his eyes glinting with a mix of excitement and determination. He took advantage of the chaos. It seems like the tables have turned," he smirked, his flames dancing around him as he moved to support me. Despite his earlier struggles, he now found openings to strike at Akainu, adding to the Vice Admiral's mounting difficulties. As the battle raged on, the sea boiled and the sky roared. The clash of titans was a sight to behold, a testament to the power and resolve of those who stood at the pinnacle of strength. The fishman leader, now steering the galleon to safety, watched in awe and fear, realizing the true scale of the conflict they had become entangled in. Amidst this turmoil, the fishman leader continued to steer the galleon away from the conflict, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "We must get to safety," he urged his crew, glancing back at the titanic struggle. "Our fight is over for now. Let's leave this to them." As the galleon moved further away, the sounds of battle slowly faded, but the sight of the lightning dragon and magma fist remained etched in their minds. It was a reminder of the sheer power that existed in the world and the formidable opponents they might face in the future. "Dafi, get the ship ready for departure. We're going to dive under," I commanded, manifesting a few meters away from the ship and tossing the unconscious form of Katakuri onto the deck. The crew stared in shock. "Little brother, you sure are confident, fighting while carrying him?" Dafi remarked with a chuckle, gesturing comically to the broken form of Katakuri. He still had the mind to jest amidst all this chaos. "Make the preparations to dive under now," I bellowed, returning to the clash with Akainu, while Dafi barked orders for immediate departure. Even he understood this was not the time to get entangled with the Marines, especially so close to Marineford and Merigios. I transformed into lightning and appeared on top of the Marine warship under the shocked gazes of the Marines. Akainu had recovered from the earlier attack, but he seemed to be straining as residual lightning still coursed through him, causing discomfort. "Don Quixote, Rosinante, I will kill you," Akainu declared, stepping up to prepare for his next attack. But I chuckled, a smile forming as massive thunderclouds gathered above. I knew he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice every Marine on this ship, but the same couldn't be said for the world government ship that was sailing in. Akainu saw me smirk and instinctively turned to see the approaching ship, his realization hitting him hard. "You bastard, what do you think you're doing? There's a Tenryubito on board," he roared. But before he could make a move, a massive lightning bolt descended on the world government ship. Akainu had been the escort for the Celestial Dragon, but he had moved ahead after getting reports from the Marine base on Sabaody, leaving the Tenryubito behind. Now, the criminal before him was directly targeting the Celestial Dragon's ship. The lightning struck the ship squarely, but it was meant to cripple, not kill. This forced Akainu to either rescue the sinking ship or at least save the sinking Celestial Dragon. During this time, our galleon was already enclosed in a bubble and still within my observation hockey's range. "Marines, defend the ship," "I'll deal with him," Akainu ordered, his voice thunderous and filled with fury. With Akainu momentarily distracted, I took the opportunity to survey the battlefield. The warship's deck was a chaotic scene, with Marines scrambling to their posts, some firing cannons in a desperate attempt to hit our retreating ship, while the rest frantically turned their ship towards the sinking world government's ship. The air was thick with tension and the smell of ozone from the lightning strike. "Daffy, now's our chance. Dive!" I shouted through the storm, my voice reaching him across the distance. Daffy didn't hesitate. "All hands, prepare for submersion." "We're diving now," he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. The fishmen quickly adjusted the ship's mechanisms, and the bubble surrounding the galleon began to submerge into the safety of the ocean's depths. As I prepared to make my next move, Akainu's voice boomed again, filled with rage and determination. "You won't escape, Rosinante." He launched himself toward me, his magma fist glowing with deadly heat. But I was ready. "You underestimate me, Akainu," I said, my voice calm despite the storm raging around us. I gathered the energy within me, the air crackling with anticipation. "Let me show you the true power of the Don Quixote family." With a roar, I unleashed a torrent of lightning, meeting Akainu's magma head-on. The clash was spectacular, a dazzling display of elemental fury that lit up the night sky and sent shockwaves rippling across the ocean. Despite the intensity of the clash, I could see the tide turning in our favor. The galleon was now fully submerged, safely out of the immediate danger zone. I no longer needed to stall with one last mass discharge aimed at the sinking world government ship. I retreated, manifesting back inside the safety of the buble on the deck of our ship. As I reappeared on the ship, everyone except for Daffy stared in shock. As fishmen, they were well aware of devil fruits and the inherent weakness that came alongside them. Seeing me traverse through nearly 100 meters of seawater in my lightning form defied everything they knew. Panting and a bit pale, I could feel the toll the effort had taken on me. The stamina drained from using my lightning powers under the sea's influence was immense, but I was satisfied with my progress. "It seems like your resistance to the sea has increased yet again, brother," Daffy remarked with a chuckle, tapping me on the shoulder. "I wonder when I can become like you and not fear the sea with a devil fruit power. That's something I would like to achieve someday." His words held a mix of admiration and ambition, a testament to our shared dreams and the challenges we faced. As the seconds passed, our ship descended deeper and deeper into the sea, making its way toward Fishman Island. The waters around us grew darker, the pressure increasing, but the fishmen navigated expertly, ensuring our safe passage. "Prepare for arrival at Fishman Island," Daffy announced to the crew. "We will have to depart Fishman Island right after we arrive on the island." The Fishman crew, despite their earlier shock, moved with purpose and precision. They very much wanted to host us at Fishman Island, but Daffy refused their offer as we had to make haste to Dressrosa. They adjusted the mechanisms of the bubble that surrounded the ship, ensuring it remained intact as we plunged into the depths. The deeper we went, the more serene the surroundings became. The chaos of the surface world was left far behind. I took a moment to steady myself, focusing on my breathing. The confrontation with Akainu had been intense, and the escape even more so. Yet, we had succeeded, and now we were heading toward the sanctuary of sorts. "Ross Cohen, your control over your powers is truly remarkable," said the Fishman leader, his voice filled with awe. "We owe you our lives. The way you fought and then traversed the sea, it's beyond anything we've ever seen. I swear on my daughter's life that I will keep what I saw a secret, and so will the others." He very much wanted to know how I achieved it, but then wisely chose not to delve into that matter. I nodded, acknowledging his words. "Thank you, but this is just the beginning. We have a long road ahead, and I hope you haven't forgotten what you promised me in exchange." As we descended the depths towards Fishman Island, the scene of the underwater life began to illuminate the dark waters, creating a beautiful and welcoming sight. It was a stark contrast to the earlier destruction and chaos. The crew, despite their exhaustion, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and anticipation.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.